Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
And as if having noticed him, that person stopped, staring directly in his direction. He was breathing heavily, terror nearly overflowing from his eyes. Alternate dimension. He had truly stepped into an alternate dimension. How could this be? How did he end up in such a terrifying world? Could there really be no living people here? After running for a long time, he finally stopped due to exhaustion, bending over while gasping for air and dry heaving. Large drops of sweat pattered down from his forehead onto the ground. But it seemed those two monsters probably hadn't followed him. Pat pat. Suddenly, footsteps sounded one after another from ahead of him. His body instantly stiffened. And in the next moment, he saw a pair of little girls' red cloth shoes stop on the ground in front of him. Something was standing right before him at this very moment. He didn't dare look up. His clothes were almost completely soaked through. But he finally forced himself to endure the fear, slowly raising his head to look at the figure standing before him. In an instant, he clearly saw the person in front of him. It seemed to be a 6 or 7-year-old girl, wearing tattered clothes, holding a doll with obvious stitching marks on its arms in her embrace, with a bright smile on her face. But horrifyingly, one of her eye sockets was actually bloody and completely hollow. He trembled so violently he nearly wet his pants. Big brother. The little girl carefully stood on tiptoe, licked her rosy lips, and said with a giggle. How come you have two heads too? Bai froze. Two heads. What was she saying? He clearly only had one head. And it was at this moment that he suddenly realized, ever since earlier, he had been feeling like his body's center of gravity was somewhat unstable, as if he were carrying something on his back. He subconsciously turned his head to look over his left shoulder. In an instant, 4 eyes met. His eyes nearly came face to face with a woman's head at close range. Buzz. His eyes went vacant. Because he recognized that it was the woman he had encountered earlier. And now, her head was growing from his shoulder, which was why he had felt off balance the entire way. So, she had been following him all along. Splash. The pure white masked face opened its mouth, large amounts of blood gushing out from between her lips, her smile exceptionally brilliant. Were you hiding from me? Ah! An extremely shrill scream. Bai practically crawled and scrambled forward, weeping and wailing as he fled in a panicked rush. And from behind continuously came the little girl's giggling laughter. Big brother, oh, don't be afraid. 2 heads are really great. From now on you'll have company. Good friends, oh, good friends. The blood doll hopped and skipped while holding her doll, hovering around Bai like a ghost, neither too close nor too far, the bells on her feet emitting crisp ringing sounds. Crack. A bolt of lightning split through the thick black fog. Bai gasped heavily, suddenly rushing to the end of the street, lifting his head as his terrified eyes reflected an enormous castle. Strangely, the head that had just been on his shoulder and the laughter of the doll behind him suddenly vanished all at once. And the words on that massive ancient castle were reflected in his eyes. He didn't recognize those characters. But for some reason, he could understand their meaning. Happy home. Creak. The sound of a door opening. The decaying main gate of the castle slowly swung open automatically before him. Like an invitation. A mysterious calling. He murmured, his legs as if controlled by some mysterious force, involuntarily beginning to move. Welcome. Several days later. Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Ding. Your chainsaw laparotomy has reached beginner tier. You obtained 100 basic experience. Ding. Your boning scalpel technique has reached beginner tier. You obtained 100 basic experience. Ding. Your dissection skill has reached beginner tier. You obtained 100 basic experience. Ding! Your two-finger eye replacement method has reached beginner tier. You obtained 100 basic experience. Accompanied by the continuous system prompts ringing in his ears. Lin, now wearing a white coat with a chainsaw strapped to his back, night demon surgical knives at his waist, and a monocle on his face, stood calmly at the door, bidding farewell to his teacher. Go ahead. Bloodsaw cracked his robust biceps, saying solemnly. A real doctor can't rely on theory alone. Only practical experience can demonstrate your value as a physician. Your teacher has already accepted a house call order for you in the site, with a deposit of 500 skeleton coins. If you complete this task perfectly, the client will pay the remaining 1,500 coins. Do you have confidence in earning this consultation fee? Lin adjusted his monocle with a determined gaze, saying. Yes. And not just confidence, but plenty of it. Bloodsaw looked at him deeply, asking, how much confidence? Lin held his knife calmly, stating, I guarantee I'll bring back 15,000 coins for you, master. A gentle breeze rustled fallen leaves, blowing between the two men. That. Bloodsaw wiped cold sweat from his forehead, patting Lin's shoulder meaningfully while sweating profusely. Your teacher was just motivating you earlier, trying to boost your morale, but you really shouldn't actually rob the patient after curing them, that's not good. Just take what you rightfully earn. Although this is the dark world, business should still be sustained steadily. You can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, understand? Lin nodded, adjusting his monocle seriously. Understood. Teacher. Just wait for my good news. That utterly wicked fighting spirit was overflowing all of a sudden. Bloodsaw looked thoroughly pleased. It was like watching his foolish son finally make something of himself and venture out to work independently. That feeling really wasn't something ordinary people could comprehend. Go on. Bloodsaw wiped his moist eyes, saying, take the order, it's on Soul Severance Street right next to us. If you can't find the location, remember to ask for directions. You're not that weak waste from 2 years ago anymore, show some courage, understand? After completing this mission, you can start looking for the night doctors everywhere. Lin's eyes also moistened, saying, yes. Teacher. Take care of yourself too. Be sure to drink more of the tea I brewed for you, it's good for your kidneys, helps with wear and tear. Bloodsaw said contentedly, go on. Go on. Your teacher will be waiting here for you. Lin nodded vigorously, then with one hand carrying his medical kit and the other shouldering his knife, turned and strode out of Wandering Souls Alley. This was truly his first time leaving Wandering Souls Alley alone. To be honest, he still felt a little scared inside. After all, in this world full of evil spirits, ghosts, puppets, and demons, as a normal human being, no matter how he thought about it, it was hard not to feel apprehensive. He still needed to be careful. And not get scared. Half an hour later. Lin stepped into the entrance of Soul Severance Street, wisps of eerie wind whistling past his feet. Lin raised his head, looking toward the decayed and dilapidated street sign at the entrance. Compared to Wandering Souls Alley, this street felt even more sinister and terrifying. His destination this time was Happy Home, located on Soul Severance Street. According to the instructions on the order, the family of 3 urgently wanted to invite a doctor to treat them. As for what illness exactly, he would need to see for himself to know. Lin maintained a calm expression, took out matches from his chest, and lit the soul lamp tied at his waist. Click. The dim light of the soul lamp dispelled the surrounding mist. Saying this, Lin cautiously stepped into Soul Severance Street. The black mist here was noticeably thicker than in Wandering Souls Alley, and the sinister atmosphere was even more uncomfortable. Walking in a place like this is really creepy. Lin frowned, looking at the address on the order, stopping at a crossroads. How do I get there? After all, he rarely went out. He wasn't familiar with the environment here, and with the thick black mist everywhere, finding the correct address was really troublesome. He dash. From within the thick darkness, mysterious laughter sounded again. As if in the darkness, pairs of eyes were watching him. And ever since he stepped in here, that feeling of being watched from all directions in the darkness hadn't stopped, making him extremely uneasy. In the corner, a gust of wind whistled past. A pair of bleeding eyes revealed malicious greed, its gaze fixed on Lin standing at the crossroads frowning at the order while holding the soul lamp, slowly approaching. And from all directions, that mysterious laughter was getting closer. He dash. Lin frowned, flipping to the second page of the order. Ha dash. Lin's frown deepened, adjusted his monocle, raised the lamp to carefully look at the address on it. GG dash. Bang. A gunshot. Ding. You killed a black mist spectre, you gained 20 experience points. Lin was seen seriously staring at the order in his hand, raising the hand pointing behind him, holding a silver revolver, the barrel smoking faintly. The mysterious laughter in the surrounding black mist instantly stopped abruptly. Surroundings fell completely silent. Lin seriously looked at the order and said, "Laugh again." He. Bang. Another shot. Ding. You killed a night wraith, you gained basic experience 20. Surroundings became ghostly quiet. This time, surroundings were cleared. Lin twirled the gun, put it back at his waist as if nothing had happened. Then he frowned, identified a direction, carried his medical kit on his back, continued holding the soul lamp to illuminate the small map attached to the order, and walked deeper in. Nuo. This should be the right direction, I was actually going in circles here earlier, damn. Lin's murmuring could be heard from far away. In the corner of the black mist. Those bleeding eyes stared blankly at Lin walking away frowning, moved its rotten lower lip, unable to say a word. It subconsciously crawled to a wraith shot in the black mist, blankly extended its claw, poked the wraith. He. Bang. A gunshot. Ding. You killed a crawling ghost, you gained basic experience 20. Somehow, after firing the gun, there was no more of that creepy mysterious laughter from the surrounding darkness. Lin followed the map, advancing along the street toward the depths. After walking for who knows how long, Lin encountered another fork in the road again. He frowned, looking at the graffiti-like map, already mentally cursing the family who gave him this map. Just a damn dotted line plus and X, with all these twists and turns, how is anyone supposed to find it? Just then, Lin's gaze instantly fell on the woman standing at the fork in the road with her back to him. Long hair, wearing red clothes, from the back she looked like a stunning beauty. Ask for directions first. Lin hesitated. Then he coughed, straightened his collar to make himself look more proper. Then showed a handsome faint smile, strode to behind the woman. "Miss, hello, this is my first time here, may I ask you, how do I get to Happy Home?" Complete silence. Black mist rose. The eerie wind blew the woman's hair, revealing her neck as pale as a corpse. Her statue-like body standing there gave an inexplicably sinister and eerie feeling. "Miss?" Lin was puzzled. He took a step forward. Then reached out and gently patted the woman's shoulder. "I wanted to ask." Creak. The moment Lin's hand touched the woman's shoulder, the woman's head suddenly rotated 360 degrees, twisted around to reveal her pure white mask-like face. Instantly split into an eerie and ferocious smile. Splash. Large amounts of blood flowed twistedly from her neck. "Welcome to Lin, Omega, Ayaya. Lin SAN-10. Slap." Before she could finish speaking, Lin, frightened, raised his arm and swung a slap over. That mask-like bone-white face instantly showed a large palm print, all the muscles on the face immediately flapped like swinging pork, instantly flying to one side. Several teeth shot out, the head spun over a dozen times on the neck before slowly stopping. The female ghost was directly slapped, confused by this sudden slap. She blankly moved her lips. "Something's wrong. The script isn't supposed to go like this. This guy looks like a weak human, right? How could his hand strength be so strong?" But before she could speak, Lin was already furious and kicked over, swung the soul lamp in his hand, slapping and beating the female ghost repeatedly. Female ghost, Omega Omega. Damn. You scared the hell out of your wild daddy. Lin En-1. Slap slap slap. In pitch darkness, do you know how much psychological damage such a scare can cause others? Lin En-1. Slap 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 slap. Damn it. My heart almost jumped out. I'll beat you to death. Lin En-1. Slap slap slap. Being so ugly and still coming out to scare people. Simply bullying others too much, my SAN value dropped. Lin, furious, forcefully jumped up, furiously pressed the female ghost down, elbowing downward repeatedly. After beating for several minutes, Lin furiously stood up, turned his head, his gaze falling on the damaged old street lamp at the fork in the road. Lin walked over. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the thick and firm street lamp. The female ghost, holding her bloodied beaten head, tremblingly opened her eyes to peek through the cracks, then instantly saw Lin carrying the street lamp, furious, charging over fiercely. Female ghost, Omega Omega, Wayaya. Wait. Wait. Let's talk properly. Talk properly. Ding. Severed head female ghost's fear of you +10. Bang. But the frightened Lin gave her no chance at all, furiously carrying the street lamp pole, beating her flat with repeated strikes. Don't hit any more. Don't hit any more. Stop. I was wrong. This humble woman was wrong. Don't use such thick things to hit the face. Help. Help. The female ghost covered her face and screamed loudly. After beating for over 10 minutes, Lin directly rode on her, grabbed the collar at her chest, pulled out the revolver from his waist, and instantly inserted it into her mouth. Mm. The female ghost widened her eyes, with such a hard object directly entering her throat, immediately let out terrified screams. Ding. Severed head female ghost's fear of you +30. Lin forcefully pressed against her mouth, grinding his teeth, pressing her onto the ground with a thud, said. Dare to scare me again? The female ghost widened her eyes, containing the thick long hard gun barrel, forcefully shook her head, said pitifully. Mm. Ah. Lin, furious, grabbed her collar pulling her toward himself, said. Do you know how much SAN value your scare cost me? Do you know how scary it is for someone to walk alone at night? Do you know how worried and anxious I am? You scared me so much tentacles grew out. Then the female ghost instantly saw those few tentacles swaying noisily growing from Lin's back, her eyes showed even more terror, let out a scream of collapse. Ding. Severed head female ghost's awe of you +10. Ding. Severed head female ghost's longitude and latitude of you +10. Female ghost SAN -10. Obviously, in the eyes of ghosts like them, those who can grow tentacles are without exception high-level dark creatures. Ordinary ghosts can't even reach the level of growing tentacles. Not to mention, Lin's tentacles were so plump, so thick. Mm. The female ghost fearfully begged for mercy. Female ghost SAN -10. Lin, furious, pressed her, said, Say, how are you going to compensate me? Scaring my little heart thumping, without a big price, don't think I'll let you off so easily. Lin continuously applied threats. The female ghost trembled. Compensation? How to compensate? I don't have anything valuable on me. And beings who can grow tentacles definitely wouldn't care about skeleton coins. Watching Lin's finger on the trigger slowly starting to apply pressure. Female ghost SAN -10. The female ghost trembled even more violently. Quick. Think quickly. Otherwise I'll be killed. Yes, that's right. She suddenly remembered some ancient legends, as if in those legends, tentacle monsters all like. There's compensation. Brief pause. Then under Lin's, furious, gaze with the revolver pressed against her. The female ghost pitifully looked up at Lin, her eyes filled with pleading. And the revolver barrel in her mouth also in her actions. Lin. Severed head female ghost. For a moment, for some unknown reason, the surroundings fell into a brief silence. This was actually something Lin hadn't expected. And he really hated this version of himself that understood things instantly. Because during that time at eldest sister Bloody Dress's home, there seemed to have been a similar strange experience. Lin put away his revolver. He gave her a faint glance. How long have you been in this business? The severed head female ghost dazedly opened her mouth and said, first time. Thud. Her head finally fell off because she had twisted it too far, still connected by thin threads as it rolled to Lin's feet, looking up at him from below with a pitiful expression. Lin stared with dead fish eyes, picked up her head, faced it toward himself, and shook his head. Couldn't you learn something proper? Why did you have to copy others and get into this kind of business? To be honest, I'm actually not an unreasonable person. If you hadn't suddenly twisted your head around to scare me earlier, I wouldn't have hit you. The severed head female ghost made a crying face and said, I'm sorry, boo-hoo. This person doesn't seem like a normal human. She remembered that human youth she encountered a few days ago who also came asking for directions that should be how normal humans behave. Just a little scare and he went running off pattering away. How adorable. Why is there such a big difference between people? Boo-hoo. Lin calmly reached out, pulled up her body, adjusted its position, and placed her head back on her neck. With a click-click twist. He pressed it back into place perfectly. Lin patted her shoulder, closed his eyes and said, no need for compensation. I can tell you don't have much experience anyway. It wouldn't be good if you damaged someone. Just remember from now on not to scare people for no reason, with diuresis epsilon s. As he spoke, Lin reached into his chest pocket, pulled out a business card, and handed it to her. The severed head female ghost said dazedly, what's this? Lin closed his eyes and said, this is my business card. If you ever want plastic surgery in the future, you can come to the Bloodsaw Potion shop in the neighboring Wandering Souls alley to make an appointment with me. And besides your ugliness issue, I noticed your spine seems a bit weak too. Your head falls off so easily. If you have time, I can give you a few stitches right now. Ding. Lin pulled out a needle, its tip glinting with a dazzling light. His expression was serious, not seeming like a joke. Severed head female ghost SAN-10. And no need. The severed head female ghost pressed on her head, fearfully shrinking back 2 steps, covering the slap mark on her face as she cried. I'll stitch it myself when I have time. And, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were also a creature of this world. I definitely won't dare scare people next time, I swear, please just let me go, boo-hoo. So distressing. Really so distressing. Lin looked at her with satisfaction, nodded and said, knowing your mistake and being able to change makes you a good ghost. Make sure to do more good deeds from now on, engage in proper business, and don't just casually offer that kind of service to people anymore, understand? The severed head female ghost made a crying face and said, understood, boo-hoo. Ding. You have enlightened a lost female ghost. You gained 50 basic experience, happiness +1. Watching the severed head female ghost quickly run off into the black fog of the street while holding her head and sobbing, Lin felt exceptionally satisfied, and his mood became cheerful. That's right. Actually, sometimes the creatures of the dark world are quite adorable. As long as you enlighten them a little, they're quite willing to reason with you. Lin took out the map from his chest pocket again, carefully examined it, picked up his lamp, and walked along the street like an innocent youth. The street filled with rising black fog. Scrape. Under the dim streetlights, 2 tall, slender figures hung their heads, their bodies standing straight like pine trees. The 2 figures appeared to be standing side by side, but if you looked closely, you could see that their bodies were actually grown together side by side, like the character, Song, giving people an inexplicably eerie feeling. Scrape. The sound of a saw pulling through flesh and bone echoed, especially terrifying in this darkness. But at this moment, the 2 of them were feeling somewhat uneasy. Because they kept feeling that something in this darkness seemed to be watching them, and had been watching for over 10 minutes. There was a chilling sensation that made one's heart cold. Brother, do you feel it? Little brother, I feel it. The two slender figures simultaneously lifted their necks with cracking sounds, turned emptily, and looked into the darkness behind them. And with this look, they noticed something wrong. Right there on the dark street behind them, under the next broken streetlight, there was actually a human youth sitting there, perched on a small stool with a dim soul lamp hanging from the streetlight pole. That intense feeling of being watched clearly came from here. Under the dim soul lamp, that youth sat motionless on the small stool, chin propped in hand, staring straight in their direction, giving off a bizarre and chilling feeling. Brother, I'm a little scared. Little brother, I am too. He seems to have been watching us for a long time. He's been watching us for over 10 minutes. Eerie silence spread unabashedly. The two slender figures stared emptily and directly at the youth under the distant streetlight, who stared directly back, while they continued using their saws to slowly pull through the flesh at their connection point. Then gradually, they both began to feel somewhat creeped out. Because in the past, it was always them staring directly at passing creatures, and those creatures would quickly leave out of fear. But this time, it was their first experience of feeling the horror of being mysteriously watched. He probably isn't human, right? He probably isn't alive, right? What is he looking at? And the more they looked at his gaze, the more wrong it felt, the more eerie it became. And this feeling was the first time they'd experienced it since they died and fell into this world, the first time they felt this uncomfortable, hair-raising sensation all over. Ding! Twin ghost shadows SAN-5. They widened their eyes, their bodies stiffened, and the saws pulling through flesh involuntarily became slow and rigid. And so on this dark street, the twin ghost shadows and that youth sitting on a stool under the streetlight stared at each other across the night from afar. Bizarre. Chilling. Uncomfortable. Their hearts slowly rose to their throats, bodies tense, spines chilled, extremely nervous. And just at that moment, suddenly, the soul lamp lit under that streetlight went out, and the distance immediately plunged into darkness. Their hearts skipped a beat. Out. Out. Was that human still sitting there? Or had he already prepared to attack them? The feeling he gave was very unsettling. He definitely wasn't human, because humans absolutely couldn't do such eerie things. Where did he go? Could he be? In an instant that a chilling wind howled through the black mist swirling in the streets. There was nothing behind them, and their tightly wound hearts slowly began to relax. As creatures of this dark world, they understood the tactics of the malevolent spirits here all too well. As long as you don't stare, they would appear right behind you the next moment, launching their assault. Not behind us. Not behind us. Not there. The twin ghost shadows secretly sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. But just as they were about to turn their heads, they suddenly realized something was wrong. There were clearly only two of them. So whose was that third voice just now? Winky face. They almost instinctively turned their heads. Right in front of them, the young man who had been sitting under the distant streetlight just moments ago was now standing directly before them, lifting his head to stare straight into their faces from close range. The young man grinned, revealing a friendly smile. Ghost. The twin ghost shadows instantly let out terrified screams, reflexively hugging the nearby lamppost and scrambling several meters up it in panic. Ding. Twin ghost shadows terror toward you +40. Ding. Twin ghost shadows terror toward you +10. That scare nearly made them shoot their bile out in fright. Sorry for startling you. Lin looked up politely, gazing gently at the terrified twin ghost shadows slowly sliding down from the lamppost. He tried his best to appear friendly, then amiably pulled out a business card and offered it, saying, I was passing by and happened to see you two sawing yourselves, so I couldn't help watching for a while. This is my business card. As you can see, I'm a doctor. The twin ghost shadows trembled as they reached out, shakily taking the business card, and asked, Are you human or ghost? Lin paused for a moment, then flashed a perfect smile, adjusting his monocle as he said, Of course I'm human. Not just human, but a good person at that. Seeing that Lin didn't seem immediately intent on attacking them, the twin ghost shadows hesitantly released the lamppost, but still instinctively maintained a 2-meter safety distance from him. A with ring above NB epsilon S. Because this guy looked way too normal. But precisely because he looked too normal, it made him feel even more abnormal. Why were you staring at us for so long? The twin ghost shadows asked warily. Lin chuckled and said, well, you see, I'm a doctor. I noticed you two operating on yourselves with saws, but after observing for over 10 minutes, your saws were still stuck in the middle position, neither up nor down, seemingly encountering some difficulty. So I specifically came to ask if you two might need help from a real doctor. The twin ghost shadows glanced at each other suspiciously. Then their eyes narrowed. Clear malice appearing in their gaze. Brother, is this guy making fun of us? Little brother, I'm feeling really annoyed right now. Screech. The twin ghost shadows narrowed their eyes, instantly pulling out the saw connecting them in the middle, clicking it apart into 2 halves, each holding one piece. Crimson blood dripped steadily from the saw blades. But before they could take even one step forward, their bodies suddenly froze stiff. Vroom vroom. The sound of a chainsaw revving. Lin cheerfully pulled the starter cord on his chainsaw, the sharp blade roaring to life as it spun before them, and he blinked. How about using mine instead, you two? Guaranteed fast and effective, and completely painless. The twin ghost shadows stared blankly at the 2 thin saws in their hands, then glanced at the roaring chainsaw in Lin's hand. They subconsciously swallowed hard. Then quickly hid their little saws behind their backs. No need. No need. The twin ghost shadows laughed nervously, avoiding eye contact, scratching the back of their heads while cold sweat poured down, trembling as they said. We were just sawing for fun, no need to trouble you. Besides, we're very poor, we can't afford a doctor. I think we should just forget about it, what do you say, ha, ha. Twin ghost shadows SAN-5. Twin ghost shadows SAN-6. Lin said seriously, it's fine, I won't charge you. Because my teacher said that charging in the shop is the rule, but practicing medicine outside requires a warm heart. As a medical angel, I strongly agree with this principle. Vroom vroom. He pulled the chainsaw cord a couple more times. Twin ghost shadows SAN-10. The twin ghost shadows sweated profusely, taking a dazed step backward, winky face, saying. People with such warm hearts like you are really rare, ha, ha, but there's really no need to trouble you, we think things are actually pretty good like this. Right, brother? Yes, yes, little brother. The 2 of them nodded frantically like pounding garlic. Lin immediately looked quite troubled, then after some thought, he finally seemed to reach a decision, reluctantly reaching into his chest pocket and pulling out 2 cards, handing them to the twin ghost shadows. They took them, examined them carefully, and then their faces filled with shock. Bloodsaw Potion Shop 20% off coupon. Use this item to visit the Bloodsaw Potion Shop in Wandering Souls Alley and find Dr. Lin to enjoy 20% off all items. And sandwiched between these 2 cards were actually about 10 skeleton coins. This. The twin ghost shadows were stunned. Lin coughed lightly and said in a low voice. Because this is the first time I've encountered conjoined beings like you two. In medical history, coming across such a case is truly rare. As a doctor, I simply can't suppress my excited heart. He lifted his head, adjusting his monocle, the lens reflecting the streetlight's glow. So please give me this opportunity to prove myself. Consider these 2 coupons and skeleton coins as meeting gifts to compensate you both. Lin said hopefully, what do you say? The twin ghost shadows stared in shock at the hopeful expression on Lin's face, then looked at the coupons and skeleton coins in their hands. They felt their entire worldview was being massively challenged. After all these years. Every time they went to see a doctor, it left them bankrupt and drowning in debt. But today, they were actually seeing money coming back to them. Could this count as bribery? This was truly the first time they'd ever encountered a doctor who wanted to perform surgery on them while paying them. This. A few minutes later. The twin ghost shadows stood there sweating profusely and nervously, one hand braced against the wall, the other gripping the lamppost, fearfully exposing the connecting area between them. Vroom vroom. Across from them, Lin looked serious as he vigorously pulled the chainsaw cord, increasing its rotation speed. The twin ghost shadows swallowed hard twice, trembling as they asked, "Doctor, is everything you said true? It really won't hurt at all? And you can guarantee the surgery will be successful?" Lin focused on pulling the chainsaw, saying seriously, "Don't worry, my teacher is a renowned chainsaw expert, and I've perfectly inherited all of my teacher's strengths." How many days have you been learning?" 2 days. "Don't worry," Lin said solemnly to calm her, "even though I only practiced chainsaws for 2 days, I always score full marks. Every patient I've woken up hasn't said a bad word about me." The twin ghost shadows trembled and said, Really? Lin nodded. "Bear with it a little, I'm about to start. Do you want anesthesia?" "I have plenty in my bag." The twin ghost shadows swallowed. "No need for that. We get sawed every day and hardly feel any pain. Our only request is that you make it quick. Can you do that?" The light glinted off Lin's monocle. "Relax. I'm fast. I'll begin now." Okay. Lin nodded, pulled out a colored pen from his pocket, and drew a dotted line along their seam. Prick. All preparations complete. Lin's expression turned serious. His eyes flashed. He pulled the chainsaw. In an instant, under the stunned gaze of the twin ghost shadows, Lin leapt up, gripping the chainsaw, gritting his teeth, and brought it down toward the spot where they were joined. Ah! A piercing, excruciating scream rent the night. A few minutes later. Beep. Chainsaw skill +1. Beep. You successfully split the twin ghost shadows into 2, creating your first perfect operation in chainsaw surgery history. Precision +1, attack +1. Beep. You successfully created single ghost shadow. You gained 200 base experience. On the ground, the twin ghost shadows, now split in 2, lay foaming at the mouth, convulsing violently. Lin squatted seriously in front of one of them, holding a needle, and at an unbelievable speed stitched their torn skin back together with a blur of movements. Beep. Sewing skill +1. He opened his mouth, bit the thread with his teeth, and snapped it off. Lin adjusted his monocle with the back of his hand. There. The operation time was under 5 minutes. Now you two are independent individuals. How about that? Not bad, right? Up. Single ghost shadow, left, struggled to get up. But halfway up, it suddenly collapsed in pain, passing out again with a embarrassed face. Single ghost shadow, right, mumbled dully, very good, but I just want to ask, what method did you use to make beings like us who feel no pain actually feel pain? Because it hurt. It hurt like my mother died. Lin thought for a moment. Probably a talent. A talent? Single ghost shadow repeated those 2 utterly unconvincing words in a daze. His talent, could it be an ability that automatically causes others to feel pain? What? What kind of dreadful talent is that? He trembled, his heart pounding. Lin turned, satisfied, and crouched to rummage through his med kit. It's fine. I'll give you some medicine to prevent infection. Rest for a couple days and you'll be as lively as ever. With that he pulled out 2 vials, smiled, and turned to kindly hand one to the ghost. But as soon as he turned, Lin froze. Where the 2 ghost infants had just been lying, now only 2 dotted line outlines remained. Where did they go? He spun and was stunned to see single ghost shadow, right, grabbing his brother's leg, who was now embarrassed face, and sparks flying, dashed toward the depths of the street at an unimaginable speed. A screech and a drift. In an instant they vanished around the corner at the end of the block. That speed and decisiveness, like fleeing a plague, raced as if hitting 200 miles per hour. Lin blankly said, "You too? I didn't even give you the medicine yet." Helpless, Lin slung his med kit onto his back and continued on. Following the map, he walked deeper down the street for about 2 more li. He looked up and saw a massive castle that clashed with the surrounding buildings. Crack. A bolt of lightning cut through the black mist. Lin read the large characters on the huge sign clearly. Happy home. Looks like this is it. Lin folded his map with a smile. He had finally arrived at his destination. He felt bad for the time lost on the road and hoped his client wouldn't be angry. Just as he reached out to knock on the door, suddenly he felt someone poke his leg from behind. He dash. A bell-like child's laugh came from behind. Big brother, are you new here? Lin paused. The voice felt familiar, like he'd heard it before. He turned, smiling kindly, and said, yes, little sister. Then he instantly recognized the girl who'd poked him, ragged clothes, little red shoes with bells on her legs, clutching a button-sewn doll to her chest. Blood doll. Of course, no wonder the voice seemed familiar. When Blood doll saw Lin's face, her bright, eerie smile froze, and the finger she had extended stuck motionless. Beep. Blood doll, fear of you +1. What a coincidence. Long time no see. Lin crouched and patted Blood doll's head, then reached out and poked the obviously terrified doll in her arms. Aren't you still in Wandering Souls Alley? What are you doing in this spooky place? Make any money? I still have your eyeball stored, hee. Blood doll clutched her doll tighter in terror, her teeth chattering. Bloodsaws, unethical, doctor, woo, woo. Beep. Blood doll, fear of you +1. What, how could this be? She had moved out of Wandering Souls Alley. How on earth could she run into him here? Images of that day at the clinic flashed in her mind, the hand he had put into her body. Yikes. Blood doll shivered, spun around, and tried to flee, clutching her doll. Help. Help. A perverted doctor is abusing a child. Ah. Help dash. Blood doll flailed and screamed, clearly terrified. Smack. Lin gave her a quick clout. Blood doll crouched down, sulking, clutching the bump on her head. It hurts, boo-hoo. Lin's face turned serious. Don't make strange noises. I have something important to ask. Do you remember the limbs I pulled out of your stomach that day? Blood doll whimpered, woo, what? Are you going to pull them out again? I don't want that, woo. Lin shook his head. You might have some unnecessary misunderstanding about me, but I have to make something clear. Have you been looking for your mother all this time? Blood doll said, yes. So what? You're not my mother anyway, woo. Lin looked at her intently. Have you ever considered that your mother has been with you all along? Blood doll froze. She looked up at Lin in confusion, not understanding. Lin adjusted his monocle. Have you considered that your mother is actually inside your stomach? Ding. Blood doll's fear of you +5. Blood doll swallowed instinctively, asking in terror, what do you mean? Lin bent down, staring into her eyes, his voice drawn out and lingering. Because after you left, I discovered that all the rotten flesh and limbs I took out from your stomach belonged to the same person, and he pulled out a comb from his system space. I also found your mother's comb in your stomach. Buzz. Blood doll's eyes instantly went hollow. The doll in her arms immediately let out sharp, piercing cries and struggled incessantly. Ding. Your hidden task, Blood doll looking for mother, progress increased to 10%. Lin said seriously, did you get so hungry at some point that you unconsciously, just like how you ate your doll's arm, ate your mother? Ding. Blood doll's fear +5. Blood doll blankly extended her small hand, placed it on her stomach, and murmured. Impossible, how could the doll eat mommy? Mommy said she was just leaving for a while, told the doll to wait for mommy to come back. Mommy clearly went out. Mommy. Lin glanced at the crying doll in her arms and said, is it possible that your mother thought you were too hungry, felt too sorry for you, so she cut herself into pieces and fed herself to you? The doll in her arms cried even louder. Blood doll immediately let out a scream, her mouth instantly stretching to the back of her neck, her long hair behind her fluttering wildly without any wind, snarling. "You quack doctor. Stop saying such strange things. How could mommy possibly do something like that?" Because even if the doll starved for a lifetime, she would absolutely never eat mommy. Never. Crisis level 20%. Crisis level 30%. Lin adjusted his monocle and said deeply, "Don't be angry, this isn't baseless speculation on my part. How about this: after I finish my house call, you can come back to the potion shop with me to identify them. ROE section. If those limbs really are your mother's, I might be able to help you. If not, I'll take responsibility for my words and actions. How about that?" Blood doll still stared at him angrily. But the wildly dancing hair behind her slowly settled down. A hint of smile appeared in Lin's eyes as he patted her head and said, "Don't be sad. Actually, your mother has always been by your side, you just didn't realize it. I need to go now, otherwise my client will get impatient." A trace of confusion appeared in Blood doll's eyes. Then she watched as Lin strode toward the gate of the ancient castle. But just as he reached the entrance, Blood doll's voice came from behind him. "I advise you not to go in. If they are your clients, then you're in big trouble. That's all I'll say, believe it or not." Lin turned around, only to find that Blood doll had already vanished from the spot like a ghost. Lin was surprised. Creak. Behind him. The castle gate slowly opened. A chilling wind blew out from inside, inexplicably making one's heart tremble. Lin smiled slightly, his mouth stretching open to reveal pure white teeth, saying, "No, my clients are all quite lovely." Stepping into the castle. The courtyard inside the castle was covered with fallen leaves. Looking up, he could see that every window of the castle was tightly sealed with wooden boards. It seemed the owner of this castle hadn't maintained the surroundings for a long time. Arriving at the main hall entrance, Lin reached out to knock. Creak. Just like before, the main hall door automatically opened. "Anyone home?" Lin called inside, raising his soul lamp. "I'm Dr. Lin, the one you scheduled. I've arrived. Is the master of the house home?" His echoes reverberated through the empty main hall. No response. And just at that moment, he suddenly felt an intense sensation of being watched from behind. He instinctively turned around. Then immediately saw, in front of a window on the high tower, a pale human face appeared. No pupils. Staring at him with hollow eyes. But only for an instant. That face disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. Lin was startled. And almost simultaneously, in the hall behind him, the candles on the candelabra suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire hall in a continuous wave. "Welcome." 3 almost simultaneous, amiable voices came. Lin turned. He saw that in the hall that had been dark, quiet, and empty just moments before, there was now a dining table laden with delicious food. Servants were wiping counters, tending to candles, coming and going all around. And seated at the dining table was a perfect family of 3: a noblewoman in evening gown, a gentleman in tailcoat, and a young boy with a stiff smile. All 3 of them were smiling at him, with an empty chair at the table, seemingly prepared for him. Lin tilted his head. They did seem like a very enthusiastic family. A professional smile appeared on Lin's face as he strode in, and the moment he stepped through the doorway, the door behind him automatically closed with a creak. "Hello, I'm Dr. Lin from neighboring Wandering Soul Street." He glanced at the order in his hand and said with smiling eyes, "May I ask which one is Miss Alice?" "I accepted her invitation to treat her illness." "Are you her family members?" Lin's vision instantly flashed with information panels for the 3 people. Happy father, Kamel. Race, stitched puppet. Introduction, the happiest family in Soul Severance Alley, the elegant male head of household, the loving father that Alice cannot live without. He is always polite and very kind to everyone. Happy mother, dark elf. Race, elf puppet. Introduction, the happiest family in Soul Severance Alley, the mistress of the castle. She is a chattering noblewoman, but also a mother that no one can live without. Mother always makes sure the children are well fed. Happy Brother, by E. Race, Human Puppet. Introduction, the lovely brother who just returned home from another world, Alice's favorite older brother. He often brings Alice many interesting toys. He never bullies his sister, never beats his sister. He is very good. Lin quickly scanned the panels without showing any expression. His face still maintained a professional smile. Looking at this family that seemed to have been forcibly pieced together from different worlds, Lin's smile grew even brighter. We've been waiting for you. The noblewoman stretched open her bright red lips, wearing a graceful smile that somehow gave an uncomfortable feeling. Alice has been sick for a long time. Many doctors have come, but none have been able to cure Alice's illness. They really aren't very likable. Brother Bai Yi excitedly opened his mouth, drooling, holding a fork, excitedly saying, "But you can definitely cure Alice's illness, right, doctor? You definitely can, right?" Male head Kamel then smiled and said, "So we've prepared a table of sumptuous delicacies to reward you. We're honored to have you visit our humble home, doctor." All three of them stretched their mouths even wider, making their smiles appear even more brilliant. Ding! You triggered optional task, help your client Alice treat her illness. Task reward, 1000 skeleton coins, 2000 EXP, special reward X1. Ding! You triggered task, leave happy home alive. Task reward, 300 skeleton coins, 500 EXP. Lin had already clearly sensed the strangeness of this visit. But without even thinking about it, he stepped forward with a smile, put down his medical kit, sat in the chair that seemed specially reserved for him, picked up the knife and fork, and said, "Thank you. As a doctor, receiving such warm hospitality from you all truly makes me feel quite flattered. How is Miss Alice doing now? Could you take me to see her?" The male host beamed and said, "No hurry. My dear daughter is sleeping right now. She gets tired very easily, and we generally don't disturb her while she's sleeping. Doctor, you can eat some food first, rest for a while, and relax properly." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A servant with a stiff expression pushed a dining cart in front of Lin. They placed a plate in front of Lin, covered with a silver lid. A rich aroma of meat wafted towards him. The female host said with a beaming smile, "Please, help yourself, my honored doctor. Try the delicacy our chef specially prepared for you." Lin reached out. Removed the lid. Instantly, a rich, intoxicating fragrance assailed his nostrils. On the plate was a perfectly cooked, exquisitely plated piece of offal, drizzled with a thick sauce that made one's appetite surge. And an introduction instantly appeared before Lin's eyes. Bai Yi's kidney, a fresh kidney just dug out, medium rare, cooked quite well, makes one's mouth water, incredibly delicious. Across the table, Bai Yi excitedly slapped the table, drooling with a somewhat morbid expression. Lin said awkwardly, "It looks delicious, but I'm not really someone who likes to eat offal." Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the three previously beaming individuals froze in place. The surrounding candlesticks flickered wildly, and the light in the entire main hall began to fluctuate between bright and dark. "You don't like the food I made dash." The female host smiled stiffly, her voice becoming increasingly unsettling. "Don't mind me, I'm a rather straightforward person. I don't like offal, but I still like other things." Lin stood up cheerfully. Then he picked up his plate, used a fork to take a few sausages from the table in front of him, and casually grabbed a few apples. Lin opened his mouth, crunched down on a sausage, and said while chewing with a smile, "This is good." But the next moment, he sensed something wrong with the sausage in his mouth. Looking again, he discovered the half-eaten, fragrant sausage in his hand had actually transformed into an intestine stuffed with thick, viscous flesh and blood, with large amounts of blood squeezing out from within. Yes. Flavored pork intestine, made from fresh pig intestines, stuffed with selected meat from 15 different doctors, varied in flavor, endlessly memorable. Lin San -10. But looking at the family of three staring at him, Lin's smile remained unchanged as he crunched and chewed the dish in his mouth, thick blood flowing out from between his teeth. Seeing the expression of enjoyment appear on Lin's face, the three of them immediately regained their kindly smiles, the candle flames stopped flickering, and the atmosphere instantly became warm again. Eat. Eat. Lin smiled and reached out, saying cheerfully, "Everyone eat, don't let me be the only one eating. I'd feel too embarrassed." As he spoke, Lin picked up the apple in his hand. Fresh and dewy, red and appealing. But upon second look, he found it was already covered in mold, with numerous maggots continuously wriggling in and out. Lin was amused. Noticing the family looking over again, Lin extended his left hand, forcefully pried open Zhuo's mouth with his thumb and index finger, and stuffed the fruit inside. Ding! Zhuo's affinity towards you -1. Facing the gazes of the three people, Lin smiled and raised his left hand, explaining. "Oh, this is my second mouth. Because the food is so delicious, one mouth simply can't satisfy my appetite, so I wanted to eat with two mouths. You don't mind, do you?" The female host's gaze towards Lin became even more kindly. She smiled radiantly, stood up, and served the food from the dining table onto Lin's plate, one dish after another, saying, "No. No. I'm so happy to see your mouth watering. Please eat more, don't be shy." Lin chuckled. Picked up a fork, stabbed a piece of the delicious food on the table, and fed it bite by bite into his left hand's mouth. Finally, after 2 plates, the left hand became impatient, instantly shook it off, formed a fist, and threw a punch towards his head. But Lin was quick-eyed and swift-handed, rapidly grabbed the left hand's wrist with force, maintained his smile, and pressed the left hand down with a cracking sound. "Nothing, nothing." Looking at the family whose expressions were starting to change again, Lin chuckled and explained. "It's just so delicious that I couldn't help but want to stretch. You don't mind, do you?" As he spoke, Lin quickly bent down, using the dining table to block the view, restraining the left hand's wrist, and said seriously. "Zhuo, what are you doing?" The left hand said angrily through gritted teeth, "You wretched fellow, you're feeding me weird stuff again." Lin said through gritted teeth, "Aren't you able to digest anything? Couldn't you even swallow a hunter whole in one bite, that tough guy?" Zhuo said, "That was something Zhuo ate voluntarily, not something forced into my mouth." Lin said seriously, "Then how about this, if you just help me get through this lunch, I'll treat you to a super delicious strawberry cake, alright?" Zhuo said blankly, "Strawberry cake? Cream, strawberries, soft sponge cake, plus a little bit of fragrant baked cheese." Zhuo immediately showed a expression and said, "Sounds very tempting. So you agree?" "I agree, but you have to keep your promise, head, don't trick me." "Don't worry, when have I ever tricked you?" "That's more like it." As he spoke, Lin instantly sat up beaming, stuffed a piece of steak into his left hand's mouth, and said, "Sorry to keep you all waiting, shall we begin?" Then, under the beaming gazes of the family, Lin extended his left hand and politely cleared everything from his plate with swishing sounds. The female host happily and contentedly kept putting food on Lin's plate, saying, "There's plenty, plenty, don't choke, eat slowly." More than 10 minutes later, the smiles on the family's faces gradually became somewhat strained. They looked at the empty plates on the table, then at the stacks of empty plates piled up twice a person's height beside Lin, their expressions somewhat stiff. Burp. Lin symbolically let out a burp and said with a smile, "It was so delicious, is there any more?" The male host glanced at the female host opposite him, the two looking at each other blankly, and said, "Yes, probably." Another half-hour passed. The plates beside Lin had already piled up into one small mountain after another. Zhuo's tongue swept across, clearing all the meat from the plates in one go, chewing voraciously. Across the table, the expressions of the family of three had clearly become strange. "Any more?" Lin looked up hopefully. The female host swallowed hard, quickly taking the inventory list handed by the servant, flipping through it rapidly. Finally, her expression stiff as she reached the last page. Seems, there's none left. You've eaten all our 2 months' worth of stored food. The male host quickly stood up, hurried to the side door, continuously waving at the female host, signaling her to come over urgently with visible frustration. The female host bowed slightly, then quickly walked to the side door, closing it behind her. Lin pricked up his ears. His superhuman hearing quickly picked up the voices coming from inside the side door. Something's wrong. This doctor isn't right. Didn't you say Alice just randomly found someone easy to fool? Before we even made a move on him, he's already eaten all our 2 months' worth of stored food. He's not playing by the rules. I'm not sure either. This person seems to have no psychological barriers at all. All the previous doctors were basically scared out of their wits as soon as they arrived. This. So you're saying if this one isn't suitable either, we'll have to cover the loss of 2 months' worth of food supplies? Alice is observing him. If we can keep him as family, it might not be a total loss. The voices grew increasingly faint. Lin's eyes shifted. He looked up and smiled at Bai Yi sitting opposite him, who was watching him excitedly, saying, "Brother, I need to use the restroom, could you tell me where it is?" Bai Yi pointed toward the other corridor, excitedly saying, "Turn left, 3rd door, that's it." Restroom. Lin squinted, urinating seriously. Zwa, something strange, our client here seems to have other ideas, what should we do? If we run now, they'll definitely drop all pretense immediately. Reino S. Zwa gritted its teeth loudly, shouting, "Damn it, forget about that for now, couldn't you use your right hand to hold it? Why are you making me help you hold it?" Lin said seriously, "Let's talk business first, what do you think we should do?" Zwa shouted, "Damn it. I don't know." And just at that moment, the restroom door suddenly opened. Bai Yi walked in with a stiff, frozen-like expression on his face, then stopped at the position next to Lin, starting to urinate. Lin glanced over. "Not as big as mine." Bai Yi glanced over. "He's so big." In some eerie atmosphere, the two stood side by side urinating. SSSSS. A strong smell of blood filled the entire restroom. Lin glanced, looked up at Bai Yi, saying, "Brother, you're peeing blood, have you been having internal heat lately?" Crimson blood slowly filled the pit. Bai Yi turned his head stiffly like a puppet, showing a dazed expression, saying rigidly, "Yes, full of blood everywhere." Then gradually, Lin saw blood starting to seep out bit by bit from his pupils, nostrils, mouth, and pores all over his body. The red blood soaked his clothes, then flowed down his ankles, spreading across the floor with a splashing sound. Simultaneously, the candle flames in the restroom began to flicker. And just at that moment, Lin suddenly heard Bai Yi's stiff mouth move, murmuring a few words. "Run quickly. Buzz." Lin's entire body jolted instantly, sharply looking at Bai Yi. Because those 3 words he spoke were actually in Chinese. The language from his homeland on Earth. And with a strong Shanghai accent at that. This. Could it be that this person was from the same world as him? From the homeland he had been longing for 2 years. Hometown. Lin suddenly grabbed his shoulders, staring deeply into his bleeding eyes, shouting loudly in Chinese. "You're from Shanghai? You're kidding me. How did you get here? Do you know how to go back? Hey! Bai Yi. This was indeed a naming style clearly reminiscent of homeland flavors. He hadn't been surprised before, because in this dark world, there were indeed many evil spirits who had died and fallen from worlds similar to his homeland, and they often had similar naming styles. But now, he was seeing someone from his homeland standing right in front of him. Bai Yi's eyes kept bleeding, as if he didn't hear Lin's voice, murmuring. "We'll cut open, dig out your, make you, become, family." He spoke intermittently like sleep-talking. But just in the next moment, as the candle flames suddenly extinguished, the expression on Bai Yi's face instantly became excited and pathological. He suddenly reached out, immediately grabbing Lin's neck. Alice likes it more, he, she likes you better as her brother, ha 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 ha. He began laughing maniacally, his head shaking continuously, his fingernail starting to madly pierce into Lin's neck. Ding! Host's health points are decreasing. But just then, Lin's left hand suddenly shot out, grabbing Bai Yi's head. Bang! Bai Yi's body was instantly thrown out of the restroom by Swazwa, heavily crashing against the opposite wall. Ha ha. That distorted figure excitedly staggered to its feet, then instantly leaped sideways like a swift leopard. By the time Lin rushed out, the corridor was already empty. Zwazwa gritted its teeth saying, "Hey! Head, that was really dangerous just now. Don't you know how to dodge?" Lin composed himself, then looked up, cracking his neck, his gaze becoming determined. "Ah, sorry. Because I met someone from my hometown, so I was a bit distracted. Seems we've delayed too long, already making the patient's family impatient. In that case, we should properly give them some treatment too, what do you think, Swazwa?" Lin narrowed his eyes, Lin cracked his neck and adjusted his monocle, walking out of the restroom as if nothing had happened at all. As soon as he entered the hallway, Lin saw the female host standing at the far end of the corridor, dressed in noblewoman attire, smiling as she stood in the direction leading to the living room. Her smile was particularly stiff, like a smiling face stitched on with needles. And Bai Yi seemed to have never appeared here at all, having long since vanished without a trace. The female host smiled and spread her hands open, her smile exceptionally brilliant. "Ah, my esteemed guest, I thought you had left. If you haven't eaten your fill, we have prepared exquisite delicacies for you once more. Would you still be willing to partake? This time it will definitely be even more sumptuous than last time." Lin glanced at the walls around the corridor and strode up to her. His calm face suddenly and unexpectedly split open into an abnormal smile, saying, "Of course, let's eat right now." For some reason, that smile made her heart skip a beat. She suddenly felt that this doctor, who had been amiable just moments before, seemed to have undergone some subtle, barely perceptible changes. Involuntarily, she felt a chill run down her spine. He, that's wonderful then, doctor, please follow me." The female host covered her mouth with a light laugh, forcing her expression to remain unchanged, then turned and strode ahead, leading Lin toward the living room. But it was clearly visible that her walking posture had become noticeably stiffer than before. Main hall. The grand candlelight remained. The tabletop previously covered with plates and leftovers had been completely cleared away. And now, upon the pristine white tablecloth, plate after plate covered with silver lids had been arranged once more. Several red candles burned, as if dripping with blood. "Come, guest, please enjoy to your heart's content." The female host licked her blood-red lips, revealing a benevolent yet sinister smile. Lin tied a napkin around his collar, holding a fork in one hand and a knife in the other, sitting in his place at the dining table. "These are all dishes we have carefully prepared for you." She swayed gracefully to Lin's side, extended her long fingers, and lifted the lid from the plate in front of him. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted over. "This is a specialty dish I prepared especially for you, all ingredients used are of the finest quality, I guarantee it will whet your appetite." Lin glanced over. He saw that the plate actually contained a pile of bloody internal organs. There were heart, liver, lungs, along with intestines and a thick plasma sauce, all still squirming continuously, as if they had just been ripped from a prey's body. A with tilde and B. And instantly, a system introduction appeared before Lin's eyes. Young Human Organ Feast, a meal made from freshly excised premium human internal organs, typically used to entertain friendly and well-regarded guests. How about it? Seeing Lin sitting there motionless, the smile on the female host's face gradually intensified, and that inexplicable chill that had risen in the hallway earlier had long since dissipated. "Eat, doctor, you must finish it all. My adorable Alice has woken up, she really likes you immensely. Eat, doctor, after you finish eating, we'll be family." That sinister, bewitching voice sounded in Lin's ear. Lin held his knife and fork, maintaining that bizarre smile on his face, sitting bolt upright as he said, I already told you earlier, I don't like eating organs, I really don't like eating organs at all, seeing organs makes me nauseous, yet you keep making me eat, making me eat. Are you sick? Buzz. Though there was no wind, the candle flames around them flickered wildly. And the servants mechanically cleaning the walls and tabletops all paused, their movements becoming even more rigid. The female host's mouth beside Lin slowly stretched open, slowly reaching a degree impossible for a human, as she smiled. You are too rude. You've already eaten all the ingredients we prepared for months. To continue entertaining you, we even had to sacrifice a family member who had just reunited, and Alice without her brother is truly very sad, she's really pitiful, she really wants a brother who will treat her well. Crack crack crack. The female host extended her increasingly pale hand, reaching toward the organs on Lin's plate. And her voice became increasingly eerie and sinister. The feeling was like someone licking your spine, making you feel waves of creeping horror. Her smile also became increasingly brilliant. Do you need me to feed you? This is fresh, perfectly prepared ingredients, you will surely be very satisfied, right? You will surely like eating it, right? You will surely. But just as her hand was about to grab that plate of organs. Clang. A fork directly pinned her pale hand to the table. Female host. Lin suddenly turned his head, calmly adjusted his monocle, and stared at her face where her features were gradually becoming distorted with terror, saying. You like eating it very much? Then why don't you try eating it yourself? In an instant. Before the female host could react, Lin suddenly extended his left hand, directly plunging it into her gaping maw. His expression instantly turned ferocious. Zwa zwa, our patient's family member really enjoys eating those delicious delicacies, what do you think we should do? Zwa zwa instantly revealed a row of white teeth, grinning sinisterly, of course, let the patient eat her fill. Buzz. Under the female host's terrified gaze. The food that Zwa zwa had previously eaten and stored away without digesting was instantly expelled by Zwa zwa into her mouth. Female host Dark Elf's terror toward you +10. Female host Dark Elf's terror toward you +15. Female host Dark Elf's terror toward you +20. She struggled desperately in terror, but one hand was pinned to the table, while the other was tightly restrained by Lin's steel vice-like grip. Her belly began to swell at a visible rate. Mm. This sudden change made the candle flames in the entire hall sway frantically. The next moment. Thump. Lin kicked her to the ground, withdrew his left hand from her mouth, and stared at her calmly yet somewhat morbidly, grabbing her collar, saying with pathological intensity. Tasty. Is it really tasty? Sickness needs treatment. And I think you're really seriously ill. Sorry. You're the patient's family member, I should be more polite to you, yes, I should be more polite, right. Lin straddled her, his hand trembling and erratic as he reached up, pulling the corners of his mouth upward to fix a kind and polite smile. Tell me, whisper to me, don't be nervous, quietly tell me, where have you hidden my fellow townsman? That son of yours, by E, yes, named by E, he's a fellow townsman of mine, do you know what fellow townsman means? Someone from the same place, the same kind. Yes. Tell me, quietly tell me. Lin tilted his ear over, trembling slightly, and beneath him, the female host trembled with terror as she stared at this doctor whose sanity had suddenly taken a drastic turn. That oppressive, disordered feeling emanating from him created an immense sense of horror. Something's wrong. This guy's mental state seems completely off. Did something trigger him? He looks like a deranged serial killer who just walked out of a mental asylum. Dark Elf female host SAN-10. I. The female host moved her lips in terror, but couldn't form a single word. Speak. Lin suddenly turned his head, eyes wide with rage, grabbing her by the collar in an instant. The female host instantly turned deathly pale, pupils trembling, every hair on her body standing on end. Sorry. Lin quickly reached out and covered his forehead, taking 2 deep breaths. My apologies. I'm being too impatient. I hope you can understand, I'm just too excited. 2 years, this is the first time I've encountered a fellow countryman in this damned place. I got a bit too carried away. You're sick, and sickness requires treatment. Once you're cured, you'll definitely answer me. Yes, I need to heal you first. Ding. Random diagnosis activated, target disease 1 discovered, frontal lobe lesion. Ding. Target disease 2 discovered, puppet curse technique. Ding. Target disease 3 discovered, evil spirit infusion. Lin rubbed his temples vigorously, his hand shaking slightly as he extended it. No, 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 not just these. Our madam here has many, many illnesses. Ding. Random diagnosis active effect triggered, you diagnose target with random disease, skin cysts. Ding. You diagnose target with random disease, localized muscle necrosis. Ding. You diagnose target with random disease, acute lung perforation. Buzz. Almost instantly, the female host felt the changes occurring within this body. She watched in horror as her arm's skin slowly developed one pus-filled cyst after another, felt the muscles in her abdomen suddenly become excruciatingly painful and swollen, oozing thick black blood. And her lungs immediately transmitted an intense urge to cough violently, making breathing difficult. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? She panicked. San-10. Lin pulled out the night demon blade from his waist, speaking with a touch of madness, you need healing. Leave it to me, I'm a professional doctor. Listen to me, once I cure you, you'll tell me where my countryman is. Ran. Right? Isn't that right? That's how it will be, won't it? Lin held the night demon blade and instantly plunged it into her chest. He was going to open her up, patch the perforations in her lungs, perform surgery on her. The unimaginably intense pain immediately made the female host let out a sharp, piercing scream. Swish swish swish. Ding. Your blade skill +1. The sound of surgical blades cutting through flesh and blood continuously echoed. Stop. Stop. I'll tell you. I'll tell you where he is. Finally. The female host begged for mercy in agony, unable to endure the dual torture of body and mind any longer. Lin stopped his chest-opening procedure. The female host fearfully extended her diseased hand, pointing toward the distant corridor, saying. The puppet control spell over him experienced fluctuations, he's already been recontrolled by Alice and sent to the kitchen. Alice abandoned him, she wants you to take that human's place. Squelch. Lin pulled the night demon blade out of her chest cavity. Thank you for answering me. You're a friendly person. Lin quickly regained his composure, took out needle and thread, and meticulously sewed up the chest he had just opened, making it perfectly sealed. Then he quickly stood up, ignoring the blood staining his entire body, politely borrowed a wash basin from a mechanically standing attendant, and washed the blood from his hands. After expressing his thanks, Lin quickly hoisted his chainsaw onto his back and headed in the direction she had pointed. At the scene, the female host leaned against the wall in terror and exhaustion, watching the doctors retreating back. She felt as if she had just experienced a nightmare. That feeling was even more terrifying than the most horrifying nightmare she had ever encountered. This guy, he. But just as she tried to get up, her pupils suddenly buzzed and became completely hollow, then like a puppet, she twisted and creaked unnaturally as she stood up. Father. A little girl's eerie voice suddenly came from her mouth. Stop Alice's new brother, send the useless old brother over too, take him to the cellar for surgery. Tomorrow we'll be one family. The mysterious voice echoed throughout the main hall. Kitchen. Thump 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 thump. One after another, the sounds of chopping meat and cutting vegetables. It seemed the kitchen was extremely busy, with creatures bustling about preparing ingredients continuously coming and going. Sigh, we're out of ingredients. I heard today the male host and female host entertained a doctor who came to treat the young lady, and that doctor ate all the food in the warehouse. Yes. Yes. All the meat that could be stripped has been stripped, bones have been boiled into nourishing soup. Blood has been squeezed dry without a single drop left. But the head chef still has plenty of meat supplies, enough to prepare the next dinner. The busy kitchen buzzed with continuous discussion. And just at that moment, knock 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 came from outside the door. Lin appeared at the entrance with his frozen smile, looking slightly crazed. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw this spacious kitchen, empty and hollow, with only cleavers rapidly chopping ribs at each stove and cutting board, along with iron ladles and forks continuously stir-frying. Leave. This is the kitchen, no unrelated people allowed inside, otherwise the head chef will get angry. He doesn't like outsiders entering his kitchen. A cleaver shouted urgently. Lin calmly walked in with his smile, his head creaking as he turned, his gaze falling on that cleaver. No figure could be seen. But it seemed as if someone was truly standing there, preparing ingredients. Sorry for the intrusion. Your female host told me to come. She asked me to find her son Bai Yi here. Do you know where Bai Yi is? The boning knife paused for a moment, hesitating. The female host sent you? Strange, the female host doesn't like people entering her kitchen, same as the head chef. But if it's really the female host's intention, you can go inside and ask the head chef. We still have work to do, please don't disturb us. Thump. The boning knife continued chopping the ribs on the cutting board. Only those ribs looked quite peculiar, because no matter how you looked at them, they didn't resemble animal bones, but rather seemed like another familiar creature. Lin's smile froze as his gaze fell upon the depths of the kitchen. Gurgle. Rich, aromatic scents of spices drifted from afar. Lin saw a massive figure standing over 2 meters tall stirring something with an iron ladle before a stove deep in the kitchen. The creature wore butcher's attire with a chef's hat on its head, its body exceptionally burly. That tantalizing aroma made one's mouth water uncontrollably. Lin strode directly behind him. The moment he approached, he heard the massive figure's raspy voice. Don't disturb me. I'm brewing a pot of soup with an entirely new flavor. If you have business, wait until I've finished cooking. Instantly, the creature's introduction appeared before Lin's eyes. Pig-headed butcher. Race, pig-headed demon. Alignment, lawful evil. Combat ability. Introduction, the head chef employed by Happy Home. No creature knows where he truly comes from or why he came here, but legends about him appear in strange tales across various worlds. Some beings who've encountered him tried verifying his identity with the pig-headed demon clan, but without exception, all pig-headed demons who heard news about him displayed extreme terror. System notification, please do not attempt to anger him. It will bring you no benefit. System notification, he values contracts but remains evil. However, during contract periods, he won't kill without reason. Lin quickly scanned the introduction. He swiftly regained composure, grinning widely. Apologies, I'm looking for someone named Bai Yi, one of this household's members. The female host said he's with you, so I came to verify. Gurgle. The pig-headed butcher continuously stirred the thick soup in the pot, the aroma growing increasingly intense. If you mean a young human male, then I know. Not long ago, that male puppet gave him to me. He's now one of my ingredients. Lin grinned widely, you don't seem like a member of this large family. The pig-headed butcher stirred the soup calmly, I accepted that little girl's generous employment. For 3 days, I'm the head chef here. Lin beamed brightly, in that case, can we make a trade? I can exchange other things for that ingredient. The pig-headed butcher stirred the thick soup, tossing large amounts of spices into the pot, speaking indifferently. You want to drink my soup too? Lin's smile stiffened. Splash. The pig-headed butcher picked up the ladle, scooped some milky white thick soup, and poured it gulping into his mouth to taste. The viscous soup dripped down his chin and tusks, falling to the ground drop by drop. Exchange is possible, but my soup still needs the final and most crucial seasoning. If you can help me find it and bring it to me, I'll make the exchange. A Nigerian Naira OS. Ding! You've triggered a special hidden quest, Pig-Headed Butcher's Ingredients. Quest Introduction, find suitable materials for the pig-headed butcher to help him complete his thick soup recipe. Quest rewards, Pig-Headed Butcher's favorability plus 10, Pig-Headed Butcher's special reward x1, Pig-Headed Butcher won't join punishment against you. Lin said calmly, good, what kind of material do you need? The Pig-Headed Butcher said indifferently, I need tissue from a high-tier creature. It must be sufficiently fresh, it must contain knowledge, it must hold enough resentment. If you can find it, we can proceed with the transaction. Saying this, the Pig-Headed Butcher turned back toward the stove, stirring his thick soup. You may leave now. Before finding it, don't casually touch anything in the kitchen. Don't make me develop unnecessary malice toward you. Lin's eyes flickered. He rapidly considered, expression turning serious. First, he could confirm this Pig-Headed Butcher wasn't the same one he encountered before. He merely accepted employment and wasn't allied with Happy Home. Meaning, he wouldn't accept orders from Happy Home outside kitchen matters. Second, he was lawful evil. Meaning he would follow some set of his own rules to commit evil, not completely insane like chaotic evil. Third, was Bai Yi really boiling in that pot? Lin's eyes flashed as the soup's information appeared before him. Unfinished strange thick soup brewed by the Pig-Headed Butcher mixing various spices and fresh ingredients, containing some special flesh and blood that makes one's fingers twitch and mouth water. Nothing conclusive. Lin's gaze intensified as he rapidly considered. In that case, let's trade. Sufficiently fresh, containing knowledge, containing resentment. Lin frowned deeply. Just at this moment, his left hand raised up, lowering its voice. Head, remember that heart-devouring demon brain you were going to give your master? That might work. Lin jolted in surprise. Zhua's suggestion instantly connected all three requirements. Yes. Because it was stored in his system space, the brain remained sufficiently fresh. Because he was the president of the Demon Kin Association, he possessed boundless knowledge. Because he was tricked and killed by Lin himself, he held sufficient resentment. Let's try it. Lin's expression turned serious as he strode behind the Pig-Headed Butcher. Found it so quickly. The Pig-Headed Butcher still didn't turn around, only his indifferent voice carrying over. Lin calmly adjusted his monocle, then opened his system space from his chest, pulling out a blood-stained brain and presenting it before him. I believe this should meet all the conditions you mentioned. Hearing this, the Pig-Headed Butcher turned his head, allowing Lin to truly see his appearance. Above the burly body sat a wild boar's head, sharp spike-like teeth crammed into a rotting mouth, two long tusks extending like sharp barbs. Those eyes brimmed with chaos and evil. The Pig-Headed Butcher merely glanced at him before focusing on the bloody brain in his hand. Seemingly attracted. He took the brain, carefully sniffing it. Gently squeezing, he pressed out some pulpy fluid which he inhaled into his mouth. Silence fell around them. After 10 seconds, the Pig-Headed Butcher opened his eyes, licking his tusks. Indeed contains boundless knowledge, indeed filled with intriguing resentment and malice. However, the ingredient isn't fresh, and contains some unnecessary pathological changes. But as the final seasoning for the soup, it will suffice. Plop. He tossed the brain into the boiling thick soup, ding. You have completed the special hidden mission, Pig-Headed Butcher's ingredients. You have received mission rewards, Pig-Headed Butcher affinity plus 10. The Pig-Headed Butcher will not participate in your punishment. Ding. Pig-Headed Butcher's special reward is being prepared. Please return to collect it in half an hour. Gurgle gurgle. The Pig-Headed Butcher turned around again to stir the thick soup in his pot, speaking calmly. The transaction is complete. The ingredients you want are in the freezer. Go get them yourself. Remember, don't touch things that aren't yours, and don't handle things you shouldn't touch. Creak. The sound of a large door opening. Lin's gaze instantly fell upon a pitch-black open door not far away. Waves of chilling cold air rumbled out from within, making one shudder. Lin grinned and said, "Thank you, I understand." Tap. Lin passed through that door and stepped into the kitchen freezer. One after another, huge rusty iron hooks dangling from above clashed against each other, emitting crisp metallic clanging sounds. Clearly in the past, these iron hooks had been completely filled with the carcasses of various hunted creatures. Lin raised his head, carefully searching. And the next moment, Lin's gaze landed on a body hanging from an iron hook in the deepest part of the freezer. Bai. Lin instantly recognized that figure. Without another word, he immediately pulled the iron hook, gradually lowering the young man who was hanging midair. After setting him down, Lin quickly rushed to his side, frowning as he looked at that pale face. Lin narrowed his eyes and swiftly lifted his clothes. Then he immediately saw that from his chest to his abdomen, there was a clearly visible, crudely sewn scar. Rip. Lin calmly used a knife to forcefully cut open the suture thread on his chest. Then he immediately saw that inside his belly and chest were stuffed large amounts of blood-soaked cotton, his internal organs having long been scooped out. R alpha and beta epsilon. Indeed. Indeed. Indeed, he's already been made into a puppet. But fortunately he encountered me. Fellow countrymen, bear with it a little. Although your kidney is cooked, I've retrieved your other parts for you, bro. Lin's eyes were moist. When fellow countrymen meet, tears fill their eyes. Seeing someone from the same world, of the same age, suffering like this, as a normal person who yearns to return home, how could he not feel heartbroken? Endure it, don't be afraid, bro will stitch you up right away. Don't worry, from now on you'll be my little brother, we two fellow countrymen will depend on each other for survival. Lin immediately tried to retrieve the internal organs he had just taken from the dining table from his system space. But at that moment, Bai, lying on the ground, suddenly moved unnaturally. Crack crack crack. Almost instantly, Bai's limbs abruptly supported him on the ground in a bizarre posture. He raised his head, his empty eyes snapping open with a whoosh, his entire body propped up face up on all fours like a spider woman. Lin was startled. Whoosh dash. Bai's head instantly turned to face Lin from below, the empty eyes quickly regaining excitement and sickness, letting out a sharp, prolonged shriek at Lin. Ding. Crisis level 10%. Ding. Crisis level 20%. Smack. Lin delivered a hard slap across the face. Bai's body was instantly sent flying over 10 meters by that slap. Indeed, still under control. Lin cracked his neck, gritted his teeth, grabbed a nearby iron hook, and began swinging it in his hand. With Big Brother here, little brother, don't be afraid. Big Brother will help you recover right now, guaranteeing you'll be exactly what you were before. Clatter clatter. The revived Bai had an expression full of excitement. He flipped over and scrambled up from the ground, then immediately climbed up the wall like a spider, clattering loudly. Alice likes you so much, she doesn't want me anymore, ha 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 ha. Alice likes you so much. Bang. Lin raised his hand and fired a shot. Bai, who had been rapidly crawling on the wall, immediately fell down like a bird. Ding. You shot Bai. Your firearm mastery +1. Bai lay on the ground with an empty expression, limbs twitching, electric currents crackling across his chest, his whole body convulsing continuously. Lin looked serious, blowing away the black smoke rising from the gun barrel. He strode over. When about 10 meters from Bai, Lin said seriously. Fellow countrymen, how are you? Are you feeling all right? A brief silence. And the next moment, with a whoosh, Bai suddenly sat up, opening a huge bloody maw toward Lin and emitting sharp, prolonged shrieks. Bang. A gunshot. Ding. You shot Bai again. Your firearm mastery +1. Watching Bai lying there, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Lin thought for a moment, feeling it still wasn't secure enough. Bang. He fired another shot. Ding. You shot Bai. Your firearm mastery +0.5. This time, Bai completely stopped moving. Only then did Lin feel reassured. With a serious expression, he quickly rushed over, using chains to clatteringly bind him tightly. Fellow countrymen, it's not that Big Brother intentionally shot you. According to the logic of our world, after having your internal organs scooped out, you would definitely be dead. But this dark world is different. Besides the body, there are many bizarre methods to keep you conscious, like curses and evil spirit possession. Those shots I gave you earlier were actually for your own good. Because these are among the few weapons I have that can counter curses and evil spirits. The holy attribute can greatly suppress these anomalies. If you still have your own consciousness, open your mouth and say something to me. Lin carefully watched him. After a long time, Bai Yi's eyelashes slowly moved. He painfully opened one eye and murmured. "I." Bang. A gunshot. Ding. You shot Bai Yi. Your firearm mastery plus 0.5. And the dense holy electric currents instantly electrocuted Bai Yi, making his whole body tremble, his eyes rolling back, foaming profusely at the mouth, Seeing Bai Yi's consciousness about to awaken, Lin could hardly contain the joy in his heart. He immediately made Bai Yi sit up, holding his shoulders, saying, "Brother. Fellow countryman. How are you? Can you hear me?" Bai Yi murmured, My head hurts." Smack. Lin raised his hand and delivered 2 slaps. "Now?" Lin asked urgently. Bai Yi painfully vomited a mouthful of thick black blood and murmured, "Thank you. I feel much better." Lin was overjoyed, grabbing his shoulders, saying, "Much better is good. Much better is good. Bai Yi. Is your name Bai Yi? Quickly tell me, how did you come to this world? Do you know how we can return?" Lin's gaze grew increasingly urgent, that indescribable joy and excitement being a rare experience over these past 2 years. Under the effect of the holy power, the curse within him had clearly been temporarily suppressed. Bai Yi's consciousness slowly awakened. He looked blankly at the human before him who appeared about the same age, murmuring, "Are you, human?" Lin happily replied in Chinese, "Human. And a good person. A perfectly normal descendant of Yan and Huang just like you." Hearing that familiar Chinese language, Bai Yi instantly became agitated. He trembled and asked, "Odd changes, even remains unchanged." Lin jolted and declared, "Check the quadrant for the symbol." Bai Yi shuddered, trembling as he struggled to stand up, urgently responding, "The heavenly king covers the earth tiger." Lin trembled, clenched his fist and said, "The pagoda suppresses the river demon." Bai Yi became completely agitated, tears gradually welling up in his eyes. Imperial Palace Jade Liquid Wine. _ 180 per cup. _ The two of them spoke faster and faster, growing more sorrowful with each phrase. Lolas have 3 virtues. Lin was shaking. Soft voice, delicate body. Easy to push over. By the time they uttered those final 3 words, their voices were already choked with emotion, their eyes completely bloodshot. Comrades. They were comrades. Everything matched perfectly. Bai Yi felt like his entire being was about to split apart. Clutching the hand of this unfamiliar young man before him, he burst into loud sobbing, crying as if mourning his parents. Only he himself knew what kind of excitement and sorrow was contained within these tears. This feeling of meeting someone from home in a foreign land, this blood-like connection akin to family. This feeling was just like a lost little girl who had been abducted for many years, finally seeing the parents who gave birth to and raised her again in an unfamiliar place. At this moment, he truly hated that he wasn't a delicate young maiden. Otherwise, he really wanted to immediately throw himself fiercely into the arms of this fellow townsman before him. Meeting an old friend in a distant land. Meeting an old friend in a distant land. Bai Yi wept bitterly while wiping his tears, his voice already thick with crying. I got transported just by using navigation. Got chased by ghosts just by turning a corner. Got my kidney harvested just by visiting someone's home. Ra. Brother. Do you know how I've survived these past few days? Bai Yi wailed loudly, crying too hard to speak properly. They harvested me here, then harvested me there, they even took one of my balls. Lin's eyes had long since turned bloodshot. He hugged this unfortunate fellow townsman, his vision blurry with tears as he choked out. It's okay. We still have one left. We can still keep using it. As long as we're alive. Life has infinite possibilities. So tragic. It's really too tragic. I didn't believe it before. But now that I'm really in a foreign land, it's truly, when fellow townsmen meet, their eyes well up with tears. Bai Yi wailed loudly, brother. Did you also get transported here? May I ask your honorable name? Lin choked out, we're both fallen people at the ends of the earth. Why must we have met before to know each other? My humble surname is Lin, given name En, courtesy name Yuqian. From Heilongjiang in the northeast. Bai Yi cried loudly, big brother even has a courtesy name, that's really distinctive. Lin choked out, what about you? Bai Yi wept, your little brother's surname is Bai, given name Yi, a miserable high school student who hasn't graduated yet. From Zhozhou's demon capital. Lin wiped his tears and said, Shanghai is a good place. A good place. Bai Yi cried, what's Shanghai? The crying stopped abruptly, the surroundings falling into complete silence. Lin's expression stiffened as he said, say that again, where did you say you're from? Bai Yi said in surprise, demon capital person. Say the real name. Not the nickname. Bai Yi winky face said, it's just demon capital, Zhozhou demon capital, everyone in the country knows it, what's wrong? Lin gradually began to realize something was wrong. Under Bai Yi's bewildered gaze, Lin stood up, frowning as he paced back and forth in front of him. Bai Yi asked confusedly, big brother, what's wrong with you? Lin thought for a moment, then asked again, before my bed, the moonlight is bright, I suspect it's frost on the ground, who wrote that? When Bai Yi heard this, he nearly laughed through his tears, thinking Lin was joking with him, and said. Of course it was written by XX, a completely unfamiliar name. Big brother, are you joking with me? That's a poem we learned in first grade. Lin went blank. He gradually realized there was a problem. Either the guy in front of him was an idiot, or he was deliberately messing with him. Or there was really a big problem. Looking at Bai Yi before him, he murmured, then let me ask you, do you know Newton, Einstein, Galileo? If you don't know those, do you know Jordan, Kobe, Yao Ming? Or something more familiar, do you know brother Jackie Chan? Bai Yi's eyes grew increasingly confused as he listened to the series of names, looking completely baffled. Who are those? Buzz. Lin's mind went completely blank, his expression suddenly becoming vacant. Lin SAN-50. Several minutes later. Lin frowned as he carefully compared all the conventional things he could think of from the world he knew with Bai Yi before him. And Bai Yi, looking completely baffled, truthfully explained everything one by one. In his view, this senior from another world seemed to be severely lacking in common knowledge, even unfamiliar with historical figures that anyone who had received 10 years of compulsory education would know. This was truly rather strange. And after more detailed comparison, Lin finally confirmed something with vacant realization. No. They weren't from the same world at all. Although the world he came from had many similarities with his own world, and even the historical progression was roughly the same, it fundamentally wasn't his world. That country was called Zhozhou. Its capital was called Dragon City. That country had already become the world's largest nation several decades ago. That nation was already a giant dragon coiled in the east. But it still wasn't his home. Lin raised his head, staring vacantly upward, and said. What in the world is going on? Ding! You have triggered a special achievement, homeland in a foreign land, you have obtained 200 basic experience. Homeland in a foreign land, special achievement, obtained when you encounter your first visitor from home. Description, perhaps subtle differences are eternal. You have obtained permanent attribute bonus, all attributes plus 10, happiness minus 10. Watching Lin's suddenly vacant expression. Bai Yi said in astonishment, Big brother, what's wrong with you? Lin sat down, grabbing his own hair with one hand, tugging at it forcefully several times, and said, "There's a problem." Immediately, Lin told Bai Yi all the problems he had discovered, explaining all the differences between their two homelands, everything he had found out. Upon learning the truth, Bai Yi's face was filled with shock and astonishment. Which meant to say, if what he said was true, then they similar, yet different. Lin said dejectedly, "It seems we come from two homelands with the same historical progression, but that place is your world, not my world." For a moment, Bai Yi was actually at a loss for words. Looking at the young man before him who had similar experiences, he opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't speak a single word. The joy had come too suddenly. But the disappointment arrived just as swiftly. Before he even had time to properly share their hometown camaraderie, they had suddenly become distant again. Lin raised his head and said firmly, "But no matter what, I'm really happy to meet you in this damn place. Even though we're not truly from the same hometown, rest assured, I won't abandon you." Bai Yi immediately showed delight and excitement on his face, saying, Really? Although those earlier words had indeed made him feel a little disappointed. But the secret codes had all matched up. Even if they weren't from the same world, it was still a similar world with similar ethnic heritage, and since they were both descendants of Yan and Huang, then wherever they went, they were brothers of the same kind. And then immediately, Lin stood up with a whoosh, adjusted his monocle, cracked his arms with a series of pops, and looking at him calmly said, "Your current condition isn't stable, your body has been hollowed out, and the only reason you're still alive is entirely because of the curse and puppet techniques inside you. If you don't receive treatment soon, you could die at any moment." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Yi's expression immediately turned pale. Then he instinctively looked toward his stomach and immediately saw the blood-red cotton visible through the torn opening in his abdomen. Aha! Bai Yi directly fainted from the terrifying sight of his own body. A few minutes later, the awakened Bai Yi lay trembling on the ground, his whole body shaking uncontrollably as he watched Lin pulling the chainsaw, sparks flying everywhere as it screeched during sharpening. Although he knew this fellow townsman he'd just met definitely wouldn't harm him, he still felt waves of unease and creeping horror. "Lie. Brother Lin." Bai Yi trembled. How are you going to treat me? Are you going to perform surgery on me?" Lin adjusted his monocle, seriously looked at the night demon blade in his hand, gave it a slight twist, and a cold glint flashed across the sharp blade. "Don't worry, you just crossed over, but your big brother here has been struggling to survive in this world for 2 years already. I've learned quite a few skills along the way, with circumflex BS." Bai Yi said in astonishment, 2 years. Instantly, Bai Yi felt an indescribable shock toward this young man who appeared to be about the same age as him. His mind immediately flashed back to his experiences over the past 2 days. His brain buzzed. He had only been here 2 days and already had his organs and 1 testicle removed, yet brother Lin actually managed to survive in such a hellish place for 2 years. Was this something a normal person could really accomplish? All he could say was, he'd found himself a real carry. Lin walked seriously up to him, calmly wiping the blade while thoughtfully gesturing over his chest, contemplating how to reinstall his hardware. Bai Yi swallowed hard and said, "Brother, will it hurt?" Lin said calmly, "Don't worry about that, brother brought plenty of anesthetic this time. I'll give you general anesthesia later, guaranteed you'll wake up comfortably after a good sleep, immediately lively and energetic." Bai Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Having anesthetic is good. He had thought doctors in this terrifying world all performed hard cuts without pain relief. As expected of a fellow townsman and senior. He's really taking such good care of his little brother. If only he could have such an awesome big brother back in reality, it would be like a dream come true. Lin then grabbed the medical kit, preparing to inject him with anesthetic. But just at that moment, Lin froze. Bai Yi blinked and said, "Brother, what's wrong?" Lin looked thoughtfully at his case and said, "Brother, I'm a bit embarrassed to say this. I originally brought 3 large bottles of anesthetic, but I used 1 bottle during a surgery I performed earlier for someone. Bai Yi blinked, then aren't there still 2 bottles left? Lin frowned, pulled out a bottle labeled Anesthetic from the medical kit, opened it, took a small sip, exhaled a breath of hot air, closed his eyes and said. Wolfberries plus rock sugar, I refilled it with tea. Surrounding silence fell. 6 black dots flew cawing over their heads. Bai Yi said dazedly, then what do we do? Lin thought for a moment, hesitantly offered the cup of hot tea, and said, how about you drink some tea to make do? Bai Yi's mind instantly conjured up the bizarre scene of himself sipping hot tea while his big brother wielded a sharp little knife, pioneering new territories on his abdomen. What kind of international joke is this? Bai Yi, Omega. Is this something you can really just make do with? Wouldn't this actually kill you from the pain? But he quickly composed himself because he knew that as a newcomer who had finally encountered a fellow townsman, he absolutely couldn't become a burden to his compatriot. That's right. He must strive to be strong. Besides, when he had his kidney removed earlier, hadn't he endured it just fine? A real man, especially during these special times, would he really fear such things? His mind instantly conjured images of those revolutionary martyrs who fearlessly blocked gun barrels with their bodies, single-handedly blew up bunkers, sacrificed their heads, and shed their blood with unyielding spirit. Could he, really bring shame to those martyrs? Smack. He suddenly clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said, brother. No need for anesthesia. Operate. Even if I, Bai Yi, am not some iron-blooded, unyielding hero, I am still an idealistic and ambitious passionate youth. A true warrior dares to face bleak circumstances. Dares to face dripping blood. Would I, Bai Yi, really fear this operation? Grr. Lin was shocked, also immediately infected by his indomitable spirit. Well said. As expected of a Chinese youth. With this kind of determination, you truly deserve those 2 kidneys that were taken from you. Lin instantly raised the blade, his monocle emitting a sharp glint. He said seriously. Since that's the case, then Big Brother will dare to operate freely. Bai Yi jolted, wait a moment. Squelch. Ao wow dash. An extremely miserable and piercing scream. Ding. Your knife skills +1. Ding. Your sewing ability +1. Before Bai Yi, who had collapsed on the ground unconscious, foaming at the mouth with his eyes rolled back, Lin worked with a serious expression at his chest cavity, holding an embroidery needle and rapidly reinstalling his hardware at a dazzling speed, although this was Lin's first time installing organs into a living person. It wasn't too different from what he was used to. After all, back on Earth, he often assembled things for fun. He remembered that time as a kid when he took apart his father's car and then put it back together again. Sure, there might have been a bunch of extra parts left over, but you couldn't deny it was as good as new. Dozens of traffic cops couldn't even catch up to it. Lin squinted his eyes and quickly ran some sutures through the chest cavity with meticulous care. Heart, lungs, liver, half a kidney, large intestine, small intestine, a whole mess of parts. This should be how they connect, right? Probably didn't connect anything wrong. Wait. Is the heart supposed to be on the left or right side? Whatever. As long as it works. How should I connect these arteries though? The blood's already drained out. Maybe use something else. Lin swiftly connected everything that could be connected. Though it wasn't exactly aesthetically pleasing, it didn't matter since it was inside the chest cavity where no one could see. As long as it functioned. Lin looked satisfied at his masterpiece before him. But this was just the preliminary installation. To get these hardware components moving, he needed some special potions from this world. Lin squinted and pulled out a bottle of potion from his bag. Flesh proliferation potion. That's right. He had brewed another batch before leaving. As for materials, of course he had some. Last time he cleaned little one's ears, he harvested quite a lot. He couldn't help but think of the adorable, Omega, little one. Lolas have 3 virtues, their entire bodies are treasure. Swoosh. Lin opened the potion bottle and poured it into Bai Yi's chest cavity. Immediately, a miracle occurred. Bai Yi's organs, which had previously stopped functioning, quickly regained vitality after absorbing the flesh proliferation potion. Many delicate areas that couldn't be sutured were rapidly repaired under the potion's effects. With acute O epsilon. Waves of steam rose up. Asterisk asterisk. This feeling was really good, very satisfying. Just like the sense of accomplishment when you personally unbox and assemble an expensive doll kit you bought, and it can even make strange noises, full of confidence, making one very happy. Lin flicked the half-kidney. Ahahaha dash. Bai Yi unconsciously let out bubbling sounds. Mission accomplished. Lin clapped his hands, calmly and contentedly adjusted his monocle, then closed the opened ribs and chest cavity, locked it, took out a sharp little needle, and swiftly welded everything shut. Like this. A perfect young Bai Yi was declared complete. Ding! Congratulations on triggering achievement, recreating a living person, you received basic experience reward 200. Recreating a living person, stage achievement, obtained when you successfully assemble a humanoid creature through surgery without causing their death. You have taken a crucial step toward becoming a powerful flesh modification expert. You received permanent bonuses, mental energy +2, intelligence +2, affection +1. Lin remained calm. Then, his gaze fell upon Bai Yi's head again. Because the matter wasn't completely resolved yet. He had only solved the hardware and driver issues, but the CPU's fragmentation was the real problem threatening his life. Ding! You are activating random diagnosis, you discovered target disease 1, evil spirit filling. You discovered target disease 2, puppet control. You discovered target disease 3, erectile dysfunction. You discovered target disease 4, kidney deficiency. You discovered target. Lin decisively skipped the rest, not serious illnesses. The most important thing now was how to solve the first two diseases threatening him. This was the top priority. Lin looked serious, reached out his hand, and knocked on Bai Yi's head like tapping a watermelon. Thump thump thump. He tilted his head to listen. There was a sloshing sound inside. There's water. And quite a lot of it. Lin quickly opened the system's diagnostic records, clicked on the first two diseases, and rapidly browsed through the solutions. Evil spirit filling. Lin pondered. According to the system's introduction, this was an extremely unpleasant evil technique even in the dark world. This evil technique could forcibly peel a creature's soul out and then stuff it into another body, completing forced parasitism. As time passed, the evil spirit that was stuffed in would gradually replace the body's original soul and eventually complete the substitution. And the evil spirit that was stuffed in was parasitizing in. Lin squinted and said, the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe, part of a person's brain, also the part closest to the front. According to the system's introduction, the main area occupied by evil spirit filling was the brain's frontal lobe. In the early stages of evil spirit filling, that person's frontal lobe would gradually develop pathological changes. And when the pathological changes spread throughout the entire brain, that meant this person was completely parasitized and controlled. In the introduction about puppetry, Lin discovered the secret of how his client controlled Bai Yi and the others. Or rather, Alice didn't control them by directly manipulating their consciousness. But through some special connection, she controlled the evil spirit stuffed into this body, then used that evil spirit to indirectly control this body. Which meant, as long as he removed the stuffed evil spirit, he could simultaneously resolve both threats. Lin smiled slightly, having found the direction. Bai Yi, wake up. The upcoming surgery might require your cooperation. Stop pretending. Bai Yi was foaming at the mouth. Lin thought for a moment, then took out his revolver from his chest, glanced at Bai Yi's leg. Bang! One shot. Wah! Bai Yi instantly let out a sharp scream, terrified like a zombie, immediately sitting bolt upright. Little brother, you're awake. How do you feel? If there's any discomfort, tell your big brother immediately. Lin seamlessly grabbed his shoulders, speaking seriously. Bai Yi pointed fearfully at the bullet hole in his thigh, saying, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts, ah. Lin patted his shoulder, speaking gravely. Hurting is good, that's exactly what Big Brother wants you to do later, because I'm about to perform a minimally invasive brain surgery on you. But during this process, it's very likely to activate the evil spirit inside you. And once it discovers my intentions, it will definitely spare no effort to seize control of your body. You need to endure it. If you really can't endure it, then shoot yourself. Although it hurts, the sacred power of my gun can definitely temporarily suppress that evil spirit for you. Bai Yi trembled as he held the heavy revolver Lin had handed him, shaking uncontrollably as he said. Do I have to shoot myself? Lin said seriously, I can't afford to be distracted, so this difficult task can only be entrusted to you. After all, shooting is kind of an innate skill for men, isn't it? Bai Yi continued trembling. Brother, what did you mean earlier when you said, you were going to perform microsurgery on my brain? He always felt that this otherworldly big brother he knew was somewhat different from normal people. He seemed to completely disregard pain. And this disregard also extended to others. Lin nodded and said, it's simple. Because of the surgical location, we don't need to open the skull. Big Brother just needs to first remove your right eye, then insert it into your skull, poke around a few times, and we can complete this surgery in 3 to 5 minutes. Buzz. Bai Yi's gaze went blank. Remove the eye. Insert it. And poke around a few times. His mind instantly conjured an image of a hand scratching around itchily beneath his skull. Eek. Ding. Bai Yi's SAN -30. Ding. Bai Yi's SAN about to reach 0. Slap. Lin casually gave him a slap, seriously bringing him back to reality, and looked intently into his eyes. Don't let your imagination run wild. You need to trust me. Big Brother has been here for 2 years, and so far my surgical success rate is 100%, cure rate is 100%, satisfaction rate is 100%. And it's just removing an eyeball. What's there to be afraid of? Rengo Beta. Bai Yi trembled, being afraid should be the normal reaction, right? Woo-woo. Lin frowned, normal my ass. Your Big Brother often removes his own eyeballs for fun. Do you see me being afraid? Bai Yi shook, but why would you remove your own eyeballs for fun? That doesn't seem like an option normal humans would have. Slap. Lin cracked his knuckles, with symbols appearing one after another on his fists. Useless thing. Lin closed his eyes, angrily cracking his knuckles. Really pisses me off, you can't carve rotten wood. Bai E-O, _O covered his head. How could such a thing happen? Why did this seemingly human Big Brother always give him a feeling even more terrifying than those other evil ghosts? Was Big Brother really a normal human? Last chance. Do it or not. If not, I'm leaving. Let's just pretend we never met. Don't tell anyone outside that you're my fellow countryman. Lin said seriously. Bai E-O, _O said, I'll do it. I'll do it, alright. But Big Brother, you must be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Going all out. Since Big Brother is saving him, he must have his reasons. Compared to life itself, what's a little pain? My girlfriend is still waiting for me to come home and get intimate, woo-woo. A dozen seconds later. Bai Yi trembled as he swallowed his saliva, hugging his shoulders and shaking as he lay there, looking like a violated young girl. Meanwhile Lin narrowed his eyes, adjusted his glasses, took out tape, stuck his left eyelid up, and attached it to his forehead. This way he wouldn't blink due to reflex reactions. Lin cracked his fingers and said seriously, little brother, Big Brother is going to start now. Bear with it. It'll be quick, just whoosh. Bai Yi trembled, you're not using any tools. You're just going to use your bare hands. Lin smiled slightly. Don't worry, trust me. Big Brother used to use 3 fingers to remove them, but after fully inheriting my teacher's true teachings, I've now learned to use just 2 fingers. He dash. Bai Yi, omega. Bai Yi's terror of you +10. Seems like great progress. But is this really normal? What kind of world is this? It's too terrifying. Do you trust me? I want to trust you. Bai Yi said fearfully. Relax, it'll be quick. I'm going to remove it now. Wait a moment dash. Squelch. OWWW dash. An extremely miserable, terrified scream. Ding. Bai Yi's terror of you plus 30. Amidst the system's notifications, Bai Yi lay there dazedly, his left eye socket steaming with heat, murmuring as if he was no longer himself. Lin adjusted his monocle, looking at the fresh eyeball with nerves still attached in his hand. How does it feel? Not painful at all, right? It's already removed. Bai Yi murmured, Mom, going home. Lin leaned in to listen, curious. What? Tears streamed from Bai Yi's other eye as he murmured, I want my mom. Lin tearfully patted his shoulder. He was genuinely moved by Bai Yi's sentiment of missing his family even at such a time. Don't worry, your mom would be proud of you. Saying this, Lin placed the eyeball in his hand for him to handle himself, then turned his serious gaze to the left eye socket. Because the next step was the most difficult part of the procedure. Brain microsurgery. The brain actually has very weak pain sensation, so Bai Yi definitely wouldn't suffer too much. But the problem was how to do it. Because with one careless move, he might turn this hard-found, fellow countryman, into a blubbering idiot. That would break Lin's heart. Lin narrowed his eyes, Bai Yi, stay conscious. Remember. No matter what, you can't let yourself fall asleep, or everything will be wasted. I don't think you want to become an idiot, do you? Bai Yi murmured, right now. I'm pretty much already one. Lin felt gratified. He could still talk. That meant his consciousness was clear. Truly admirable. Saying this, Lin closed his eyes and immediately activated his flesh calamity. Whoosh. Instantly, under Bai Yi's dazed gaze, a dark vertical pupil slowly opened on Lin's cheek. Bai Yi, Omega X. An eye. A strange eye grew on Big Brother's face. Big Brother isn't human. He's really not human. Ding. Bai Yi's terror of you plus 10. But it wasn't over. Almost simultaneously, he tremblingly saw several small, slippery, long tentacles suddenly grow from the tips of Lin's index and middle fingers. Under his terrified gaze, those thin tentacles slowly crawled toward his left eye socket. Then whooshed inside. Omega, wah. Big Brother isn't just not human. With crying tone. He's a tentacle monster too. And it was that kind of tentacle monster that goes in and out of people's bodies. It went right inside in an instant. He was so terrified he was about to cry. Bai Yi's terror level plus 10. At that very moment, the evil spirit's vertical pupil on Lin's cheek rotated, and under the gaze of the evil spirit's perspective, it instantly locked onto the deep black area inside his brain. And that indicated that right on his frontal lobe, an evil spirit was residing. And that evil spirit was the very same one that had attacked him before. You little rascal, just watch me poke you to death today. Lin narrowed his eyes. Under his control, the several small flexible tentacles extending from his fingers quickly moved along the eye socket toward the outer layer of Bai Yi's brain. Lin immediately saw that a black tumor had already appeared at the edge of his brain. That tumor was the lesion. It was also the target he needed to eliminate today. But almost at the moment his small tentacles were about to approach, as if sensing the threat, the tumor suddenly pulsed like a heartbeat. Then Bai Yi instantly felt sharp stabs of pain in his consciousness, one wave after another. It was as if a vicious ghost was ferociously trying to seize control of his body. Massive waves of dizziness and drowsiness washed over him. Bai Yi immediately panicked. Quick! Stay awake. Don't let it violate you. Lin shouted loudly. His tentacles immediately accelerated their speed. Stay awake. Yes. Must stay awake. Absolutely cannot fall asleep. Otherwise. Bai Yi breathed rapidly, struggling forcefully against the ferocious malice in his mind. As if encountering Bai Yi's strong resistance, the black tumor in his brain suddenly emitted a sharp, prolonged shriek. And in the very next moment, the tumor suddenly extended one after another equally miniature black and transparent hands, shrieking as they tried to eliminate the two small tentacles Lin had inserted. Row E section. Think you're capable, huh? Lin was shocked. Lin directly pulled a razor blade from his box, snapped it in two, enchanted it with some evil spirit manifestation potion, then split off another tentacle and quickly delivered the weapon to the front lines. For a moment, inside Bai Yi's head, Lin's tentacles holding two razor blades directly engaged in combat with the black hand spreading over to protect the tumor. Equals. Clang. Bai Yi immediately heard the sounds of battle coming from inside his head, one wave after another. Bai Yi, Omega Omega, trembled and said, "Big brother. Big brother. What do you mean by delivering razor blades into my brain? What are you doing? What are you doing?" Lin gritted his teeth and said, "It's a bit tricky. I didn't expect that evil spirit to have evolved to the point where it can directly affect the external world. But don't worry. I wasn't raised on milk either. If it wants a fight, then fight. Would I be afraid of it?" Then inside Bai Yi's skull, Lin's tentacles holding razor blades were like two warriors, killing anyone in their way, slaying even gods who stood against them. Clang! The two tentacles rapidly advanced, slicing all the approaching evil spirit hands in half. The battlefront was rapidly advancing. Soon they would directly charge the enemy's main base. How's it going? How's the fight inside my brain going? Bai Yi trembled as he held the gun, feeling completely unwell. Lin gritted his teeth and said, "The resistance is strong, the enemy has sent out massive reinforcements, and judging by that evil spirit's motives, it's probably going to launch further consciousness invasion against you. Be careful." And almost the moment Lin finished speaking, buzz! Bai Yi immediately felt a tidal wave of fierce offensive in his consciousness, that excited and morbid feeling once again sweeping through his entire brain. His consciousness began to blur and become unclear, as if a ferocious evil ghost was slowly tearing him apart piece by piece. Quick! Quick, shoot! Use holy power to restrain it. He vaguely heard Lin's urgent voice in his ear. Bai Yi murmured. Finally using all his strength, he pulled the trigger aiming at his own leg. Bang! A woo dash! Bai Yi let out a pig-slaughtering terrified scream. Massive electric currents crackled and spread throughout his entire body, and his consciousness instantly became somewhat clearer. Not because of holy power, but because of the pain. Pig-slaughtering level pain. Well done. Bai Yi, keep it up. It's already been greatly affected, I'll soon be able to help you eliminate it. Lin's encouraging shout came from his ear. Bai Yi trembled as he held the gun, looking at his bleeding thigh. Easy for you to say. It hurts. Mother dying level pain. Bai Yi. The second wave is coming. Quick. Quick. Bang. A woo dash, Bai Yi screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. Third wave. Third wave. I'm about to reach that evil spirit. One more wave of assistance. It all depends on you. Bang. Bai Yi. And finally, after who knows how many shots. Bai Yi already felt he was losing his mind, not because of the evil spirit residing in his brain, but purely because of the pain. Shot after shot of mother-dying level pain. He was dazed, expression blank, vision blurry, the hand holding the revolver already beginning to waver unsteadily, left and right and center. He felt like he had split apart. This body no longer belonged to him. Just like an emotionless shooting machine, the kind of emotionless machine that pulls the trigger as soon as he hears Big Brother's voice. He felt like he had transcended. Bai Yi. One last time. One more perfect assist. We're about to succeed. Lin's roar came from his ear. Bai Yi decisively pulled the trigger. Bang. Squelch. The gunshot and cutting sound happened almost simultaneously. And inside Bai Yi's skull, the tumor was finally severed by Lin's tentacle with one slash, completely detached from its parasitic hold on Bai Yi. Ding! You successfully eliminated Bai Yi's evil spirit parasite, you obtained 200 base experience. The surgery was perfectly successful. Bai Yi. Lin's face showed high fighting spirit after the battle, saying, "From now on, you no longer need to endure that consciousness disturbing you." Bai Yi's expression was blank as he murmured, "Big brother, but I feel a bit unwell." "What's wrong?" "I missed." "Missed where?" "Shot." Bai Yi's eyes were red-rimmed as he reached out his hand, pointing at his own. Lin froze for a moment, looking in the direction Bai Yi was pointing. Buzz. Lin was instantly shaken. That shot really hit the bullseye with perfect accuracy. This was something he hadn't anticipated. If there was still one left before, now there really were none remaining at all. "Does it hurt?" Lin asked with surprise. Bai Yi cried, "It's gone completely numb." "Can you still feel anything there?" "I can't feel anything anymore." Lin moved his lips, wanting to offer comfort, but for a moment couldn't find the right words. He activated his random diagnosis ability. Ding! Random diagnosis activated successfully. You have discovered target disease 6, shattered balls. Wah dash. Bai Yi instantly burst into loud sobbing, as if he were cracking apart. Gone. They're gone. Before there was at least one barely holding on, but now there really isn't a single one left. He was no longer a complete man anymore. This was utterly ridiculous. Seeing Bai Yi's heartbroken appearance, Lin shook his head, patted his shoulder, and said calmly but deeply, "Don't be sad. When you're drifting in another world, how can you avoid getting cut? It's just a matter of an inch or two. If they're gone, they're gone. If you want, Big Brother can help you replace them with stainless steel ones." Bai Yi trembled, "I don't want stainless steel ones, I just want my original ones back." Seeing Lin's troubled expression, Bai Yi pleaded pitifully, "Big Brother, fellow countryman. I know you have incredible abilities, do you have any kind of potion that can quickly restore injuries? I know you must have something, oh no." Lin thought with difficulty, "I do have some, but I already used one on you when I was reinstalling your hardware earlier. If I give you a second dose, there's a high chance some unfavorable changes might occur, and ordinary potions aren't strong enough." Lin looked at him seriously and sternly, not joking with him. But upon hearing that Lin had some, Bai Yi couldn't care less about any of that. Because that was hope. It was a man's final dignity. Trembling, a gleam appeared in his eyes as he said, "I'm not afraid. Big Brother. As long as I can become a complete man again, I'm not afraid of anything." Really? Seeing Bai Yi's intense longing to be a man again, Lin hesitated repeatedly, finally pulling out his flesh proliferation potion from the medical kit. He furrowed his brow. The flesh proliferation potion was indeed an extremely overpowered potion. That intense restorative effect could truly revive you to full health and energy as long as you still had a breath left. The more you used it, the greater the probability and degree of your mutation would become. But after experiencing the out-of-control mutation from downing dozens of potions consecutively, Lin had developed strong resistance to this potion. Because the negative effects were really quite severe. If Lin used it himself, there was an extremely high chance he might immediately mutate into some terrifying form even he couldn't control. Lin pondered, hesitating as he said, "Bai Yi, don't say I didn't warn you. You've already used this potion once. If you use it a second time, there's a high chance you'll develop some unfavorable mutations. Are you sure you still want to use it?" Bai Yi trembled, yes. He couldn't process anything else now. The only thing in his mind right now was his poor balls. His balls. Lin narrowed his eyes, finally reaching out and uncorking the flesh proliferation potion. The crimson liquid with bubbles occasionally rising looked particularly bloody and bizarre. "All right then. Remember. If you feel any abnormal organs appearing, you must tell me immediately, otherwise something big could happen." His expression was serious and full of warning. Bai Yi trembled nervously, hugging his shoulders, "Oh," as he said, I know. Woo-woo. Drip. A dropping sound. Instantly, Bai Yi immediately felt waves of tingling sensations appearing at all the wound sites throughout his body. It felt as if a warm current was flowing through his body, and also as if countless ants were crawling. And in the very next moment, he immediately saw with surprise. The gunshot wound on his thigh was actually beginning to heal bit by bit at a visible rate. And it wasn't just the wound on his thigh. He could also clearly feel the unusual sensation of wound healing in that particular location. So amazing. He was astonished, even his breathing became rapid. He swore. In the world he came from, there absolutely couldn't be any potion with such overpowered healing effects. Because this was simply a miracle. A true miracle. Then, under his delighted gaze, the flesh that had been shot to pieces was gradually being eliminated under the potion's effects. He could feel it. He felt something being rapidly constructed. Something was quickly emerging from within his body. That feeling. It was like a tear-jerking rebirth. Like a newly hatched chick curiously and cautiously looking around at this wonderful world, then carefully poking out its head. He felt like he. Was reclaiming his dignity as a man. Swoosh. Instantly, a pitch-black tentacle as thick as an arm suddenly writhed and coiled out from his wound. Surroundings fell into complete silence. Bai Yi's expression, which had been immersed in a beautiful dream, instantly froze rigidly in place. Lin was shocked, stunned into frozen silence, unable to utter a word. Huh. Bai Yi stared at that writhing and coiling tentacle, motionless. This is slick. The long tentacle affectionately rubbed against Bai Yi's stunned cheek intermittently, leaving trails of mucus on his face. It's a tentacle. Bai Yi instantly, omega, let out a sharp, terrified scream. Ding! Bai Yi's SAN -10. Ding! Bai Yi's SAN -20. Ding! Bai Yi's SAN -30. And in that instant, Lin finally reacted, instantly springing into action, gritting his teeth as he grabbed the night demon blade, saying through clenched teeth. I knew it. A mutation really did appear after all. Bai Yi. Spread your legs. In that split second, Lin erupted in fury, suddenly raising the night demon blade in his hand, giving that tentacle no chance to grow at all. Let Big Brother help you deal with it. Squelch. 1/. AOO-. Bai Yi let out a terrified, pig-slaughtering-like scream. Several minutes later. Thud. The long tentacle fell to the ground, twitched a few times, then showed no further movement. Bai Yi, pale-faced, woke up with Lin's help, opening his eyes dazedly, weakly murmuring. Big Brother, the tentacle. Lin's eyes slightly reddened, holding his hand as he said, Don't worry, the tentacle has already been chopped off by Big Brother. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Bai Yi murmured, It feels empty, so empty. Lin's eyes turned completely red as he said, Big Brother chopped it off right from the root. Bai Yi murmured, still, leaving behind, something. Lin wiped his eye sockets and said, It's all gone. Bai Yi moved his lips, lying there dazedly, his eyes reflecting the ceiling, feeling like his entire world was collapsing before him. In that instant. He thought of his parents. He thought of his girlfriend. He thought of those good buddies who compared sizes in the bathhouse. And all of that dissipated before his eyes like the wind. A few minutes later. Bai Yi stood up in a dazed, bewildered state, and under Lin's comfort and encouragement, he temporarily gave up on thoughts of suicide. Because just as Big Brother said, in this dark world, life is filled with infinite possibilities. Yes. It's just a matter of an inch or two. As a passionate young man, should he really care about that? Compared to that inch or two, isn't life the most precious thing that should be cherished? Big Brother, you promised me, afterwards you'll definitely install a stainless steel one for me, that's what you said. Don't lie to me, sob. Bai Yi wiped his tears with reddened eyes, looking at Lin beside him with a wronged expression. Lin adjusted his monocle, his expression calm, saying. Don't worry. Even barbed ones are fine. But before that, we have more important matters to attend to. I won't let off any of those who dared to bully my fellow countrymen. Let's go. Saying this, Lin's expression turned gloomy as he carried his chainsaw, bringing along the weak and helpless Bai Yi, and kicked open the freezer door with one foot. What they didn't notice was that at the moment they left, pairs of eyes slowly opened on the freezer walls, covering the entire wall. Carefully leaving the busy kitchen, the pig-headed butcher was still busy at the stove, the kitchen filled with rich aromas. Lin didn't disturb him. He brought Bai Yi all the way to the corridor outside. Bai Yi trembled as he hugged his chest, saying, "Big brother, are you going to settle accounts with that girl? She's not someone to mess with, she's a fierce ghost. She's the one who personally stuffed that evil spirit into my brain. En. Maybe we should just run away." Lin adjusted his glasses, saying firmly, "Don't be afraid. I'm a doctor. Since the owner of this place hired me, I won't leave until I've completely cured her. Because doing otherwise would be too unprofessional." Lin coldly cracked his neck. "After I cure her, I'll kill her." And almost the moment his words finished, the candle flames in the corridor ahead of them suddenly began shaking violently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Candles abruptly extinguished one after another. The surrounding walls cracked with numerous fissures. Then, under Bai Yi's terrified gaze, large amounts of sticky blood and hair came flowing out from the cracks in the walls. Buzz. A chilling wind blew past. Without any warning, a pale little girl with disheveled hair appeared before Lin. "Ghost!" Bai Yi screamed in terror, immediately hiding behind Lin. Almost simultaneously, a status panel for the little girl appeared before Lin's eyes. Alice. Race, Earthbound Spirit. Attribute, Neutral Evil. Combat ability, Strong obsessions and hatred grant her unparalleled abilities. Introduction, Body being cut, will being shattered. Father, mother, brother, they should all love her properly, right? They shouldn't abandon her, right? They shouldn't cut her up, right? They shouldn't bury her, right? Shouldn't we be a harmonious family? Shouldn't we be happy? Lin suddenly extended his hand, calmly reaching out to block Bai Yi behind him. Are you Alice? The little girl stared at him with hollow eyes, not speaking. Her body was extremely eerie, covered with fine black patterns on her cheeks, arms, and ankles, but upon closer inspection, they looked like densely packed cracks. She appeared to be only about 10 years old, wearing a pure white dress, but one could faintly see what seemed like washed-out bloodstains on it. Eerie silence spread wantonly. After a long time. Crack, crack, crack. She mechanically raised her head, her hollow, cracked eyes reflecting Lin's image. Become my family. She mechanically, twistedly extended her hand toward Lin. Like an invitation. Not turning you into a puppet, you stay, keep me company. Hollow and intermittent, giving people an indescribable eeriness and horror. Bai Yi trembled, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Ghost. She was the most ferocious evil spirit in this place. She was also the one controlling those two puppets, who pulled out his internal organs and turned him into that terrifying state. Bai Yi -10. Lin calmly confronted the little girl, saying, What's the reason? Alice moved her lips hollowly, saying, You, not bad. She mechanically, stiffly turned her head, her hollow gaze falling on the trembling Bai Yi hiding behind him, mechanically moving her lips. You, cured, old brother, you have, good heart. So, didn't disturb you. Lin instantly remembered the abnormal chill he felt earlier in the freezer. He also recalled that while cutting the tumor in Bai Yi's head, he had been constantly vigilant about what might happen. Because he knew that the resentful spirit filling Bai Yi's head was this earthbound spirit named Alice. And when he was cutting that evil spirit, she couldn't possibly not sense it. But the progress was unusually smooth. Apart from the evil spirit's own resistance and struggle, the potential interference from Alice that might have occurred didn't happen. And this was what puzzled him. Alice hollowly raised her head, saying, Alice, once, loving brother. Eerie silence rumbled as it spread around them. Was it because of this reason? Just because she saw him helping Bai Yi heal, so she didn't interfere? Was it kindness? No. Or rather, obsession. Lin narrowed his eyes, calmly looking at her, and smiled. If I agree, what price would I have to pay? Alice said hollowly and mechanically, stay here, with Alice. Earthbound spirit. Indeed. Lin had some understanding of these spirits bound to one place after death. And when she said, stay here, it probably meant never being able to leave this castle's grounds for a lifetime. Lin curled up the corner of his mouth. Sorry, little girl, I can't agree to that, because I can't possibly stay in one place forever. But I can help you. Lin smiled slightly, extending 2 fingers to adjust his lens. My teacher has researched earthbound spirits, and since you hired me, my primary goal is naturally to cure you. Of course, if you're lacking love, Big Brother can occasionally show you some affection a few times. Alice stared at him vacantly. As expected. This meant negotiations had broken down. A gentle breeze whooshed past, and the little girl vanished into thin air before him. But throughout the entire corridor, the girl's hollow, mechanical voice echoed. You will, change your mind. You will willingly, stay. Daddy and Mommy will love you too. That wasn't her true body, but merely an illusion. A vertical evil spirit pupil on Lin's neck suddenly rotated, locked onto a specific position, then swiftly closed and disappeared. Lin smiled faintly and tossed the night demon blade to Bai Yi. Let's go. I've located her position. The journey ahead won't be peaceful. Bai Yi hadn't even processed this. And in the very next moment, the entire corridor erupted with waves of shrill, maddened screams. Pale hands menacingly extended from cracks in the walls one after another. The entire dim corridor was instantly occupied by those terrifying ghostly hands. Bai Yi's face immediately turned deathly pale with fear. This is. Lin smiled mysteriously. It seems my patient has killed many beings here. Be careful, it's not just their family in this place. In an instant. Lin gripped the chainsaw on his back and gave it a hard pull. The bloody chainsaw immediately roared to life with a deafening zzzzzzz sound. Let's move. Lin's smile was particularly eerie. Then, under Bai Yi's stunned gaze, Lin strode forward fearlessly. The chainsaw in his hand sliced through over a dozen arms surging from the walls as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, accompanied by a crashing sound. Alpha Nu B. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin moved like a reaper harvesting crops. Every swing of his chainsaw sent countless arms raining down in heaps. Ding! You sawed an evil spirit, you gained experience x10. Bai Yi watched, his heart pounding with terror and awe. Trembling, he held the night demon blade with both hands, legs clamped together, cautiously following behind Lin. He watched as Lin calmly strode forward, unleashing carnage. So strong. What incredible mental fortitude must one possess to remain so composed and effortless in such a scene? Then he immediately thought of himself. He realized. Apart from screaming like a little girl, compared to Big Brother, he was practically a different species. And they even appeared to be around the same age. An immense sense of security suddenly washed over him. Trembling with fear, Bai Yi quickly hugged the night demon blade and hurried to keep up with Lin's pace, anxiously glancing left and right, terrified of being startled by suddenly appearing evil spirits. Big Brother, you're not scared at all. Lin gritted his teeth, pulling the chainsaw with a zzzzzzz sound. Scared? Of course I'm scared. Really scared to death. Since I was little, I've always been most afraid of these evil ghosts. The moment he finished speaking, a wildly howling head instantly shot out from the wall beside Bai Yi, shrieking as it reached for him. Bai Yi, Big Brother. Omega Omega. Boom. Lin punched the head, smashing it to pulp instantly. Swinging up the chainsaw. Right in front of Bai Yi, Lin plunged it directly into the wall. Torrents of blood zzzzzzzz'd and spurted from the wall, splattering all over Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi, Omega Omega. Crack. Lin calmly pulled the blood-soaked chainsaw out, slung it over his shoulder, spat, and tilted his head to signal. Follow me. Bai Yi was dumbstruck. So cool. So stylish. So badass. If his girlfriend could have such an invincible boyfriend, she'd feel so safe. Even he felt overflowing with security, his heart racing. Big Brother was truly amazing. Bai Yi swallowed hard, eyes wide, hugging the night demon blade as he quickly scurried to catch up. They fought their way through. Bai Yi's mind buzzed. For some reason, he kept feeling like this was a max-level pro carrying a level 0 newbie through a horror game. He realized that apart from shouting, 666, he seemed utterly useless. This feeling of being carried. It was truly fantastic. Bai Yi was moved to tears. Ding! Bai Yi's admiration for you +10. Amidst the constant system notifications, Lin carried the chainsaw, overcoming all obstacles, fighting his way out of the corridor, then kicked open the living room door. Instantly. An intensely thick, rotting stench wafted from the dark hall into their nostrils. Lin's gaze swept calmly across the room. Compared to before he left, this hall had clearly undergone some changes. The dining table was now covered in dust, and the food on the plates emitted waves of decay. Drip. The sound of water droplets falling echoed from the darkness. Bai Yi, nervous and trembling, said, "Big Brother, this place feels really eerie. Shouldn't we run?" Lin glanced around. No need. Drink this potion. Lin casually pulled a bottle of green, oily potion from his medical kit and tossed it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi fumbled to catch it, panicked. What is this? Lin glanced at him. Drink it. Bai Yi, bewildered but knowing Big Brother wouldn't harm him, quickly pulled out the stopper and gulped down the potion. Gulp gulp. Ugh. What a disgusting taste. What kind of potion is this? It feels like drinking shit. No. It's even worse than shit. But he forced it down with difficulty. And the moment he drank it, he suddenly saw, to his shock, that his entire body was slowly emitting waves of sickly green light. Big Brother. Big Brother. I'm green. I've turned green. Bai Yi was horrified. Lin remained calm, alert to their surroundings. Normal phenomenon. I developed that potion using a few radioactive fingers. It's pretty useless, but it's bright. Plop. Almost simultaneously. A drop of viscous liquid suddenly fell from above onto Lin's cheek. Lin instinctively looked up. By the green light emanating from Bai Yi's body, Lin instantly saw that attached to the dark living room ceiling was a skinned monster extending several blood-red arms. The mucus had dripped from that monster's mouth. Roar dash. A terrifying roar. Almost instantly, the skinned, twisted monster leaped down from the ceiling, abruptly pinning Lin beneath it. Big Brother, cried the fully green glowing Bai Yi in horror, because everything happened too suddenly. Lin's limbs were instantly pinned to the floor by numerous blood-red, skinned hands, and a massive mouth faced Lin up close, its eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. You, evil man. You should have promised my daughter. You made her think that I, her mother, am completely useless. She shrieked, her face twisted with ferocity. On the bulging hump on her back, there hung a bloody human skin that looked like it had just been peeled off. That was her own skin. Lin immediately recognized that this monster was the female host he had encountered earlier in the living room. Clearly, during his absence, Alice had performed some minor modifications on her again. Lin said calmly, "You're very angry. Do you think that by controlling my limbs, I can't do anything to you? Die." A hoarse, ferocious roar. The monster suddenly opened its enormous bloody maw and mercilessly lunged toward Lin's head. Without a doubt. That monster could easily shatter his skull with a single bite. Big Brother. I'll save you. Seeing this, Bai Yi trembled and was about to charge over with the night demon blade to help Lin. But the moment he took a step forward, a terrifying scene unfolded. He suddenly saw two crimson tentacles sprout from Lin's shoulders, which clattered as they grabbed the monster's upper and lower jaws. By E, Omega Omega. By ESAN-10. He had forgotten. He completely forgot. Although his big brother looked human on the surface, he truly wasn't a normal person. His big brother was a tentacle monster. Crack 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 crack. The monster's upper and lower jaws were gradually pushed apart under the restraint of Lin's tentacles. She continuously let out long screams from her throat, but it was utterly useless. NS. One tentacle calmly helped Lin adjust his glasses. Then it reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a cigarette and a flint striker. With a flick, it lit the cigarette for Lin. Lin took a drag, then calmly blew a smoke ring directly into the monster's gaping mouth and said lightly. "Madam, it's not about how many limbs you have, but how you use them. You should have used 3 hands to control my right hand and 2 feet, then used 5 more hands to control my left hand, then cut the nonsense and directly go for my head or my beep. That way, you might have had some chance of winning." Lin blew another smoke ring at her. Crack crack crack. Under the monster's horrified gaze, an unimaginable great force suddenly erupted from the human's left arm. It was like a monstrously strong lowly fiercely prying steel bars. Whoosh! Amid Lin's calm smoke rings. His left hand instantly transformed into a sharp bone blade, cleanly severing several of the arms on her left side on the spot. The monster abruptly let out a piercing, miserable shriek. Crimson blood spurted out, dyeing the entire main hall red. Lin said innocently, "You made my Miss Swa angry. You'd better pray for your own good fortune." In an instant, the monster's eyes suddenly showed terror. She saw that, unnoticed, his left hand had already reached right in front of her face. The mouth on its palm suddenly revealed a row of pure white teeth, flashing with a ding sound of bright light. Chomp! Amid her terrified screams, the left hand suddenly enlarged, opening into a several-meter-wide bloody maw, and bit down on half of her body in one go. She struggled desperately, but it was completely useless. What the hell kind of monster is this? What the hell kind of monster is this? Bai Yi stood there dazedly holding the night demon blade, mouth agape, watching the scene without moving. This. Is this how battles work in this terrifying world? Why does Big Brother's hand have a mouth too? Why can Big Brother's hand transform into various shapes? It seems like aside from looking human, there's nothing about Big Brother that resembles a human at all. Smack! Bai Yi stared blankly as the monster was slammed left and right on the ground by Big Brother's left hand. Big Brother, who stood there calmly smoking like a little chick, smack 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 against the floor. Wait! Shouldn't this be a horror world? So why does it suddenly feel not scary at all? He felt his worldview being violently refreshed. Swazwa. Lin calmly tossed away his cigarette butt and flexed his arm, saying, "Don't beat her to death. Remember, we're doctors, white-robed angels who bring happiness and peace. She's just sick, and sickness needs treatment. You can't be so rough with patients." Crunch. Zwazwa flung the monster to the ground, chewing on her 2 arms, and muttered. "Don't act all, beep, in front of this hand. This hand isn't buying your act, you know. Bai Yi, winky face. This. Big Brother's left hand, can actually talk. Oh my God. My dear father. This isn't right at all." Lin wiped his sleeves and strode over to the monster who had been beaten half paralyzed, with her facial features twisted every which way, blood spurting out continuously. He calmly tapped her forehead and said, "I'm going to start the treatment now. Anesthesia is scarce, so it might hurt a bit. Bear with it, understood?" The monster trembled as she looked at that face, an indescribable terror suddenly sweeping through her entire body. What is he going to do? Why is he making that weird expression? Could it be? And in the very next moment, the zzzzzzzzzzzzz sound of a chainsaw starting up rang out. Bai Yi instantly, Omega, watched as his big brother rode on top of the monster, holding a chainsaw, performing some indescribable operations on her with sing-sing sounds. Ah! The monster let out a terrified scream. Bai Yi covered his ears, also screaming repeatedly in terror. No way! This can't be happening. Too cruel. Too cruel. He sawed it open. He reached inside. He went into that opening. Ding! Female host terror plus 20. Ding! Bai Yi terror plus 30. Ding! Female host SN minus 20. Ding! Bai Yi SN minus 20. Several minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on triggering achievement, perfect craniotomy surgery, great success. You obtained 200 base experience. Perfect craniotomy surgery, great success, stage achievement, obtainable when performing a perfect craniotomy surgery on a target without causing death. This indicates you have taken another important step toward becoming a healing doctor. You obtained permanent bonuses, surgery ability plus 10, intelligence plus 2, strength plus 3, happiness plus 5, slap slap. Lin calmly stood up, tossing aside 2 blood-stained gloves and adjusting his monocle as he said. Excellent, the surgery was perfectly successful. Just as I suspected, the original consciousness of this body has been completely taken over by you, this evil spirit. But I've temporarily removed Alice's influence over you. You now have your own independent will. The method was both difficult and simple. Because mental control always requires some medium to accomplish, whether it's curses, cursed arts, or ghostly energy. And as long as you use special potions to isolate the connection between the puppet and the controller, you can temporarily remove the interference. So. He poured a full dose of mercury-mixed potion into this monster's brain. Because mercury in this world has excellent effects in isolating mysterious supernatural interference, similar to materials like magic iron, black obsidian stones, and various other minerals. His teacher was an expert in modifications, so he had extensive knowledge in this area. And of course, Lin had completely inherited his teacher's legacy. Heh 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 heh. On the floor. The monster lay there dazed, blood bubbling from its nose, mouth, and ears, occasionally twitching, clearly showing signs of being somewhat broken. Lin glanced over. Almost forgot. Immediately, Lin calmly grabbed the human skin that had been peeled off her, pulled out his chainsaw, and amid her terrified screams, removed all her excess limbs. Are a Nigerian Nairo. Then he carefully dressed her in her own skin as if putting on clothes, and meticulously stitched it up from the back with needle and thread. Splash. He sprinkled large amounts of healing potion over her body, and the flesh and blood began to writhe. Ding! Your surgical ability has significantly improved. You gained 100 experience points. Lin opened his dead fish eyes and crouched before the woman he had healed, saying. No need to thank me, since this is a paid service. Tell me, what's the deal with your daughter? Explain it clearly, and I'll give you a 10% discount. The female host dazedly turned her head with a creaking sound, looking at the man who had brought her pain and terror. Whoosh! She instantly opened her enormous, bloody maw. Slap! Lin delivered a hard slap across her face. Ding! Female host's terror of you plus 30. Ding! Female host's attitude toward you has reached extreme fear. You gained 200 basic experience points. Talk! Lin shot her a glance. The female host covered her cheek aggrievedly, like a woman who had just been brutally violated multiple times, slumped there with her chest trembling in fear. I don't know, please spare me. I was killed by that vicious girl, I don't know anything. Lin opened his dead fish eyes and said kindly. Auntie, you need to trust me. I'm here to help you. I'm a doctor. Look, I've already cured your illness. Shouldn't we be more honest with each other? Look at you now, so beautiful. Bai Yi trembled as he swallowed hard. Because he realized Brother Lin's attitude shifts were just too rapid. How could he calmly chop off most of this monster's limbs while simultaneously wearing such a kind expression? Was this the law of survival in this world? Wide-eyed, He quickly tore off a piece of tablecloth and rapidly recorded everything using charcoal from the fireplace. This was all valuable experience. Priceless experience. The woman looked at Lin's kind smile and grew even more terrified, hugging her chest as she trembled. That girl, she's a vengeful ghost. Back in our world, she murdered our entire family in a deranged frenzy. As if recalling something utterly terrifying, her eyes trembled even more violently. She cut open my stomach, forced me to eat, made me eat and eat, until my stomach split open, kept eating until I literally burst to death. She's a damned crazy girl. Her eyes filled with venom as she thought of something. Lin stroked his chin and said, "Oh. Then why would she do that to you?" The female host's gaze shifted evasively as she said venomously, "Because she hates me. She's an inhuman lunatic. She's been mentally unstable since childhood. She would torture animals. Cut sparrows and rabbits open alive with a knife. She deserves to die." Ding! You triggered a quest, the vicious daughter. Quest objective, kill Alice. Quest reward, female host affinity plus 100, skeleton coins plus 500, basic experience plus 500. Lin smiled slightly and said, "It seems you really hate her too. How fascinating. Don't worry, with me here didn't I come here specifically to treat people?" The female host immediately trembled and said, "Yes. Yes. Doctor. That evil ghost is sick. She needs treatment. As long as you can cure her and hand her over to me, you can have anything you want. I can give you the entire ancient castle." Lin smiled and said, "That sounds tempting." The female host said joyfully, "So, you agree?" Stab. Lin plunged a knife straight through her chest. Crimson blood instantly sprayed from her back, staining the wall behind her. She stared dazedly, large amounts of blood bubbling from her mouth as she said, You. The corners of Lin's mouth curled upward as he said, "Ah. Yes, I think I roughly understand that little brat's symptoms now. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Since she called me here to treat her, I'll definitely cure her. So why don't you serve as my medicinal ingredient instead?" Bai Yi stared blankly as the charcoal pencil in his hand clattered to the floor. Clearly, he too was shocked by Lin's erratic behavior. One moment he was all smiles and kindness, the next he was stabbing the other party. This. Was this even human? Zwa, preserve this properly, don't digest it. Whether we can cure that little girl depends on them. With a whoosh, Zwa opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the terrified woman in one gulp. Lin wiped the blood from his hands, stood up with a smile, adjusted his monocle, turned to look at the stunned Bai Yi beside him, hoisted his chainsaw over his shoulder, and said, "Let's go. On to the next location." After saying this, Lin, carried his chainsaw over his shoulder and strode confidently toward the staircase leading upstairs, his expression showing no signs of being affected by any discomfort. Is his mind actually normal? Bai Yi stared wide-eyed, swallowed hard, and hurriedly followed after him. Soon, the main hall returned to silence. A flash of lightning streaked across the pitch-black window outside, casting the long shadow of a little girl onto the blood-stained wall. Creepy pharmacist, all my patients are scary, on the stairs. Bai Yi followed closely behind Lin, trembling with fear as he watched Lin carrying the chainsaw with a cheerful expression. Finally swallowing hard, he widened his eyes and asked, Big brother, can I ask you a question?" "Speak." Bai Yi said nervously, "Didn't you say you were going to help that female ghost just now? Why did you suddenly give her a stab?" Hearing this, Lin curled the corner of his mouth, adjusted his monocle, and said with a sidelong glance, "I lied to her." Bai Yi, huh? A slight curve appeared on Lin's face as he smiled and said, "Because the commission I accepted was to cure Miss Alice of Happy Home's illness, and that came with a deposit. As for others, of course I'll treat them if possible. After all, I'm a doctor and can't ignore sickness. But once they're cured, they become enemies. Moreover, Lin rubbed his eyebrow. She actually dared to make me eat that disgusting thing. Lin's resentment +1. Bai Yi was stunned. This. Why does the logic here feel so abnormal? Why do you have to cure her first and then kill her? That's just too strange. Bai Yi widened his eyes, swallowed hard, and said, then what about the medicinal ingredient you mentioned earlier? Lin glanced up at him and said. Simple. Because that woman was lying. No one becomes a vengeful ghost for no reason, unless they were born as ghosts. But since she was human, for her resentment to be so great that it dragged the entire ancient castle down into this world with her. With diuresis. Lin's mouth curled up slightly. There's definitely more to the story. A friendly and gentle father. A virtuous mother who could keep her children fed. A brother who never beat his sister. What a happy family. Lin showed Bai Yi a row of white teeth and smiled. I forgot to tell you. Earlier, when I was cutting out that evil spirit tumor in your brain, I saw some interesting scenes. That freezer where you were hanging used to be his storage room, he. Bai Yi felt chills run down his spine from Lin's laughter. Storage room. Could it be? In an instant, some memory fragments from when the evil spirit was parasitizing him flashed through his mind, images of boning knives and animal carcasses hanging from iron hooks. Buzz. A cold chill instantly enveloped his entire body, making him shiver uncontrollably. By the time he regained his composure, Lin had already briskly walked up to the higher levels of the stairs. Big brother. Wait for me. Bai Yi panicked and hurried to catch up. Second floor of the ancient castle. Lin carried the chainsaw, a strand of hair in his mouth, and an evil spirit vertical eye instantly appeared on his nose. After quickly scanning the area, Lin determined the direction and smiled. Let's go. Through this corridor, to that tower. It's time we met Miss Alice in person. Bai Yi trembled as he hugged the night demon blade, quickly following. But the moment they stepped into the corridor. Buzz. An extremely cold and sinister aura suddenly swept in from all directions. And in the next moment, a skinned, shrieking monster roared as it burst out from one of the walls, lunging straight at Bai Yi. Bai Yi screamed in terror. Don't pick on the weak one. Squelch. Lin used the chainsaw to directly bisect the monster before it could pounce on Bai Yi. But almost simultaneously. The dusty stained glass on the right shattered with a crash. Piercing evil spirit shrieks came from the black mist outside the window, and one after another, gargoyles flapped their wings as they surged in through the windows, launching attacks against them. This wave of assault was extremely fierce. Not just from outside the windows, from both side walls and oil paintings, skinned monsters shrieked as they emerged, crawling on all fours, rushing to attack them. Bai Yi had never seen such a scene before. He was almost instantly scared to the point of falling to the ground, nearly pissing himself. Big brother. There's too many. Too many. They're packed everywhere. Bai Yi stared in horror at the tide of corpses surging through the corridor, feeling completely overwhelmed. Lin smiled slightly. He tossed the chainsaw to Bai Yi. Cracked his neck, then reached into his pants pocket. Times like these call for some weapons of mass destruction, he. Whoosh. Under Bai Yi's astonished gaze, Lin directly pulled out from his pants pocket an arm dozens of centimeters thick, 2 meters long, with a black dragon head growing at the end. Bai Yi, Omega. What is that? What is that? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. How did Big Brother pull out such a thick, sturdy thing from his pants pocket? Is he cheating? Buzz. Almost instantly, dense flesh and blood vines grew from Lin's shoulder, noisily connecting that arm to his body. The dragon head's eyes instantly lit up with magma-like crimson light. Ding! Arm of dragon breath grafting completed. Current arm of dragon breath wear, 50%. Crack. Lin grinned, using his right hand to press down on the twitching, ferocious arm of dragon breath, leaning his head forward as he said. Eat shit. Roar. In an instant, an ear-splitting dragon roar resounded throughout the entire ancient castle. The ferocious black dragon head's eyes surged with endless rage, as if wanting to burn everything in this world to ashes. And right under Bai Yi's utterly shocked gaze, the dragon head suddenly lifted, flames surging in its mouth, furiously opening its massive jaws toward the swarming gargoyles and skinned monsters. Roar. The blazing dragon breath was like flames that could burn away all darkness. Wherever the dragon breath reached, one monster after another turned into black ashes amid miserable screams. One gargoyle after another shrieked as they burned, tumbling down from the sky. Ding! You killed a gargoyle, you obtained 30 experience points. Ding! You killed a wandering spirit, you obtained 20 experience points. Continuous system notifications sounded in Lin's ears. Bai Yi's face was illuminated by the blazing flames, his eyes filled with awe and shock as he let out inarticulate cries. So cool. So powerful. Big Brother is invincible. This is what a real man is like. Real men shouldn't waste their interests on women. If you're going to play with something this big. This is true masculine romance. Indeed. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. And Big Brother is the kind of tough guy who carries an entire ammunition depot with him. Oh. My. God. Oh my God. Bai Yi watched with boiling blood, heart-pounding excitement, and skyrocketing hormones. He really wanted to learn this move. Pulling out such an awesome weapon of mass destruction from your pants, this made him want to reach into his own pants too. For a full 10 minutes, it continued uninterrupted. Every last gargoyle outside the windows and the swarming monsters were completely incinerated into ashes. Lin panted heavily, pulling a blue potion from his medical kit and gulping it down in large swallows. The mental energy he had just expended and the physical exhaustion were instantly and effectively relieved. Ding! You consumed a mental energy potion, and your mental energy has been significantly replenished. Since this was his first house call, Lin had practically brought every type of potion available in the shop. After all, to leave a professional and favorable impression on the client, thorough preparation was naturally essential. Lin smiled slightly, removed the arm of dragon breath, and said, "Let's go." They've been reduced to ashes. Just as Lin was about to step forward, he immediately spotted Bai Yi approaching with a face full of expression. Lin instantly broke out in goosebumps all over. What's wrong? In heat or something? Bai Yi said, "Brother Lin, can I touch that weapon of yours? It's so cool. Really, really cool." Lin glanced at him, taking in his desperately eager expression. He could probably guess some of the reasons. Perhaps because he had lost his own, he had developed a rather fanatical admiration and pursuit for certain thick, sturdy, and rigid objects. Here. Lin was very generous. "Thanks, big bro." Bai Yi reached out joyfully to take the arm of dragon breath, but the moment it touched his hands, its weight immediately crushed him to the ground. He was utterly astonished. So heavy. So robust. So massive. And judging by its weight, it must be at least several hundred pounds. As expected of Big Bro, truly amazing, to be able to wield such a thing so effortlessly and with such ease, so strong. Bai Yi, stroked the fierce exterior skin and blood vessels of the arm of dragon breath, as if it wasn't Big Bro who had just displayed such divine power here, but himself. So cool. A few minutes later, the two passed through the corridor, and the moment they turned the corner, Lin instantly reached out an arm to stop Bai Yi, who was struggling to drag the arm of dragon breath along. "Are with ~ns?" Lin narrowed his eyes instantly and said, "Trouble ahead." Bai Yi trembled all over and quickly looked toward the passageway leading deeper into the ancient castle. The light was dim, with only faint candlelight flickering within. And right there in the shimmering, uncertain glimmer, at the end of the passage, he saw a long shadow. A chilling wind whistled past the hem of that shadow's garments. And at that very moment, the shadow swiftly shwa darted through the passage, then abruptly stopped dozens of meters ahead of them. Clang! A great sword was suddenly brandished. And Bai Yi immediately got a clear look at the shadow's appearance, his face instantly turning pale. Because it was a tall knight. Knight Commander's body. Race, evil spirit puppet. Attributes, none. Introduction: in life, he served as the Knight Commander under Count Kamel, a powerful knight skilled in swordsmanship. During his lifetime, he won first place in multiple knight tournaments. His swift and fierce sword techniques instilled fear in all enemies who dared face him. He wore a suit of decaying armor, had a head full of pale white hair, gaunt and sunken eye sockets, and rotting arms oozing with pus and blood. Clearly, after falling into this world, this powerful knight had also become an undead entity. Shwa shwa shwa. The massive blade danced, stirring up gusts of wind around them. Those sharp sword techniques and dashing posture all indicated that he had been a noble and powerful knight in life. Bai Yi watched the knight with a grave expression, his lips trembling slightly. The dazzling techniques filled him with fear. Clearly, this knight was on a completely different level compared to the previous monsters. Just the imposing aura emanating from the blade slicing through the air made one feel chilled to the bone. This person must have been an incredibly powerful warrior in life. Clang. The blade was thrust fiercely into the ground, then he hoisted it onto his shoulder. The knight looked down dismissively at Lin, crooking a finger at him, and said coldly. If you wish to harm Lord Kamel, then, you'll have to step over my corpse, first. His voice was extremely penetrating, commanding authority without anger, evoking an indescribable sense of dread. Bai Yi trembled even more, sweating profusely. This was clearly a puppet with extremely formidable strength. If this were a dungeon-crawling game, he'd at least be a minor boss guarding an area. He swallowed hard, fearfully sneaking a glance at Lin, who had his dead fish eyes wide open, his heart quivering uncontrollably. Big Bro. How is Big Bro going to deal with this knight? Using this dragon arm? It feels too cumbersome, and the wind-up time is too long, probably not suitable for this kind of sudden encounter. Does Big Bro have any other powerful magical artifacts? This knight. Just one look tells you he's the really strong type, not easy to handle. And just as he was burning with anxiety, Lin, with his dead fish eyes wide open, said, "You want to duel with me?" The knight pointed his sword at him dismissively and sneered, "Those who trespass on the Earl's domain shall be slain without mercy. However, I am willing to grant you a chance to challenge me." He flourished his blade. Lin, with dead fish eyes wide open, said calmly, "So, can we start now?" The knight moved his head nonchalantly, shwa 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 flourishing his sword, and sneered. "Fine. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll oblige you. But you'd better understand, in life I was known as the 100-Man Slayer, having killed countless, won 5 knight tournament championships, my swordsmanship and spear techniques were the best in the kingdom. Ignorant youngsters like you, I could crush a dozen with one hand." Bang! A gunshot rang out. Ding! You have slain the Knight Commander's body. You have gained 50 experience points. A bullet hole the size of a pinky finger appeared on the knight's forehead, dark blood gushing out. His gaze went vacant, his voice cutting off abruptly. Thud! Right before Bai Yi's shocked eyes, his body fell heavily backward. Bai Yi said, this. Silence fell all around. Lin calmly blew the smoke from the gun barrel and shook his head, saying, "What era is this still, waving swords and spears around? Ridiculous." Saying so, Lin hoisted the chainsaw onto his shoulder and strode forward. "Let's go." Bai Yi stood there dumbfounded, looking at the knight's corpse on the ground, then at brother Lin calmly walking ahead with the chainsaw on his shoulder. This isn't the kind of duel I imagined. 0Q. Is this a joke? One shot and it's over. Bai Yi stared wide-eyed as he walked over to the knight who had already collapsed and was convulsing, on the ground. He swallowed hard, pressed his palms together while murmuring a Buddhist chant, then quickly stepped over the body and hurried to catch up with Big Brother. Boom! At the end of the corridor, high up on the ancient castle's outer wall, Lin kicked open the massive, decaying door. A violent gust of wind howled in from outside. This was an open-air platform atop the castle's high walls, with the tall tower standing on the opposite side of the platform. Thick, rolling black mist swirled everywhere. Jumping from here would allow one to ride the wind currents and directly reach Soul Severance Street, though likely ending up half paralyzed in the process. "Doctor, you're really making me, the master of this house, quite angry." From within the black mist came a deep, resonant laugh that carried natural authority even without visible anger. Tap. Under Bai Yi's pale-faced gaze, the male host emerged from the black mist on the platform. Dressed in a tailcoat, leaning on a scepter, and wearing a top hat, he moved with the noble grace of medieval aristocracy. This was precisely the master of the ancient castle, Count Kamel. "You broke my eldest son, killed my wife, and now you want to lay hands on my daughter as well?" Kamel smiled with a surface politeness that didn't reach his eyes, creating an intensely eerie sensation. Lin calmly adjusted his monocle, responding with an enigmatic smile. "Ah. You might be misunderstanding the situation. I'm the doctor your daughter hired at great expense through sight. Until the appointment is cancelled, my mission here is to provide your daughter with the highest quality treatment and service." Kamel chuckled with a creaking sound, his entire skeleton emitting abnormal cracking noises throughout his body. Yes, she does need treatment." He extended a withered hand, pressing against his hat as a series of strange, hoarse sounds emerged from beneath the brim. "Since childhood, she's brought misfortune. So she must be kept in a cage, must be cured. If she can't be cured, we must prevent her from bringing calamity upon everyone." Ryup. Under their watchful eyes, his tailcoat tore open with multiple fissures. His muscles began creaking and swelling, while sharp bone spurs slowly grew from his shoulders and back. RABS. In almost an instant, he had swollen and twisted into a colossal monster several meters tall. The enormous shadow he cast made Bai Yi pale and retreat, stumbling to sit on the ground. Whoosh! Kamel suddenly lifted his head, his entire face instantly splitting down the middle. One half maintained an elegantly charming smile, while the other displayed cruel, ferocious brutality. "Humph, you people." The left face smiled gracefully. "We'll all be chopped to pieces." The right face snarled viciously. Ding! You have triggered a special quest, Kamel of the Mask. Quest Introduction: the target possesses extremely strong recovery ability and defensive power. You need to defeat him before he chops you into pieces. Quest Reward: Base EXP 1000, Skeleton Coins, 500, Special Item, Witch's Veil X1. Quest Failure: you will become one of the wandering spirits of this ancient castle. And almost the instant the quest triggered, the giant monster that Kamel had transformed into roared, brandishing a butcher's knife as it charged toward them like a heavy tank. Lin smiled slightly, adjusted his glasses, and suddenly pulled out his revolver from his coat, clicking off the safety. Ah! Truly worthy of being such a gentle and kind father. And since there's a quest now, you'll just have to die. Bang bang bang. Lin fired several shots while maintaining his smile. The demon-hunting bullets instantly and accurately struck the monster's eyeballs. With splattering fluids, both eyes exploded simultaneously. Crackling electric currents spread throughout its entire body. Die! The monster snarled viciously, its speed only partially reduced. These few shots couldn't inflict fatal damage on it. Roar! It let out a thunderous roar. Its massive body leaped into the air, the crimson great blades suddenly slashing down toward Lin. Lin adjusted his glasses, smiling as he said, "Let's take our time playing." His feet pushed backward as he grabbed Bai Yi by the nape. Amid the swirling black mist, he swiftly dodged the descending cleaver. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded. The stone bricks on the ground shattered violently under the blade's impact. Lin leaped lightly onto the castle's battlement, looking up with a faint smile. Bai Yi, go find a safe place to hide. After Big Brother subdues this family member, I'll come get you. Before Bai Yi could even process what constituted a safe place, he suddenly felt his body become weightless. Then he saw Lin, still holding his neck, leaned backward into the black mist beyond the castle walls. Both of them instantly began falling into the churning darkness below. Whoosh whoosh. Wind roared past their ears. Bai Omega Omega, cried out, "Big brother. You didn't mean jumping off a building, did you? It's dozens of meters high." But just as they were about to plunge into the black mist, a whooshing sound cut through the air. A long tentacle suddenly pierced through the night, instantly wrapping around a tall flagpole on the opposite side of the castle. With a sharp pull. Wah wah. Accompanied by Bai Yi's shocked and terrified screams. Their bodies shot through the air like from a slingshot, soaring like birds as they were catapulted straight toward the opposite side. Landing with one foot on the flagpole, Bai Yi was hung like a little chick on the very tip of the pole by Lin. "Stay put obediently. I'm heading out first." Lin gave him a raised eyebrow gesture before his body suddenly dropped back into the rolling black mist. Bai Yi clung to the flagpole in terror, shouting, "Big brother! This isn't a safe place." "It's not. I have acrophobia." But it was completely useless. The long tentacles rustled as they adhered to the castle walls. Lin leaped through the black mist, landing lightly back on the platform. He looked up with a slight smile as his tentacles spread out around him. "Waste, finished handling things?" Kamel turned with creaking menace, his burst eyeballs already completely healed thanks to his terrifying regenerative ability. Lin adjusted his glasses, smiling, "Ah. Yes. Now it's your turn, family member." Such arrogance. The enormous monster snarled viciously, roaring as it charged forward, its massive butcher knife suddenly slashing toward Lin. Lin didn't retreat. Instead, he drew the chainsaw from his back, clashing heavily with the descending cleaver. Boom! A tremendous impact. The stone bricks beneath Lin's feet instantly shattered, sinking down more than 10 centimeters. The whirring chainsaw and the sharp cleaver ground against each other, producing ear-piercing noise and dense sparks. This single strike made flashes of surprise appear in Kamel's eyes. Because he discovered. This seemingly frail youth's physical constitution was unexpectedly strong. Despite their massive size difference, his full power strike hadn't managed to crush this guy outright. Creepy pharmacist, all my patients are scary, this guy is absolutely a freak. Crack crack crack. Countless sparks exploded everywhere. Lin raised his chainsaw, gritting his teeth with a sinister smile. "Ah. You're really strong, I'm getting some internal bleeding. But it looks like the two of us can still have a proper face-off." Boom. The two abruptly retreated, creating distance between them. But in an instant, they charged forward again. The buzzing, rotating chainsaw sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, clashing repeatedly with the massive blade attacking him. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere on the high platform, the tremendous noise even spreading throughout the entire divorce street. Lin and that monster were locked in fierce combat. Meanwhile, on the street outside the castle, two tall and mysterious figures stood in the distance, having been watching the ancient castle from afar for quite some time. One had a burly body covered entirely in suture threads. The other was a 3-meter-tall noblewoman wearing a large hat, with pale white skin, looking graceful and luxurious. "It seems your disciple isn't dead yet." The doll mistress crossed her arms over her chest, glanced at him, and smiled with a slight curl of her lips. Bloodsaw heavily adjusted the chainsaw on his shoulder, cracking his shoulder bones audibly as he said, "Do you really think my disciple spent these past 2 years with me for nothing? This kid watches me saw people every day, his mental fortitude has long been trained to be extraordinary. If you ask me, he just lacked an opportunity." The doll mistress glanced at him and said, "So, you knew all along that this ancient castle had problems?" Bloodsaw revealed a cruel smile, saying, "Of course, this is the fire pit I carefully selected for my disciple. After all, if this kid wants to become a member of the Night Doctors, he'd better have some means to deal with unexpected situations, or else how could that be acceptable?" High platform. Boom. A massive impact sound rumbled loudly. The frenzied chainsaw and blade scraped past each other in the air, creating dense sparks. The chainsaw in Lin's hands was violently knocked high into the air by the tremendous force. Anobis. The monster's face suddenly revealed a ferocious and sinister smile. Kid. You've had enough fun. Now die. During their dozens of exchanges, he had roughly gauged this human's strength. Although his physique was formidable, compared to his own, there was still quite a significant gap. And in this aspect, he possessed absolute suppression. Roar. He roared, and the moment his massive blade knocked away Lin's chainsaw, he suddenly swung it horizontally toward Lin, intending to cut him in half at the waist. Lin gave a mysterious smile and said, "I have indeed had enough fun, but you should understand, I'm not exactly a chainsaw specialist." Almost at the instant the massive blade came slashing toward him. Crack. Lin's left hand suddenly shot out, instantly grabbing the frenzied blade. The surging blade energy tore through the floorboards on Lin's right side with a whooshing sound. But his left hand remained completely unharmed. How is this possible? The monster was greatly shocked. He immediately felt his blade was clamped as if by steel pliers, making it difficult for him to move it even slightly. Crack. In an instant, under his astonished gaze, the butcher's knife in his hand was instantly crushed by that left hand. Sharp fragments exploded outwards with a clattering sound. In the reflection of the fragments, he shockingly saw that human's left hand winding around its owner like a winding snake, revealing the mysterious and sinister teeth on its palm to him. Lin adjusted his glasses calmly and said, "Zwa, let's finish him off." "Stupid head, there's no one around, stop trying to look cool all the time." Although saying this, Zwa immediately prepared for battle. And at that moment, the monster suddenly saw that his expression had changed. The laughter in his eyes was gone, replaced only by focus and seriousness. His entire demeanor suddenly became sharp and fierce, like an unleashed leopard. In an instant, a chill rose from the depths of his heart. "Stop your mystical tricks!" he roared, his massive body surging forward once again to attack him. "I'm not playing mystical tricks." A tentacle instantly extended from his shoulder with a rustling sound, wrapping around a chainsaw falling from midair. His body, pulled by numerous tentacles, stood suspended in midair like a spider. The wind howled. The night demon blade, held by his second tentacle, reflected an eerie cold light in the night sky. Under the dark night, Lin looked down indifferently at the monster and said, "Because I'm about to go all out now. A word of advice, do your best to prepare, because what you're about to face next is my full ability and bioimplants." Ding! Equipping, Arm of Dragon Breath, current wear, 75%. Ding! Equipping, Focusing Eye, current wear, 25%. In an instant, under the monster's shocked gaze, a massive arm winding with a black dragon's head extended from his shoulder with a rustling sound. The enormous black dragon head emitted a furious dragon roar toward him. He roared, struggling to resist the terrifying aura. Crack, crack, crack. Blood flowed from Lin's left eye, crimson blood spreading along his fingers with a dripping sound. When he withdrew his hand, only a sickly smile and sinister teeth remained on his face. His left eye was pitch black like an abyss, as if spreading with endless curses. This guy. Could this be his true form? The monster trembled. In this instant, the aura he emitted was completely different from before. "I'm going to kill you." Lin's lips curled into a smile. And at the moment his words fell, the massive dragon breath hand suddenly spewed blazing flames across the entire high platform. The monster was greatly alarmed, roaring fiercely as he crossed his arms to block the fiery flames that resembled magma. But the temperature was simply too high. The moment he made contact, he felt his skin rapidly burning and melting away. In agony, he roared and charged out of the flames' range. But before he could even catch his breath, a sharp, pitch-black blade sliced into his neck, splattering crimson blood everywhere. "Ah!" he screamed in agony toward the sky. Long tentacles spread before his eyes with a rustling sound, and the youth's sickly, crazed smiling face instantly appeared in front of him. "This is what I learned from the blood-robed madam." No matter when, you must face every battle with madness, always intending to kill your opponent, delivering devastating strikes without mercy. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Lin stared directly into his terrified eyes at close range, while the chainsaw in his hand had already, unexpectedly, sawed into his stomach with a buzzing sound. Dense blood and flesh splattered out everywhere. Ding! Kamel's terror toward you +10. I'll kill you. He roared, enduring the intense pain as he threw a fierce punch back at Lin. But before that punch could land on Lin, his entire arm was instantly bitten by the ferocious black dragon head on Lin's shoulder. The violent magma within the dragon's mouth immediately melted his arm. Ah! He let out a long, agonized scream. His other massive arm tried to move, but his left hand, which had spread over at some unknown time, suddenly opened a huge bloody mouth and bit down on his right arm. With both arms restrained, he had almost nowhere left to retreat. And in the next moment, one tentacle after another wrapped around with a rustling sound, tightening around his neck, entangling his legs. The tentacles grew sharp barbs that continuously tightened. You think you're the only monster? Don't forget. This is the dark world, every creature you see, feel, and encounter here is a monster. And they're all more terrifying than you. Lin gazed at him with morbid cruelty, the chainsaw in his hand madly tearing through his skin, flesh, and muscles. Because in this godforsaken place, if you don't become a monster, you can't take a single step forward. Ah! Accompanied by that piercing scream, his massive body was gradually lifted off the ground. The wildly dancing tentacles emitted bursts of screeching. In the distance, Bai Yi, who was hanging from the flagpole, watched this scene with shock and a pale face, watching that monster who had just been suppressing him now being pulled into the air like a piece of meat waiting to be slaughtered. And he finally understood just how terrifying his big brother truly was. Indeed. To survive in this world, you absolutely must adapt. You must transform into a calamity. Arm yourself with all kinds of power. Even if that turns you into a malevolent ghost wearing human skin, as long as you can truly survive. That itself is a kind of happiness. Squelch. With a loud sound of tearing flesh amidst the roar of the chainsaw, the monster was cleanly bisected on the spot by Lin. Crimson blood droplets splattered across Lin's eyes. As the monster let out a hysterical, agonizing howl, Lin reached out and seized his neck. Squinting, he said, "A cruel and indifferent father, a butcher wielding a slaughtering blade, a devil wearing a mask, is this the image you presented in your daughter's eyes? I must say, this is quite interesting." Buzz. Instantly, his pitch-black left eye sharply focused. Kamel immediately felt an icy, bone-chilling curse spreading from that eyeball throughout his entire body. Under his trembling gaze, his head began to melt. That intense pain and the cold sensation of dissolution made him let out one final, skyward howl as he melted. Splash! Countless flesh and blood transformed into viscous fluid that fell to the ground, bubbling and emitting smoke. A system prompt sounded in Lin's ears. Ding! You have completed the mission, the Masked Camel. You have received 1000 base experience, 500 skeleton coins, and a special reward, the Witch's Veil, abs. The Witch's Veil. Quality, cursed object. Ability, resists burning. Introduction, a veil from a shaman who was executed by burning at the stake. Before the witch-hunting cross, the blazing flames consumed that witch, and this veil, removed by her beloved just before execution, became the very noose that personally sent her to ashes. Splash! Half of Kamel's body, nearly completely melted, dropped onto the floor. Lin retracted all his tentacles and bioarmor, slowly landing on the ground. Click, click. The head with its features completely melted slowly moved its molten lips, emitting ghost-like murmurs. Why not, kill me? Lin picked up his head, gave a light laugh, adjusted his monocle, and said. Ah, because you are my second medicinal ingredient. If I kill you, how will I treat your daughter's illness? He casually tossed it to Zwa for temporary storage. Then his gaze fell upon that towering spire. He turned his head, raised a hand in a beckoning gesture toward Bai Yi, who was still hanging from the flagpole and almost dumbstruck, and smiled as he signaled. "Fellow countrymen, it might still be very dangerous next, so just hang there for a while. After I finish seeing my patient, I'll come get you down." Bai Yi was utterly stunned. He immediately put his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Big brother, be careful. You must come out alive." He knew that right now, he couldn't help Big Brother at all and might even distract him. But he believed in Big Brother's strength. Because this was a senior who had managed to survive in this different world for so long without dying. Outside the castle, the doll mistress pressed down on her sun hat, gazing toward the castle's spire, and blinked as she said, "It seems your disciple has won. That aura just now, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be one of those cutting-edge creations from your Demonkin Association, doesn't it?" Bloodsaw thoughtfully hefted his chainsaw and said, "Probably spoils from after he destroyed the association. But I'm also a bit puzzled, how did he use those creations? Logically, those kinds of biological weapons require strict and precise pairing." The doll mistress glanced at him and said, "Hey, tell me the truth. In your hands, he probably hasn't been that ordinary human from 2 years ago for a long time now, has he?" Bloodsaw rubbed his chin and said, "How to put it? Once, a customer dug out his heart, so I reluctantly performed a minor surgery on him. He said he was very happy." The spire. Lin carried his chainsaw on his back, step by step ascending the spiral staircase upward. The further he went, the stronger the intense gloom and bloody smell became. It was as if someone had once conducted a meticulously planned slaughter here, dismembering some creature piece by piece, cut by cut. Finally, a decayed wooden door appeared before Lin. The chains on it bore mottled rust stains, and one could faintly make out dim, bloody handprints one after another. "Alice." Lin wore a smile on his face. "You've watched the splendid drama too, haven't you? Since you didn't come out to stop it, that means you also very much wished for someone to do these things for you. A cruel and tyrannical father. A malicious mother who let her daughter endure hunger. A brother who sadistically and morbidly tortured his own sister. Locked in a cage in a high tower for years, enduring inhuman abuse and torment. Is this your experience from when you were alive? Facing cold indifference, suffering cruel torture and murder, being dismembered piece by piece, the hatred in your heart with nowhere to vent. Even after becoming a malevolent ghost, even after falling into this dark world. Is it still an irresistible craving to yearn for a happy home?" Creak. The decayed door slowly opened. A foul, rotten stench mixed with the smell of blood surged out from the darkness within. And Lin saw the scene inside. A massive iron hook descended from above, and a small, rusty cage, only about 1 meter in size, hung from that iron hook. It felt like being instantly transported back to a long time ago. The walls were splattered with crimson bloodstains, the surroundings were everywhere covered in filthy, sticky mixtures of excrement and blood. Compared to the luxurious decorations inside the castle, this place was simply hell. And at this moment, standing in front of that cage was a little girl wearing a snow-white dress. Her entire pale form stood in stark contrast to the surrounding dark, foul environment. The little girl had her back to him, her skin covered densely with crack after crack. Maintaining a calm smile on his face, Lin adjusted his glasses and said, "Miss Alice, let me introduce myself again. I am the doctor you hired, Lin. Pleased to be of service." Ding! You have triggered a special mission, Cure and Annihilate, Mission Branch 1, use every possible method to resolve the target's resentment and curse, understand her past, and heal her trauma. Additional reward, Special Reward X1. Mission Branch 2, use every possible method to kill the target or suppress her. Additional reward, Special Item X1. Mission Branch 3, when the first 2 missions cannot be completed, escape from happy home. Additional reward, Skeleton Coins X1000. Complete any one branch to receive mission rewards, Skeleton Coins, 3000, Basic Experience, 3000. Along with the mission trigger. The pale little girl slowly turned her head, revealing her ghastly white face covered in cracks and her eyes. "Big brother, become my family. The mommy and daddy you didn't like, have already given up." She slowly turned around, emptily stretching her small hand toward Lin's direction. Like how you treated the old brother, protect Alice, become Alice's new brother. Doctor. Shouldn't you prevent your patients from dying? That vast, gloomy coldness surged and spread throughout the entire tower. Even Lin could feel that bone-chilling cold rising from the depths of his heart. Maintaining his composure, Lin asked, "Can you tell me why? During your lifetime, your parents and brother were always abusing you, which caused you to become a vengeful ghost after death." Alice said emptily, "No, I was the one abusing them." Buzz. In an instant, Lin's expression froze stiff. Alice continued emptily, "They were truly despicable people, daring to make my little Alice forget her birth mother. Little Alice was really happy, but the happier she was, the more I hated it. Because these should have been given to Alice by me." Wrong. Lin's pupils sharply contracted. He instantly opened the target system panel again. Madam Mary. Race, vengeful ghost. Alignment, chaotic evil. Combat ability, massive curses derived from ultimate hatred. Introduction, witch burned at the stake during the witch hunts, formerly Count Camel's mistress, skilled in black magic and cursed arts, gave birth to a daughter with Count Camel. When her jealousy drove her to attempt to murder the countess, she was discovered and executed by the church through burning. After death, she transformed into a vengeful ghost and possessed her own daughter. Jealousy and rage led her to launch a vicious revenge against all living people in the entire ancient castle, Anab. Indeed. And that panel and Alice's panel were switching back and forth at an extremely high frequency. Which meant that within this girl's body, there had always been two evil spirits. One was the real Alice, and the other was this vengeful ghost. Sizzle. The smell of burning suddenly emanated from her. Lin sharply raised his head. Large patches of burn marks slowly appeared on the little girl's empty face, and the foul stench of burning flesh and blood gushed forth. Alice is so adorable, always such a well-behaved daughter. Hateful that witch hunt movement prevented me from destroying that woman, and that hypocritical Camel actually dared to betray me, and that boy, truly disgusting to look at. Each one so hypocritical, must make Alice see their true faces, must make them become vicious, they should become unfortunate too. Lin's pupils were fixed intently on the girl before him, immense chills surging through his body. "You're saying that the reason their personalities drastically changed was because you manipulated them?" The little girl said emptily, "Ah. Alice cannot be deceived." And in that instant, the panel before Lin's eyes switched back to Alice's panel without any warning. Her voice changed again. "Big brother." The girl stretched her hand toward him, saying emptily, "Become Alice's brother. They all don't like me. Brother is good to me. Alice will be good to brother too." Which meant that vengeful ghost had long since merged with Alice into one. Which meant all of this little girl's misfortune originated from. In an instant, images of the past in this ancient castle flashed through his mind, the gentle father during the day, the virtuous mother, the caring brother, who all immediately changed faces at night. Becoming cruel and furious, becoming insane and pathological, becoming abusive and cold-hearted. As if wearing masks. A curse of misfortune enveloped the entire ancient castle, everyone becoming two-faced. Fear, constant fear day and night. And all of this came from the misfortune imposed by the vengeful ghost parasitizing within her. "You won't agree. You won't agree with me." Alice walked step by step toward Lin, her gaze empty. With each step she took, pieces of her flesh and blood cracked and fell off, as if being dismembered, clattering to the ground. Ding! Warning! Warning! Curse intensity skyrocketing. Curse intensity skyrocketing. Host, escape immediately. Escape immediately. Accompanied by the system's sharp warning in his ears, at this moment, Lin didn't hesitate at all. Gritting his teeth, numerous tentacles burst forth from his shoulders, carrying him swiftly outward. Because even without the system's warning, he could already feel it. That violent curse had reached a level he could no longer withstand. And behind him, The empty voice of the little girl continued to echo. You won't agree with me. You won't become my brother. You're going to abandon Alice too. Boom. The entire tower began to tremble. In the spiral staircase leading downward, Lin raced frantically, while on both sides of the walls, blood-red handprints continuously appeared one after another. A thick bloody smell surged wildly from behind, the ground began to burn, and a torrent of crimson blood flowed clatteringly down the staircase behind him. The next moment, Lin burst out of the tower. And he immediately saw that on the city wall connecting the high platform to the outside world, raging blood-colored flames had already ignited. Hanging high on the flagpole, Bai Yi looked at the anomaly in the ancient castle with shock. Seeing Lin rushing out from the tower, he immediately screamed in terror. Big brother! What on earth is happening? But Lin had no time to deal with him now. Because almost simultaneously, the blood-colored flames on the high platform transformed into waves, rushing to drown him. Without any hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Lin quickly dashed into the corridor he came from. And he finally understood why there was such immense resentment, powerful enough to envelop the entire ancient castle and drag it all into this dark world. Because this resentment didn't just come from that vengeful ghost, but also from the dismembered Alice. The fusion of those two vengeful ghosts made their resentment and hatred almost reach the heavens. But there must be a way to find a cure, because if there weren't, the system definitely wouldn't have issued branch missions. Rustle. In the narrow corridor, countless hands that had been devoured by this ancient castle surged out wildly, howling as they obstructed Lin's path. Gritting his teeth, Lin had no time to deal with them. He grabbed his chainsaw and once again tore all those arms to shreds. There must be a way. Because from the information he had obtained, Alice was completely unaware. She might have died without knowing that all of this was orchestrated by her birth mother. She was filled with hatred, but at the same time seeking happiness. It was her birth mother who personally destroyed her entire childhood, and if he could find a way to make Alice realize all this, perhaps he could separate the vengeful ghost fused with her. In an instant, he activated Flesh Calamity, and the evil spirit vertical eye immediately appeared on his forehead. The moment he opened the evil spirit vertical eye, he saw the thick curse marks on the second-floor corridor. He hadn't paid attention before, but now he could clearly sense that the curse traces here were significantly denser than elsewhere. And there were more than one similar location like this throughout the entire ancient castle. This meant that in these specific areas back then, events of extremely heavy resentment must have occurred. Perhaps. In that moment, Lin suddenly gritted his teeth and stopped abruptly. Echoes of the past. When used on living beings, it could reproduce their state from a certain time point in the past. But what if used on an entire area? Could it also reproduce the scenes from that time? Ding! You are activating echoes of the past on the target area. Proceed with influence immediately. Yes. Please locate the reproduction time point. Before the ancient castle fell into the dark world, the day Alice was killed. Lin gritted his teeth. He didn't know the exact time, only able to make a vague positioning, but this was his only method to seek information now. Echoes of the past. Activate. Lin clenched his jaw, pressing his 10 fingers firmly against the ground. Blinding light enveloped the entire burning corridor, and within that brilliant light screen, the raging flames vanished, replaced by a dark hallway. Lin knew the reproduction had succeeded. In the pitch-black corridor, scenes from that rainy night when Alice was killed appeared. You must let Alice know your ugly true faces, because she still holds hope for you in her heart. No, this is unacceptable. You must make Alice understand that you're all evil spirits wearing human skin. Go tell Alice, you are butchers. A hoarse, cursed voice echoed throughout the corridor. In the scenes, Kamel, the female host, and that boy all showed expressions of madness and brutality. Carrying boning knives, under the seductive whispers of the curse, they excitedly and ferociously stepped through the corridor, heading toward that tall tower. Epsilon. Lin quickly adjusted the time backward. Heart-wrenching wails and agonizing screams that pierced the night sky came from that tower. When those three people reappeared in the corridor, they still displayed sick, brutal, and dazed expressions, but now they were covered in blood, their blades stained red. Drip, drip, drip went the blood, falling from the baskets in their hands, drop by drop staining the entire corridor red. Hide it, hide my wailing daughter, in the walls, in the main hall, in the fireplace, do you hear me? My daughter has finally seen your true faces, she hates you, she hates you. The cursed voice permeated the entire corridor. Then came the sounds of chiseling at the ground, and at that moment, Lin finally saw clearly what was in those 3 baskets. Whoosh! Echoes of the past expired, and the scenes returned to the currently blazing corridor. Seeing that scene, even Lin felt a surge of intense anger burning within him. He quickly rushed to the corner where they had buried the body back then. With one punch, he shattered the decayed floorboards. Under the floor, he saw a small hand that was still bleeding. Hatred prevented the corpse from rotting. And throughout this entire ancient castle, such body fragments were scattered everywhere. Ding! You obtained Alice's body fragment X1. Was this the reason the curse spread? Just because of jealousy? Just because of malice? So cruelly making even your own daughter become a tool for revenge? Lin gritted his teeth, rushing toward the staircase leading downward as the raging flames spread over. She wanted to make her daughter become a vengeful ghost just like her. She wanted her daughter to personally destroy this happy home for her. Lin continuously rushed to one curse-dense point after another, constantly activating echoes of the past, piecing together the various truths. Darling, I feel something is wrong. Alice hasn't eaten for several days, but I remember we had lunch together this afternoon, and that child, she seems afraid of me. I swear, I didn't abuse Alice. I know you feel guilty about her mother's death. I've actually been trying to accept her, but I never thought she'd be a witch. But regardless, the merciful Holy Mother wouldn't let me vent my frustrations on a child. Wrong, wrong. I can't seem to remember many things. Why is there blood on my hands, hair? This is Alice's, how could I don't seem to remember anything. Damn it. I hit her, I cut her hair, merciful Holy Mother, please, please forgive me, I don't know how I could. I seem to hate her so much, yes. So much hate. She's that witch's child, that witch seduced my husband, her child also deserves to die. In one reproduced scene after another, Lin watched the female host gradually transform under that vengeful ghost's curse. From a compassionate godmother at first, slowly becoming a malicious and hate-filled woman. During that period, Count Kamel and their eldest son were simultaneously changing too. How could I give such an order? She's my daughter, how could I allow her to be locked in a cage? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Have I gone mad? I seem, My son has changed too, he's always been such a righteous child. But he's actually torturing those small animals, he seems to go to the freezer and the tower more frequently. He brought gifts for Alice. I hope it's not what I think. I'm going mad. I've gone insane, I feel I'm cursed. Come at me. Whatever it is, come at me. Don't make me abuse my daughter. In the reproduced room, the reproduced scene froze on Count Kamel's hysterical screams. And that was the last time they displayed clear rationality. After that, they never woke up again. Their wills had become completely twisted and pathological under that vengeful ghost's curse. One could imagine. After all 3 of them were completely affected by the curse, what kind of terrible torture and tragic news Alice suffered during that period. Ding! You obtained Alice's body fragment X1. Ding! You obtained Alice's body fragment X2. Ding! You obtained Alice's body fragment X5. Lin gritted his teeth, swiftly moving through the continuously collapsing castle, constantly collecting fragments of Alice who had been dismembered by them back then. No wonder the resentment. No wonder she so desperately wanted family companionship. Even after becoming an evil spirit, she still desperately sought happiness. Is this the happy home? Is this everything you hoped for in your heart? Boom. Lin punched through a floorboard in a corner of the main hall, revealing beneath it half of a girl's head that was still bleeding and weeping. Ding. You have obtained Alice's fragment X1. But at that very moment, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you looking for? Lin sharply turned his head. He discovered that the little girl was already standing behind him, and her body was currently engulfed in raging flames. Her expression was no longer as vacant as before, but completely twisted with malice. Lin knew that the evil spirit currently possessing her was the very vengeful ghost who had created all of this tragedy. The witch who was burned at the stake. Alice's birth mother. Whoosh. In an instant, the girl viciously raised her hand, and Lin was immediately seized by an invisible force that choked his throat, lifting him into the air. Lin gritted his teeth, forcibly pulling his face into a smile. Alice. I'm looking for your corpse. The girl's twisted face suddenly froze in surprise, her broken eyeballs twitching violently. I am your doctor, of course, if you truly wish it, we could also become family. Before his eyes, he immediately saw Alice and Madame Mary's status panels rapidly switching back and forth at high frequency. This was also Lin's only method to determine exactly who he was currently facing. And seizing this opportunity, Lin roared, "Zwa zwa." Almost the exact moment he shouted Zwa's name. As if reading his mind. His left hand suddenly melted into countless streams of pitch-black slime, splattering noisily onto the floor. One after another, wailing infants crawled out from the viscous fluid, filling the entire main hall with their sanity-shattering shrieks. Ah! Dash! A piercing scream tore through the air. The girl released the force restraining Lin, desperately covering her ears as she began to crumble under the massive psychic assault. Lin didn't hesitate for even a second. He quickly gathered Zwa back together, gritted his teeth, and erupted all his tentacles, madly charging toward the kitchen. Because that's where Alice's final fragment remained. The moment he understood he was facing a dual vengeful ghost, the moment he realized the entire ancient castle was composed of curses, he knew this vengeful ghost absolutely couldn't be defeated with his current power. Because this was hatred. This was bitter resentment. This wasn't something that could be erased through physical means. And aside from Zwa's psychic contamination abilities, he had almost no methods to deal with evil spirits and curses. While his time-limited curse abilities could be activated, Lin knew that if the hatred and resentment weren't diminished, they couldn't cause any substantial effect on them. Because the hatred and resentment were the core entities. I want you dead. Rushing into the corridor, Lin immediately heard the vicious shrieking coming from behind him. The corridor before Lin instantly transformed, bursting into raging flames as crimson fire surged toward him in rolling waves. Behind him, the girl who had shaken off the contamination was closing in rapidly, her face twisted with malice. At this moment, Lin wasted no words, suddenly extending his hand and retrieving the reward he had just obtained. Witch's Veil. The moment he put on the veil, Lin fearlessly charged into the blazing inferno. Each step brought burning agony. Each step brought illusory destruction. His tentacles desperately gripped the surrounding walls, violently propelling him forward. But just as he was about to reach the kitchen, Lin's pupils abruptly contracted. He immediately felt the scorching yet icy sensation spreading across his back. A bloody hand passed effortlessly through his back, gripping his beating heart. The intense burning sensation radiating from his heart felt like it would incinerate his entire body. At this moment, Lin didn't hesitate for even a moment, suddenly drawing the night demon blade, gritting his teeth as he stabbed it straight through his own chest from the front. The night demon blade coated with ghost-revealing potion pierced through just as that hand was about to crush his heart. A sharp roar from the evil spirit came from behind. Lin tumbled violently onto the floor, the severed bloody hand of the screaming little girl behind him instantly regenerating. His stab hadn't caused any substantial damage to her at all. Focus. Just as the vengeful ghost was about to pounce and tear him to pieces, Lin punched the focusing eye into his own eye socket, viciously activating his left eye's skill. Buzz. Instantly, The surging curse power from the dark eye caused the vengeful ghost's entire body to begin melting. Piercing screams echoed throughout the entire corridor. But Lin knew. Even the focusing eye could only hold her off for a short while. Because this entire ancient castle was formed from Alice's hatred and resentment, she was the earthbound spirit here, and as long as the castle remained, she couldn't be destroyed. And now, that vengeful ghost and Alice shared the curses and resentment of this place. Lin gritted his teeth. Suddenly shooting out a tentacle, he pulled himself forward at maximum speed, crashing violently into the kitchen. The moment he stepped inside, Lin discovered. The entire kitchen had already been burning for some time. Those boning knives and spoons that had been rhythmically chopping were now screaming pitifully as they burned in the flames. But deep within the kitchen, the pig-headed butcher seemed completely unaware of the changes around him, still stirring the thick soup in his pot. He and the surrounding scene appeared completely mismatched. Lin gritted his teeth, rushing forward quickly with great effort. "You've come." The pig-headed butcher turned and glanced at him, saying calmly. "The soup is ready. I promise to let you taste a bowl, are you prepared?" He turned around, holding a bowl of rich broth that emitted waves of intense fragrance. And Lin's eyes immediately saw the description of that bowl of soup. Unfinished heart and brain soup, a rich broth brewed from one kind heart and one evil brain. Drinking it will randomly grant one piece of knowledge and randomly inflict one curse. Lin froze. His gaze focused on the bowl of soup. And at that moment, he saw a brain and a heart floating in the boiling broth within that pot. Alice's heart. The final remaining piece of the puzzle. But why was it in? As if noticing Lin's confusion, the pig-headed butcher said calmly, "That is extremely rare material, one of the few kind hearts in this dark world. However, because it's been tainted by too much malice, it didn't meet my requirements. This pot of soup is a failure." Lin immediately stood up, saying earnestly. "Can you give me that heart? I can trade with you." The pig-headed butcher said calmly, "Do you want to use that heart to resolve that little girl's hatred?" Lin adjusted his monocle, stating calmly, "I am a doctor. I have accepted my patient's commission." Behind them, the raging flames, devouring everything, surged wildly toward their direction. Suspended in the fire was that ferocious, shrieking vengeful ghost, as if it would swallow everything here in the next moment. The pig-headed butcher said calmly, "Fine, drink this bowl of soup, and I'll make the exchange with you." Without any hesitation, Lin calmly took the bowl of soup and drank it all in one gulp. A rich fragrance churned endlessly in his mouth, and the system's prompt immediately sounded in his ears. Ding! You have obtained a piece of knowledge, mechanical modification. Ding! You have obtained a curse, crying clown. At this moment, Lin didn't hesitate at all, quickly reaching out to grab the heart from the pot, gritting his teeth as he used his tentacles to instantly propel himself into the entrance leading to the freezer. Behind him, flames rolled in like tidal waves. The evil spirit's shrieks surged forth violently. He heard the pig-headed butcher's calm voice. "You need an extremely evil heart to trade with me. I'll come find you in half an hour. If you break the agreement, then use your own heart as exchange." And almost the moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air on the spot. No one knew why he had come here. No one knew what his true identity was. And Lin couldn't concern himself with any of that anymore. The evil spirit pursued him relentlessly from behind. Lin charged fiercely into the freezer, then immediately thrust his hand into his own mouth, forcing himself to vomit out all the soup he had just drunk. But even after vomiting it out, the effects of both the knowledge and the curse had already taken root in his body. Yet he knew now wasn't the time to worry about these things. Gritting his teeth, he dared not stop. He quickly stood up, slammed the door shut with force, took out large quantities of evil spirit manifestation potion from his system space, and smashed them violently against the surrounding door and walls. Are Nigerian Naira BS. Smack. Although this likely wouldn't achieve much in terms of restraining that evil spirit, it could still produce some effect. Swaz. Lin gasped through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with madness. Can you use mental pollution one more time? Zhuozhua's condition was clearly somewhat weakened, but she still forced herself to raise her hand, struggling to say, "You'll have to compensate me." And almost the moment she finished speaking, an intensely hot tongue of flame slammed heavily against the door. The potions on the walls and door instantly lit up, preventing the vengeful ghost from directly invading. A piercing roar echoed in all directions. Seeing this, Zhuozhua finally gritted her teeth as well, transforming with a splash once more into that multitude of viscous black liquid. Infants struggled to take form one by one, emitting sharp, wailing cries. The entire freezer echoed with that maddening mental pollution. But it was effective. The powerful curse fluctuations restrained the evil spirit's assault outside the door. "I can't hold on for long. You need to hurry." Zhuozhua's voice screamed in his mind. Lin didn't waste any time, quickly regaining his composure, taking out all the corpse fragments he had collected from his system space. At this moment, he maintained focus like never before. Every puzzle piece should be in its original proper place. He took out needle and thread. Gritting his teeth. With the fastest speed, he stitched together the dismembered, severed fragments, one needle after another. Outside the door was the evil spirit's shrieks, inside the door was the mournful cries of mental pollution. This was practically a scene straight from hell. Bit by bit, the corpse before him quickly took shape, rapidly restoring her original appearance. The scenes he had witnessed in echoes of the past once again surfaced in his mind. "I have a stern yet gentle father. I have a mother who likes to nag but never lets Alice go hungry. I have a brother who often gives Alice gifts and never bullies Alice. I have all my family, all the people who love Alice. That is Alice's happy home." In the mental image, that girl gently closed the diary, hugging it to her chest, her eyes filled with happiness. Because her birth mother had passed away when she was very young. Though she missed her occasionally, her memory had gradually become somewhat distant and blurred over time. Because both her father and stepmother treated Alice very well, she really wanted to care for them properly after growing up. And she definitely wanted her father to tell her the location of her mother's gravesite, so she could pay respects to that blurred mother who had given birth to Alice. Although her father always refused, unwilling to tell Alice the reason for her mother's death. "But I think Alice will always find out eventually. I will tell Mother that Alice lives very happily, that Alice is very grateful." In the mental image, that golden-haired girl closed her eyes, seemingly filled with longing and hope, her face full of innocence and yearning for the future. Whoosh! The moment the mental pollution ended, the freezer door was instantly blasted open by a tongue of flame. That ferocious, burning little girl appeared shrieking before the freezer entrance, her overwhelming hatred causing the entire freezer to burst into raging flames. "Head!" Zhuozhua screamed. "Finished." Lin gritted his teeth. And precisely at that moment, clutching the broken girl's corpse, he glared fiercely and madly toward the overwhelming flames and that evil spirit sweeping toward him. He didn't retreat. Instead, he strode forward boldly against the rolling flames, dazzling halos of light swirling in his pupils and palms. The curse on his revolver rapidly returned, and the limited-time curse removal ability almost simultaneously transformed into halos of light in his palms. Wearing his fireproof face covering, he fearlessly charged toward that vengeful ghost. "Curse removal. Activate!" Lin shouted. At the instant the flames were about to consume him, blinding light also enveloped the entire space. He needed to reach the real Alice. Bringing this body that belonged to her. Using his own soul. To tell her everything. In that instant, raging flames carrying brutal curses instantly engulfed Lin. The violent crimson flames reflected in his furious pupils. His hand finally reached in front of the vengeful ghost at that moment. Curse purge. Activate. Buzz. A blinding light suddenly erupted from Lin's palm, transforming into pale streams that wildly surged through the malicious flames like winding threads, rushing toward the vengeful ghost right before him. The little girl's pupils abruptly dilated as she let out a sharp, piercing shriek. Countless burning human faces symbolizing curses were frantically stripped from her body by those threads. Like a grand fireworks display, they spread along the curse's veins, wildly extending to the surrounding walls, spreading throughout the ancient castle in all directions. Erase. Destroy. Extract. Dash. The massive extraction sensation made the vengeful ghost scream in pain and resentment. Because for vengeful ghosts, curses are the companions of hatred and resentment, the flesh and blood clinging to their bones. Extracting curses equals stripping away their very substance. How dare you! Amid the piercing shriek, her bloody hand almost instantly viciously pierced through Lin's chest, bursting out from his back. This time it wasn't illusory, but a real penetration. Crimson blood instantly gushed from his back, splattering into scarlet rain amidst the raging flames. But precisely at this moment, she suddenly saw Lin raise his head. She saw the terrifying smile blooming on his face. "You let me get close to you." Buzz. In that instant, the vengeful ghost's eyes sharply contracted. But it was already too late. With that elegant smile, Lin's hand violently pierced into her chest, and amidst the surging flames and white torrents, he embraced her body. Endless hatred and malice immediately flowed from her body like greedy black vines, wildly wrapping around his arms, instantly pouring into his body, stabbing straight into his consciousness. It felt like endless wailing. Like falling into hell. Scalding yet icy, bone-chilling yet brutal. In that moment, countless images surged wildly through his pupils along with the hatred and resentment. Ding! Host's life force is depleting. But Lin paid no attention at all. As countless images flooded in, he seemed to genuinely feel the hatred in that girl's heart at that moment. He saw her being imprisoned alone in an iron cage within a high tower, saw her father with an icy expression whipping her repeatedly with a lash. He saw her cruel and pathological mother using scissors to slowly cut off her golden hair, mixing it with animal entrails and forcefully stuffing it into her mouth, making her eat. With a cute newbie. He saw her insane and excited brother using a dinner knife to carve deep, bone-revealing wounds on her arms and face. It was a piercing shriek erupting from the depths of her heart. Torture. Abuse. Yet even so, a sliver of hope still lingered deep within her heart. Like memories of past days, like times when she used to sit with her family before a warm fireplace. Her father always returned late from work, but her godmother treated her extremely well, never making her feel like an outsider. Her brother was mischievous, but whenever she was bullied, he would always step forward and fiercely chase those people away. It was a noble family living in the Middle Ages. The castle was eerie yet warm. The night uncle was very strict, but on birthdays he would secretly give her small gifts. The chef uncle was rough, but when she occasionally sneaked in, he would smilingly slip her some pastries. The doctor brother was the scariest because whenever she was sick, he would make Alice drink that very bitter medicine. But every time after drinking it, whether it was a cold or cough, she would quickly recover. So Alice knew that the doctor brother was also someone who treated Alice well. Until she was imprisoned in the high tower. Hung in a cage. Gazing at the sky beyond the tower. Because of those past beautiful memories, no matter how cruel the torture, hope still lingered in her heart. Hoping this was just a nightmare. That after waking from the dream, her father, mother, and brother, everyone in the castle, would still show her warm smiles. But she never got that. What she got was that night, the blood-stained butcher knives wielded by faces full of madness and cruelty. Stab, stab, stab. Like three vicious dogs tearing apart prey, they swung their butcher knives with smiles, cruelly tearing her apart piece by piece in that high tower. Hatred. Unstoppable hatred and resentment. It completely erupted the moment she was dismembered. She had waited for nothing, the nightmare she thought it was turned out to be the bloody reality. She gradually heard a woman's vicious voice by her ear. She gradually recognized that voice as her birth mother's. But hadn't she already died? Why could she still speak in Alice's ear? It didn't matter anymore. Mom said they were all malicious, they all wore hypocritical masks, they were irredeemable evil spirits from the bottom of their hearts. Mom said she was killed by them. So. It wasn't just Alice who was killed. Mom said she wanted Alice to stay with her forever, Mom said she must not let those people go, Mom told Alice to kill, so Alice killed. Father must die. Godmother must die. Brother must die. Every living person in the castle must die. But Alice didn't want to kill the chef uncle, because uncle secretly brought food to Alice in the cage. Alice also didn't want to kill the doctor brother, because the doctor brother had cried for Alice. He wanted to secretly help Alice escape, but his legs were chopped off. No. It doesn't matter anymore. Because Alice was already, no longer human. Countless images surfaced amid the surging hatred, bone-chillingly cold, yet making one feel incredibly angry. Because Lin knew. All of this was merely manipulated behind the scenes by her birth mother, that malicious and jealous woman. Not only had she cruelly destroyed this entire family, she had also ruined her daughter's happiness. And now she was parasitizing her daughter's body, using this ancient castle's curse as foundation, greedily continuing to release her malice in this dark world. One creature after another was lured into this castle to be slaughtered. Their souls were embedded into every brick of the castle, their flesh and blood was made into delicious feasts. She used their skins to create puppet after puppet to deceive her daughter. She had been controlling that girl from beginning to end. From before death to after death. She wouldn't let herself rest in peace, nor would she let her daughter rest in peace. Lin gritted his teeth, desperately searching for that soul amid the countless malicious energies enveloping him. The curse erasure had temporarily eliminated part of this vengeful ghost's power, but the surging malice and hatred were still wildly assaulting his consciousness. Like jumping belly first into a freezing icy pond. Bone-chilling cold enveloped him from all directions. Continuing to dive deeper. Continuing to search. And finally, at that moment, he found that girl within the endless hatred, that golden-haired girl curled up in the deepest part of the icy pool, wrapped in countless hatred and malice, yet still holding on to the kind heart she never discarded. Alice. Lin let out a loud roar and call, stretching his hand forcefully toward that girl. In the icy depths of the pool, amidst the raging hatred. The girl blankly raised her head. I am your doctor. If you trust me. Lin's face was full of ferocity as he continuously descended in that ocean of consciousness, constantly reaching his hand toward that girl. And behind him were the wildly surging black vines, the ferocious hatred from that vengeful ghost, and the sharp, terrifying shrieks. Then let me come. Finally. At that last moment, Lin arduously stretched his hand toward the girl. Her eyes reflected that face, reflected the trace of kindness hidden in the deepest part of those ferocious eyes. Just like long ago. The departed family members. What she had hoped for. The friendly and gentle hand reaching out to her once more. Let me come. Heal your trauma. Buzz. The vast darkness and hatred surged like a violent blood spring, instantly sweeping over his entire body. Dense black capillaries immediately crawled across his face. His right hand that had pierced into the vengeful ghost's body instantly broke, and his body was flung far away like a snapped paper kite. The black blood stained with hatred scattered across the firmament. His body heavily landed on the ground dozens of meters away, dragging out a long crimson trail. Ding! Your health points are rapidly decreasing. Ding! Your body is being heavily eroded by ghost energy. Ding! Current ghost energy erosion progress, 67%. Ding! Current ghost energy erosion progress, 75%. Warning! 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 But Lin paid no attention whatsoever. He raised his head, his face instantly revealing a frenzied smile. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbing a broken spear from the system space. Alpha Epsilon. Then without any hesitation, he picked up that broken spear and fiercely thrust it into his own right leg. The ghost energy wildly surging within his body suddenly activated the power within that broken spear. Blinding holy light instantly surged through his flesh and blood, rushing toward his entire body. Ding! Health points lost. Ding! Holy power interference, current ghost energy erosion progress in your body, 89%. Ding! Holy power interference, current ghost energy erosion progress in your body reduced to 79%. Ding. Ghost energy reduced to 68%. Lin instantly raised his head, looking at the vengeful ghost shrieking as it surged toward him. He didn't dodge, he didn't avoid, because he knew. You've lost. His face suddenly split into a crazy, triumphant smile. Buzz. Almost at the moment when the ferocious blood hand was about to pierce Lin's deathly still eyes, that blood hand suddenly stopped. Her sharp, blood-red fingernails began to tremble, and her ferocious face suddenly showed immense unease and panic. She found she couldn't advance any further. She discovered that the endless hatred and malice she drove were actually turning against her at this moment. "Mommy, was it you?" A girl's crying voice suddenly sounded from within her body. The vengeful ghost retreated palely, staring at her own hands in panic, saying, "No. No. Alice. No." That was an extremely sorrowful wail coming from the deepest part of her body. In the icy pool of consciousness. At the moment she reached her hand toward Lin. She saw everything Lin had witnessed in echoes of the past, and all of that was the truth Lin wanted to tell her. Pain. Grief. Despair. Hatred. She saw the entire process of her birth mother casting curses on her family, heard her soft whispers in their minds, saw the pain they carried beneath their masks before and after their transformation. Saw them being softly bewitched, saw the curse spreading across their bodies, saw the gentleness of the past gradually turning into painful coldness and madness. Like a hand manipulating puppets. Like heavy smog covering the entire sky of the ancient castle. Ah! A bone-chilling, sharp shriek. Drip drip. From the lifeless eyes of Alice's corpse, dripped something that could be either blood or tears. Instantly, surging hatred pierced through the ancient castle's dome, rushing toward the high sky shrouded in black mist, madly stirring the all-encompassing black fog. The faces of Bloodsaw and Doll Mistress waiting outside the castle instantly changed drastically. They immediately felt the overwhelming hatred and resentment that almost broke through the sky. That kind of chilling coldness even made their hearts palpitate. That is. Doll Mistress gazed solemnly at the dark clouds enveloping the entire ancient castle's sky, saying, "It's hatred. I've never seen any creature generate hatred on such a scale. If it's an evil ghost, the power derived from hatred of this scale. I'm afraid it surpasses both you and me." Bloodsaw's eyes flickered, staring fixedly at the blazing ancient castle. Doll Mistress turned her head, glancing at him and said, "Should we intervene?" Bloodsaw said heavily, "No need." Doll Mistress looked somewhat surprised, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned. "Haven't you always cherished your disciple in your heart?" Bloodsaw said deeply, "He had the chance to call for my help. After that incident, I gave him a way to contact me, but he didn't. Either he's already dead, or he believes that even without relying on his teacher, he has the ability to complete this mission himself." Bloodsaw closed his eyes, his hands already tightly clenched without him realizing. "And if he really contacted me, I would actually look down on him." Deepest part of the ancient castle. The vengeful ghost shrieked madly, the flames surging around her continuously being extinguished and suppressed by the hatred emanating from her body. That evil spirit body kept developing one bulge after another, as if something was crying and trying to break out. She painfully tore at her own face, leaving bloody marks one after another. "Alice. Alice. I am your mother. I am your birth mother. Don't be bewitched by that human. Things aren't what you think. It's them. It's them. They are just devils wearing human skin. They deserve to die. How dare they make you forget your own birth mother? Daughter. Daughter. Daughter." Lin arduously pulled out the spear, forcefully leaning on it to stand up, staring fixedly at the vengeful ghost. "You're just driven by hatred and jealousy, you just want revenge, you have no right to be her mother." Lin supported his body, calmly walking toward her step by step, leaving a trail of blood with each movement. "You're jealous that your daughter was accepted by this family. Your eyes simply cannot tolerate any goodness. From beginning to end, you've been a malicious witch. You bewitched Kamel into falling in love with you. You wanted to make yourself the countess, but then you discovered that the real countess was far more outstanding than you. You couldn't bear to see their affection. You couldn't compare to that mother. You envied her tolerance and kindness, so you wanted to harm her. And your death was entirely your own fault, the consequences of your own actions. I saw Kamel in the past's reenactment. He already knew you were a witch, and because he loved you, he protected you as much as possible during that witch hunt movement. But you didn't know what was good for you. Jealousy made you lose your qualification as a human being. Lin pointed at her and said heavily. You were always an extremely evil witch. You spread plague throughout that county. You used black magic to make the entire county live in fear. He had actually already investigated your evil deeds, but as a husband, he wanted to give you one more chance to reform. Not only did you not seize this opportunity, you became even more unrestrained. You resent him for removing your face covering at the stake. You resent being burned to death. Then let me tell you, you deserved to die. If you had continued living, that would have been a curse upon everyone. It was like a massive trial. Each of Lin's words pierced into her heart like sharp knives. She let out a maddened shriek. I'll kill you. She desperately mobilized the blazing flames, wanting to burn Lin to ashes. But the crying within her body grew increasingly intense, and that immense hatred finally erupted completely at that moment. Her belly suddenly began to swell, as if the child she had carried for 10 months was once again sprouting within her body. Squelch! She shrieked as her swollen belly suddenly split open. The girl crawled out from her belly, weeping bitterly, winding around her body, and sorrowfully faced her terrified, trembling face. Trembling, she extended her sharp hands, knelt down, and finally begged in fear. Alice! Alice! No! No! Forgive me! Forgive your mother! It was them, everything was their fault. You're my daughter, they took you away from me. You should have lived with your mother, you should have grown up by your mother's side. Alice! Alice! I beg you, please forgive. She pleaded, her face full of agony. The girl who had wound out from her belly wept sorrowfully, clenching her teeth tightly. Countless images flashed continuously in her eyes, those past events, those scenes, that family that should have been harmonious. R.B. Everything, all of it was. The vengeful ghost pleaded, slowly extending a trembling hand, reaching toward the girl's cheek. Alice, my daughter, forgive the sins your mother committed, forgive. But at that very instant, a trace of malice suddenly flashed in her pleading eyes. The hand reaching toward her daughter suddenly tightened, revealing sharp, crimson nails. But just as that hand was about to attack Alice, a broken spear suddenly sliced through the air, instantly piercing through her palm and nailing her hand firmly to the wall behind her. Crackle crackle. Holy power circulated. A long howl filled with resentment and malice. And the girl who had wound out from her belly finally opened her mouth wide, the hesitation in her eyes instantly transforming into complete sorrow and hatred. Accompanied by sharp, mournful cries, the girl began frantically gnawing at her head. Countless arms sprouted noisily from the vengeful ghost's body, wildly tearing at her form. It was the hatred of countless beings she had devoured and killed. They too were finally completely unleashed at this moment. Rip. The flesh and blood on her body, her malicious consciousness, were torn away piece by piece amidst her sharp wails. Alice! Alice! My daughter! She pleaded, but it was no longer of any use. The entire ancient castle began rumbling and shaking. Countless chains and iron hooks came crashing down from above the freezer. Because the curse was being cleared, the entire castle began to collapse. Countless stones and bricks fell, the massive dome rumbling as it shattered. Lin gasped, clutching his pierced chest, also swaying unsteadily. Stupid head! You wretched guy! Why does it always come down to me saving you at the last moment every time? Accompanied by Zwazwa's shouts. His left hand suddenly elongated, sharply grabbing the wall of the collapsing freezer. With instant force, it pulled Lin's body straight through the continuously falling bricks and stones. Lin gasped and revealed a bitter smile. He let Swazwa pull his body along, weaving between one falling boulder after another. The dome above had already collapsed, revealing the black fog-shrouded sky. As the violent wind surged, a trace of relief appeared on Lin's face. It seemed like light was falling on his face from the broken sky. But Lin knew. That wasn't sunlight. It was just the never-dispersing dust drifting through this dark world. But at least, it wasn't eternal darkness. Ding! You completed Mission Branch 1, Healing. You will receive Alice's special reward. Ding! You simultaneously completed Mission Branch 2, Extermination. You obtained special item, Cursed Eye. Ding! You exceeded expectations in completing both major mission branches. You received double mission rewards, base experience 6,000, skeleton coins 6,000. Experience accumulation is about to exceed level 10. Please complete your class change mission as soon as possible. Cursed Eye. Type, Cursed Object. Ability, can cast any curse you have recorded onto a target. Depends on your and the target's mental energy. Introduction, the right eye of an evil spirit containing hatred and curses. It resents everything it sees. It will inflict the most malicious curses upon all things, but at the same time, it will make you endure soul-deep pain and backlash. Castle grounds. The left hand quickly brought Lin down to the ground. Half of the ancient castle had completely collapsed. The left hand swiftly reached into Lin's medical kit, rummaged around, and finally found the top-quality recovery potion he carried. Prying open Lin's mouth, it forcibly poured the contents gulp after gulp down his throat. Zwazwa gritted her teeth and said, "You guy, if you're going to die, don't take this hand with you. This lady still wants to live properly, I'm telling you. When I find a way to kill this stupid head of yours and survive independently. This hand will definitely kill you without any mercy, gulp. Lin was nearly choked to death by the forced feed. He flung the bottle away, eyes deadpan, and said, "I'm not going to die. Why are you so worried? My body is cultivated for resilience, and I have flesh calamity as a special ability. Wanting me dead? Not possible, okay. Plain as day." Lin activated flesh calamity. The wide gash that had pierced his chest began to close, little by little. The torn right hand, under his interference and control, slowly sprouted soft pink meat buds from the arm. Combined with the restorative serum's extra boost, his body rapidly erupted with vigorous life. Zwazwa grinned and said arrogantly, "Who's worried about you? Remember. You promised me strawberry cake and a big compensation. If you forget, it'll be dangerous." Lin smiled and adjusted the monocle that had split into two pieces, saying, "Don't worry, I'll stuff you slowly." Left hand. Seeing the left hand viciously about to lunge up and bite off his nose, Lin quickly grabbed the wrist and forced it down, then turned his head and said, "Don't be reckless. The matter isn't settled yet. Alice should have already taken care of that vengeful ghost, but truth rarely brings warmth, usually it brings greater hatred. If Alice loses her sanity and tries to kill us, we'll be in danger." Zwazwa immediately warned, "Should I run first? You cover the rear." Lin decisively ignored Zwazwa's suggestion, quickly regained his composure, and scanned the surroundings with his eyes. And in the next moment, among the rolling ruins, his gaze caught a silhouette. His pupils contracted. He recognized it. That silhouette was the corpse of Alice that he had sewn back together piece by piece. She hadn't been buried in those ruins. Lin kept calm and slowly walked toward the figure. The girl sat curled up on the rubble with her back to him, her body was crisscrossed with seams from the reattached flesh, and the once cut-off blonde hair had somehow regrown and now hung loose behind her. Approaching bit by bit, he gradually heard low, suppressed sobbing. Her body was so small, and since the moment she had been dismembered and hidden away, it had never grown. Lin knew Alice's consciousness had returned to the body that truly belonged to her. Warning! Warning! Detection of extremely strong hatred fluctuations. Warning! Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The system's warnings rang rapidly in his ears. Lin stopped at a distance of 10 meters, watching her back from far off. That chilling ghost energy felt like an icy pool that pierced to the bone. Even standing 10 meters away, Lin could feel his body starting to frost over. N. The current Alice. After absorbing that massive outpouring of hatred and consuming the vengeful ghost, her power had likely reached a level far beyond what he could match. She now might be even more terrifying than blood-robed Madame. Swazwell warned, "Idiot, stop standing there. Run now. While she hasn't acted against you, get the hell out of here." But Lin didn't speak, his eyes gradually calmed. He didn't retreat. Under Swazwell's astonished stare, he took a step forward. Then another. The bone-deep cold stabbed his skin like a merciless winter, mercilessly probing every inch of him. Pale frost already crawled over his legs, and his cheeks were slowly coated in ghostly white frost. Warning. You are being invaded by ghost energy. Warning. Warning. Still, Lin kept his composure and did not flinch, stepping forward one pace at a time. Those 10 meters felt like trudging through a blizzard for days. But at last he reached the source of the frost. He reached the sobbing little girl. He reached out with his numb hand. Gently, he placed it on her shoulder and, as if whispering into the heart of winter, said, "Alice, it's all over now. If you feel lonely, my previous offer still stands. You can treat me as family." A wind howled, stirring drifting ash that scattered across the ruined landscape like perennial snow, dyeing the earth an ashen white. Swazwell was stunned. Minutes later, the cold retreated, and the terrifying hatred slowly faded. Among the wreckage, Lin held the little girl asleep in his arms and calmly stepped out of the ruins. She looked exhausted, eyes closed, tear streaks on her face, one hand clutching tightly at Lin's chest fabric. Since falling into this dark world, it seemed she was sleeping peacefully for the first time. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered the legendary high-difficulty achievement, Lure the Naive Little Girl, Death Omen Tier. You gained 500 base experience. Lure the Naive Little Girl, Death Omen Tier High-Difficulty Bonding Achievement, obtained when, by any means, you successfully fix the affinity of a Death Omen Tier evil-spirited lowly toward you at family, or above. This fully indicates the host is taking a solid, albeit bizarre, step toward becoming an atrocious lowly lover and a healing physician. You have received permanent bonuses, Alice's trust in you plus 50, Constitution plus 10, Ghost Energy Resistance plus 10%, Happiness plus 20. Death Omen Tier, rank just below Monarch. Lin. Crack, crack, crack. Lin clenched his teeth and ground them with a sound. This dog system dash. This bastard system must have been a perverse sadist before it became mine. What does, lure the naive little girl, even mean? This was clearly, a kind and loving Dr. Brother's perfect healing of a little sister long tormented by hatred. How did it come out of this rotten system's mouth as, lure the naive little girl? Am I that kind of person? Not awarding the overflowing, genuine goodness beauty truth inside my heart and honor would be one thing, but to maliciously slander your own host is unforgivable. Q. Simply unforgivable. Swazwell lifted a hand, glanced at Alice sleeping in Lin's arms, looked at him, and muttered, "A bit ridiculous. How dare you? Aren't you afraid she'll kill you? Her current power is terrifying." Lin's mouth curled, and he smiled, "Because I'm a doctor. As long as the employment relationship isn't over, I won't abandon my patient. Besides." He raised an eyebrow, wearing a smile. "Since I already promised this girl, I won't go back on my word. Got it?" Swazwell was stunned. Suddenly, he felt this guy looked kind of cool. And even a tiny bit handsome. Was this the real side of the guy? So kind and loving. Ding. Swazwell's affinity toward you plus 10. Ding. Alice's affinity toward you plus 20. Ding. You triggered a milestone achievement, desperately trying to appear cool. You gained 200 base experience doing everything possible to show off, stage-based special achievement, obtained when you create conditions where none exist to successfully show off during an event, indicating you've taken a firm step toward becoming an outstanding youth. You received permanent bonuses, charm +1, intelligence +2, happiness +1. Lin. No way. This damn system can't be kept. It absolutely can't be kept. Outside the castle. In the distant darkness, Bloodsaw and the doll mistress watched the scene in the ruins from afar, faint smiles of satisfaction on their faces. Bloodsaw stretched his shoulders comfortably, the corners of his mouth twitching upward uncontrollably. How about that? Wasn't I right? This is what you call a true man's disciple. Compared to your daughters, my disciple is clearly superior, wouldn't you say? Heh 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 heh. The doll mistress hugged her ample bosom, glanced at Bloodsaw's barely concealed show-off expression, and smiled even more brilliantly. He is indeed exceptionally outstanding. Such an outstanding boy really makes it hard to suppress the restlessness in one's heart. I must quickly get him to marry into our family. No. I've changed my mind. Such a fine young man absolutely cannot be reserved for just the seventh child alone. The first, second, third, and fourth daughters should all have him. And if mother-in-law could properly dote on him too, that would be absolutely wonderful. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Ding. Doll mistress's affinity toward you +10. Ding ding ding. Inside the castle, Lin stood up with a bewildered expression, looking around in confusion. What's going on? Why did the doll mistress's affinity suddenly increase so much for no reason? Could she be nearby? Aside from waiting for that life-size doll to be delivered, he really didn't want to have any further contact with her at all. After scanning his surroundings fruitlessly with a confused look, Lin could only shake his head and put the matter aside. Unable to leave this ancient castle. Lin resumed his thoughtful expression, holding the closed-eyed Alice in his arms, having already tried many times. Although she had indeed become much stronger. Her nature as an earthbound spirit still limited her range of movement, preventing her from truly leaving this place. Lin thought for a moment, then activated his diagnostic ability on her again. Ding! You activated random diagnosis, passive, you discovered target ailment, hatred, temporarily suppressed. Ding! You discovered target ailment 2, earthbound curse. Ding! You discovered target ailment 3, vengeful ghost curse, temporarily cleared. Lin pondered. So his curse purge ability only temporarily removed one of the curses on her, just like with the blood-robed madam. But the earthbound spirit curse still remained within her, impossible to completely eradicate. If that's the case, then once the cooldown period is over, he could indeed temporarily clear her earthbound spirit curse and take her away from this castle. Even though it would only last for one day, that's still better than nothing. Lin rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. This won't do. His limited-time curse removal ability is in too much demand, the blood-robed madam needs it, his revolver needs it, and now Alice has become another person who needs his care. Aribeta. Not to mention, if he encounters certain special situations in the future, or meets little one's parents again, he'll need to keep the cooldown available. Can't it satisfy multiple needs at once? Lin, Q. Doing them one by one is so frustrating. The number of people who need healing and care from me, a doctor, will definitely keep increasing in the future. While Lin was brainstorming, he faintly seemed to hear shouting coming from somewhere, but because the wind was too strong, he couldn't make it out clearly. I can't get out. Just then, the girl in his arms spoke softly with her eyes closed. Lin was startled and looked down at the suture-covered Alice in his arms. She was so light, light as a feather. She still had her eyes closed, nestled in the crook of Lin's arm, murmuring as if in a dream. Alice is, an evil ghost who died here. Can never leave this place. Her voice was very soft, soft as the buzzing of mosquitoes. Lin's expression gradually returned to calm. He closed his eyes. At this moment, he finally made that decision. Swish. He produced between his fingers the reward he had obtained from a previous mission. Skill Enhancement Scroll. Since there's hope. Shouldn't he casually erase it? What do you think? Ding. Using skill enhancement scroll on your skill limited time curse removal ability, proceed immediately. Yes. The card in his hand instantly turned into sparkling points of light that seeped into his eyes. Ding. Your skill, limited time curse removal ability, has successfully completed its first advancement. Limited time curse removal ability +1. Introduction. You can temporarily clear curses attached to targets, number of uses increased to 2, duration remains 24 hours, cooldown time increased to 13 hours. Friendly reminder, further enhancements and advancements can further improve your mastery of this ability. Wishing you early mastery of all your abilities. Lin quickly scanned the notification, his attention immediately caught by the number 2. He was overjoyed. Just as he had guessed. Since it's a skill enhancement, the improvements would naturally focus on duration, cooldown time, and number of uses. He had guessed correctly. After enhancement, he indeed gained one additional use. If that's the case, then he could handle 2 targets at once now. Lin quickly regained his composure. Looking at Alice's closed eyes and the crook of his arm, he smiled and said. That's not necessarily true. I'm a doctor, of course I can take you away from here. At least for now. In that instant, he activated the limited time curse removal ability on Alice. One after another, curse formations that looked like chains emerged from Alice's body, then were immediately drawn by a powerful suction force, rushing noisily into Lin's hand. Alice immediately felt her entire body lighten. She trembled and opened her cracked eyes, her gaze full of confusion. And in the very next moment, Lin held her and took a firm step across the castle's boundary. No. Alice's lips trembled involuntarily, her small hands tightly gripping Lin's arm as she squeezed her eyes shut. Clearly she was afraid. For earthbound spirits, forcibly leaving the area that binds them would obviously cause them tremendous pain. But the next moment, that immense pain didn't come. And she clearly felt that she had already left the castle's territory. She finally opened her eyes in a daze, blankly looking at Soul Severin Street before her, then at the broken castle gate behind her. As if time itself had frozen, Lin gently set her down. The howling wind blew through her golden hair and dress. She blankly grasped her own wrist, staring dazedly at the ancient street. Lin gave her an encouraging look. She subconsciously took a tiny step forward, her small feet trembling slightly as they touched the hard stone pavement. It was gone. She had crossed the castle's boundary, but suffered no backlash. She had walked out of that death trap that had bound her. In that moment, she opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. She turned her head dazedly, gazing at the tall youth standing before her, at the gentle smile on his face, at this doctor who had promised to be her brother, to be her family. For some reason, suddenly, she felt something swirling in her eyes. But she said nothing. She walked over and hugged Lin's waist, closing her eyes as she pressed her cheek against his chest, holding him tightly. As if everything was understood without words, it was a profound longing for familial affection. Because ultimately, she was still that little Loli who hadn't grown up, still that lonely little girl yearning for family and loved ones. Perhaps she had become a vengeful ghost, but her heart still held hope. From beginning to end, she remained that kind little girl. Death had changed many things, and had even temporarily altered that young, kind heart, but finally, when the malice and hatred faded away, it remained as pure and white as before. RS. Ding. Alice's trust in you +10. Ding. Alice's hatred and resentment -1%. Ding. You have triggered a long-term mission, purification of the heart. Mission introduction. Alice has greatly improved under your healing, but the immense hatred and resentment deep in her heart remains an unstable time bomb that could detonate at any moment. To completely achieve healing, longer purification is required. Mission reward. Hearing the prompts, Lin was momentarily stunned, then looked down at the little Loli hugging him with closed eyes, afraid of being hurt. The corner of Lin's mouth quirked up as he closed his eyes, gently tapping his temple with his finger. Sigh. No choice now. Since the system mission had already been triggered, he could only obediently complete it. Although he had no experience raising a little sister, he should be able to handle the role of brother. And Soul Severance Street wasn't too far from Wandering Souls Alley. In the future, he could often come here to accompany Alice, help purify her heart, stay for a few days, that should be possible. Sigh. Really now? So troublesome. Just as Lin was mentally grumbling, Alice, who was hugging him, opened her eyes and lifted her head, his face reflected in her cracked pupils. Alice has something to give. Brother. Lin snapped back to attention. Alice gently took a step back, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Thank you. Thank you for telling Alice the truth. And thank you for promising to be Alice's family. But I also know. You definitely won't stay here forever. She lifted her head, looking into Lin's eyes, their clarity heartbreaking. I saw many things in your consciousness. You're not as evil as you appear. You just want to survive in this world in your own way, to bring kindness to people. Lin quietly watched her eyes. She extended her hand, a faint crimson glow slowly appearing at her fingertips. So. Please, no matter what, spend more time with me. Alice is very grateful to you. Alice truly hopes you can become family that can be relied upon. Ding. You have received special compensation from Alice. Ding. Alice is giving you half ownership of Happy Home. After acceptance, you will be able to freely enter Happy Home and have control over all supernatural phenomena within the ancient castle, and can teleport back to Happy Home at any time. Cooldown, 24 hours. Lin was shocked. He had indeed wondered what Alice's special compensation would be. But he truly hadn't expected that Alice would actually give him authority over this castle. This was practically like writing the male host's name on the property deed. Moreover, she had given him a skill that allowed him to return to base at any time. This was practically an invincible life-saving divine skill. Ding! Do you accept this compensation? Of course accept. Lin snapped back to attention, looking at Alice's outstretched hand, at the hopeful light in her eyes. Finally. Lin smiled and reached out to hold her hand, saying, Thank you, Alice. Ding! You have obtained half ownership of Happy Home. You now have all permissions for Happy Home. Curse Purge automatically removed. In an instant, behind them, the half-burned, collapsed ancient castle slowly began emitting billowing black mist. The curse was restored as the system automatically removed the purge. Shattered bricks moved without wind, collapsed walls slowly began reversing. Everything was transforming back to how it was before they arrived. Accompanied by howling winds. When they opened their eyes again, the towering, imposing ancient castle stood behind them. But this time, compared to before, it was no longer so sinister and terrifying. Everything seemed so warm and cozy. And on Alice's delicate face, she finally revealed a barely perceptible faint smile. Though it only flashed briefly, it seemed filled with happiness. But just at that moment, suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded from the street beside them. Thump thump. Like a heartbeat, particularly chilling. With a rustle, Alice immediately sensed great danger and suddenly positioned herself in front of Lin. Dazzling crimson light emerged from the dense cracks covering her entire body. She stared coldly at the darkness as if facing a formidable enemy, her entire body tense. Don't be nervous, little girl. A calm voice came. Time's up. I've come to complete our unfinished transaction. From the darkness. The pig-headed butcher carrying his cleaver slowly walked out. His massive pig head opened those calm eyes, his gaze falling on Lin's face. My heart. In that instant, Bloodsaw's face changed dramatically as he witnessed this scene from afar near the ancient castle. As if suddenly remembering something, Bloodsaw subconsciously took a step back, his eyes trembling, lips quivering uncontrollably. That's. He swore he wasn't mistaken, though he had only seen it back at the time. But he absolutely couldn't forget that heart-palpitating aura. 2 years ago, exactly 2 years ago. When he discovered Lin unconscious at the entrance of his potion shop, that monster, had appeared in Wandering Souls Alley. He still remembered the scene back then. Wandering Souls Alley was shrouded in black mist, and an unprecedented illusion appeared in the sky. A crimson and eerie blood moon hung high above, yet it resembled a massive blood-colored eyeball, peering down upon this land. He heard knocking and found Lin unconscious at the door. A trail of blood-red footprints extended from the shop entrance all the way into the distant black mist. Within the black mist, he saw a figure's back, covered in black fur, carrying a blood-dripping cleaver over his shoulder. The figure turned his head and glanced at him, allowing him to clearly see the monster's profile. The crimson blood moon shone down, like an ominous dark omen. That monster gave him an indescribable feeling of palpitation, not due to strength, but rather a suppression from status and soul that affected dark creatures like them. It made you feel chilled to the bone from the depths of your heart. Just like a demon. Bloodsaw raised his head gravely. He hesitated almost not at all, his gaze darkening as he instantly rushed toward Lin's direction. Seeing this, Doll Mistress quickly followed Bloodsaw and charged over. Before the ancient castle, Alice stood on high alert, warily confronting Pig-Headed Butcher. Lin was about to speak when he immediately sensed the aura approaching from behind, then saw Bloodsaw and Doll Mistress quickly arriving. Teacher. Lin was surprised but not entirely caught off guard. Because when he heard Doll Mistress's system prompt earlier, he had roughly guessed that his teacher and the others must be nearby. Bloodsaw nodded without further words, standing by his side, squinting as he stared at the pig-headed, human-bodied monster opposite them. Lin, have you offended this, Butcher? He asked gravely, muscles tense, eyes filled with vigilance. Upon hearing this, Lin smiled and said, Teacher, you're overthinking it. I merely made a transaction with this gentleman. He raised his head, strode forward confidently with a smile, patted the wary Alice on the shoulder, faced Pig-Headed Butcher directly, and bowed respectfully, RN Beta. First, I must express my gratitude to you. Without the heart you gave me, I couldn't have completed the final piece of Alice's puzzle. As for the heart of ultimate evil you want. Lin thought for a moment, then slowly reached out his hand and placed it over his own chest. Feeling the powerful beating of his heart, he smiled, adjusted his monocle, and said, I truly don't have one, but as you mentioned, my own heart can serve as a substitute. I can give it to you right now. As these words were spoken, Bloodsaw and Doll Mistress's expressions instantly changed dramatically. Alice also turned her head, looking at Lin beside her in astonishment. Lin, do you realize what you're saying? Bloodsaw frowned, grabbing his shoulder and shouting. Do you think a heart is just a replaceable part you can swap out whenever you want? Lin turned sideways, blinked at his teacher, and said, Isn't it? Didn't teacher replace one for me before? I'm still alive and well, aren't I? Bloodsaw was momentarily speechless, then grabbed his collar, looked deeply into his eyes, and said profoundly. Because the heart I replaced for you wasn't an ordinary one. Lin was taken aback. But Bloodsaw didn't continue. He released his collar, turned around, and gazed deeply at Pig-Headed Butcher opposite them. His voice turned gloomy. Moreover, didn't you catch the implied meaning in his words? He said he wants the heart of ultimate evil, which doesn't just refer to the fleshy lump beating in your chest, it also includes your soul. Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. Bloodsaw's voice grew even deeper as he said your own heart can substitute, but he didn't specify whether it's a kind heart, loving heart, evil heart, or cruel heart. If you rashly give it to him, it's equivalent to making a deal with the devil, and the final interpretation rests with him. Then what you ultimately lose won't just be a lump of beating flesh. These were all lessons learned from experience. Blood-soaked lessons he had summarized through centuries of struggling in this world. Because in the dark world, there exists a race of devils. They are extremely orderly yet profoundly evil. They won't attack you outright but will engage in transactions through contracts, then gradually lure you into traps they've set in advance. If you're not careful, you'll face eternal damnation. Lin calmed down, then looked toward Pig-Headed Butcher opposite him with an inquiring gaze. Pig-Headed Butcher's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently, Your teacher is correct. The heart I want also includes the soul. He reached into his chest and pulled out a pocket watch, glancing at it casually. 30 seconds. Make your decision quickly. Once the countdown ends, I'll consider it a breach of contract. Tick. The sound of ticking echoed around them. Lin's eyes flickered. From his teacher's expression, he could guess that pig-headed butcher's strength was evidently formidable. Even the enhanced Alice showed an expression of facing a formidable enemy, which further confirmed the situation. Could he be a monarch? Or perhaps a root? No. That should be impossible. Lin's mind raced rapidly, his gaze shifting. Moreover, notifying little one's family now would definitely be too late. But finding a heart of ultimate evil couldn't possibly be an easy task, let alone with less than 30 seconds remaining. If that's the case. Lin raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute as he took a step forward, his right hand reaching toward his chest. Fine, then use my. But before he could finish his sentence, a small, cold hand grabbed his wrist. Alice, covered in cracks, lifted her head, her eyes profound as she gently shook her head at him. Then she turned around, looked up, and said. I'll make the transaction, for brother. Upon hearing this, Lin was instantly shaken. But before he could utter a word, Alice suddenly opened her mouth, releasing a surge of icy ghost energy. Under everyone's urgent gaze, a pitch-black, continuously beating heart slowly emerged from her mouth, floating before pig-headed butcher. Cold, eerie, and dark. That heart was covered in grotesque black slime, still pulsating rhythmically. Faint, miserable, and resentful shrieks could be heard emanating from it. That is. Instantly, an introduction to that heart appeared before his eyes. Heart of malice, a heart condensed from Madame Mary's jealousy and hatred. Lin's breathing suddenly became rapid. Slowly. Alice held the floating heart, looked up, and said. This is my birth mother's heart. Her malice and hatred send chills down my spine. Lin fell silent, merely gazing at Alice's profile without speaking. Alice stepped forward one pace at a time, raised her head, and said, Brother Lin retrieved Alice's heart from you, so this transaction, shall bear eyes showed no trace of reluctance, nor any hint of sorrow. It was a bone-deep calm. She no longer held any hope for that calamity's past, because what had destroyed everything for her was this very, jealous heart she now held in her hands. The pig-headed butcher looked at her, his fingers twitched slightly, and the heart was grasped in his hand. He sniffed it and said calmly. Excellent quality. And Bloodsaw immediately felt the heart-palpitating aura that had enveloped the surroundings slowly dissipate. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief, though his expression remained grave. Alice. Lin frowned slightly, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. Alice shook her head, gazing into the distance. There's nothing worth clinging to. She was both my birth mother and the source of my hatred. I won't hold any lingering attachment to her. Whoosh. In the pig-headed butcher's hand, a stretched, pitch-black, illusory human face was pulled screaming from that heart. For a moment, the surroundings echoed with agonized wails. Alice. Alice. My daughter. You can't trade me away. You can't. You mustn't. The shrill, piercing voice continuously emerged from that distorted phantom. Both Lin and Alice turned their heads to watch the scene. But Alice's eyes showed no emotion whatsoever. Amid the piercing screams, that face extracted from the heart slowly gathered in the pig-headed butcher's hand, finally transforming into a pitch-black bead. He calmly held the marble, sniffed it, then reached out and placed it into a cloth bag at his waist, producing crisp sounds of beads colliding with each other. Then he deeply glanced down at Lin, hoisted his butcher knife, turned, and walked into the darkness. We'll meet again. The surroundings fell into complete silence. But before he had taken more than a few steps, Bloodsaw suddenly reached out and said gravely. Wait, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Lin was surprised. But the pig-headed butcher didn't stop walking, as if he hadn't heard the voice, continuing forward on his own. Bloodsaw immediately stepped forward and asked loudly. I want to ask, were you in Wandering Souls Alley 2 years ago? Was it you who placed my apprentice in front of my shop back then? Buzz. Instantly, Lin's expression shifted dramatically. And the pig-headed butcher also stopped in his tracks. Lin's mind was instantly swept by turbulent waves of shock. He looked at his teacher in disbelief and said, "Teacher, why would you ask that? Wasn't I adopted by you?" Bloodsaw's entire body tensed, saying deeply, "That's right, I did tell you I found you unconscious outside, but there's one more thing I didn't mention. A with tilde nu omicron B. You were deliberately placed in front of my shop. I heard a noise and went out to check, and the being I saw at that time was him." Buzz. The surroundings instantly fell into complete silence, only Lin's gradually intensifying rapid breathing could be heard. He sharply looked at the pig-headed butcher's back, his gaze flickering rapidly. How could this be? Didn't he fall into this world on his own? Could there be other hidden circumstances involved? In the flowing silence, the pig-headed butcher didn't turn around. Carrying that blood-stained butcher knife, his voice finally came. "Yes." He gave his reply. Lin instantly felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. "Why did you send me here?" Lin stared at him intently. The pig-headed butcher didn't turn back, his voice coming calmly. "A certain existence made a very risky transaction with me." I agreed. Lin was shocked. And when he wanted to ask more, the pig-headed butcher's body vanished from the spot like a ghost, as if he had never been there at all. Lin rushed over quickly, his gaze urgent. But even with evil spirit vision, he couldn't capture any trace of the other party. How could this be? A transaction? What transaction? And with whom? Before falling into this dark world, he was just an ordinary young man on Earth. What special quality did he have to be targeted? Lin's brow furrowed tightly, but the composure he had cultivated over these 2 years quickly restored his reason and calmness. Bloodsaw walked over and patted his shoulder gravely, saying, "Don't overthink it. If that monster won't talk, it's hard to get answers from his mouth. But since he said we'll meet again, perhaps we can get some information from him then." Lin looked at his teacher's comforting eyes, nodded, and took a deep look in the direction where the pig-headed butcher had disappeared. He clenched his hand. "Alice, how did you hire this butcher?" Lin turned and asked Alice. Alice was startled, trying hard to recall, then shook her head. Her brow furrowed slightly. "It's very blurry. My thoughts seem to have been interfered with. I knew he existed in the castle, but every time I think about that butcher, I naturally don't delve deeper." A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. "I did hire him, but I can't remember the specific details." Lin's gaze grew serious. Because the greatest fear stems from the unknown. And if what his teacher said was true, then there were clearly some karmic connections between him and that pig-headed butcher. And that pig-headed butcher's level of existence clearly far surpassed all other beings here. Lin rubbed his temples and decided to set this matter aside for now, because racking his brains over it wouldn't yield any answers. Then he turned and looked seriously at Bloodsaw, saying, "Teacher, after we return, can you tell me in detail about the situation back then?" Bloodsaw naturally agreed, then showed a trace of relief in his eyes, patting his shoulder and saying, "I'll tell you in detail when we get back. But you did an excellent job on this mission. Your teacher never expected that you wouldn't only complete this task excellently, but also unexpectedly gain some surprising rewards." Alice turned her head, giving Bloodsaw a profound look that made his hair stand on end. He coughed and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, we should head back now. After all, this isn't a place to linger, don't you think?" Lin nodded, though his mind remained heavy. "All right. And this opportunity would be perfect to take this newly recognized little sister out for a walk." Alice reached out and grasped 2 of Lin's fingers, like an obedient little sister, silently following by Lin's side. "Alice, would you like to see where I live first?" Lin smiled. Alice nodded. She didn't refuse, but after walking some distance with Lin, she seemed to suddenly remember something, paused, then turned to look back toward the ancient castle. "Brother Lin, did you forget something?" "Did I? What is it?" Alice thought for a moment, then said blankly, nothing. The group strode toward the direction of Wandering Souls Alley, soon disappearing into the rolling black mist. But no one noticed that from the high direction of the ancient castle, what seemed like extremely urgent shouts from some creature could faintly be heard. Big brother! Big brother! High up on the flagpole. Bai Yi tightly hugged the pole, crying out desperately, oh. I'm afraid of heights. I have acrophobia. Early the next morning. Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Lin was full of guilt as he held a brush, swishing it back and forth to sweep off the dust and frost from Bai Yi, who was frozen stiff like a statue, winky face. He coughed and said, sorry, Bai Yi, big brother didn't mean to forget about you. It's just that some important things happened yesterday, so it slipped my mind for a moment. You were hanging on that flagpole for so long. Looking at Bai Yi's dazed expression, Lin, winky face. Because he had been thinking about the pig-headed butcher situation all day yesterday, he ended up completely overlooking this fellow countryman. This was indeed a pretty messed up situation. But Lin figured it should probably be fine, just consider it experiencing life and enjoying the scenery. After all, such precious moments are rare in life. Bai Yi, winky face, said, I gulped down, northwest wind, all night long. Thoroughly chilled. He felt like he had truly been chilled through and through, inside and out. For a whole night, alone and isolated, hanging up there, shivering uncontrollably, just like a piece of seaweed, a drifting, swaying piece of seaweed. Bai Yi, winky face, big brother, do you have any idea what I went through that night? Lin coughed, winky face, and said, it's fine, just think of it as cosplaying a flag. Opportunities like this don't come often, you should learn to cherish them. Lin comfortingly patted his shoulder. Bai Yi, oh. Is that even human language? Then. Lin's expression turned serious as he sat cross-legged in front of Bai Yi, gesturing for him to sit too, saying. Alright, enough nonsense, let's talk about serious matters. Can you tell me how you fell into this world? I've been thinking about it, and something feels off about the whole situation. Bai Yi rubbed his head dejectedly and said, haven't I already told you, big brother? After school, I was heading to a bar to meet up with friends, then somehow got directed by my navigation into a small alley, and then suddenly appeared on that street. Lin pondered this. He had a feeling things weren't as simple as Bai Yi described. Based on the information he'd gotten from his teacher, creatures that fall into this world either have such immense resentment and hatred after death that it triggers some mechanism, automatically dragging them into this world like Alice. Or they accidentally activate some mechanism that opens a portal to this world, then mistakenly stumble through and end up here. And those who fall here and can return are extremely rare. Because most creatures that fall here don't have a beacon from their original world. Lin snapped back to attention, his gaze suspiciously scanning Bai Yi up and down, making Bai Yi increasingly nervous. Is that alley one you usually take? Bai Yi widened his eyes, no. I was just in a hurry that time, so I took a shortcut. But I'd walked through that alley a few times before, and there are houses nearby too. Yet it just happened to be me who got transported through. Ranobes. Where's your phone? Bai Yi innocently patted himself down a few times, then pulled out his smartphone from an inner pocket of his jacket. It's broken. The phone's screen had long since shattered into a kaleidoscope pattern, and the power button showed no response at all. Lin took the phone, carefully examining it inside and out. Hoping to give it a try, Lin thought for a moment, then cast diagnostic art on the phone. He didn't really expect to find anything. But the next moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! You have discovered target damage, hardware fracture. Ding! You have discovered target abnormal curse fluctuation, blood contract. Buzz. In an instant. Lin's pupils sharply contracted. A curse. There was actually a curse fluctuation contained within this phone. What kind of joke is this? Seeing the change in Lin's expression, Bai Yi looked completely baffled. Big brother, what's wrong? Lin picked up the phone with a serious expression. I found something unclean inside your phone. This might be the reason you fell into this world. Hearing this, Bai Yi was instantly horrified, his face turning pale. His heart started racing wildly. This is ridiculous. Lin said gravely, further investigation is needed, but since a curse has bin detected, you must have come into contact with something unclean before arriving here. Without another word, Lin immediately took the phone and brought Bai Yi to a room in the basement. It was filled with a large number of mechanical tools. This was also the place his teacher used for mechanical modifications. Lin fiddled with the phone calmly. Wait for me outside the door. I'll try to see if I can repair the damage to this phone. If possible, we should be able to draw some conclusions. After drinking that bowl of soup, he had gained one piece of knowledge and one curse. He hadn't had time to study the curse yet, but the knowledge had been easily absorbed by him. Intermediate mechanical modification. This knowledge also gave him the possibility of repairing that phone. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Time passed quickly. Outside the door, Bai Yi was burning with anxiety, pacing back and forth incessantly, only able to hear the intermittent sounds of welding coming from inside. After a long time, the door opened. Bai Yi immediately rushed up, asking urgently. Big brother, how did it go? Lin walked out with a serious expression, cracking his neck, and said calmly. It should be operational now, but there's no suitable material to replace the screen. Still, it shouldn't be a big problem. You should try hard to recall whether you did anything unusual before coming here. Bai Yi racked his brains. Let me think. The night before I arrived here, I skipped a class, went out to buy some of the latest comic books, ate a bowl of ramen, then in the evening I took my girlfriend to a motel. Thwack. A smoking lump appeared on Bai Yi's head. Lin said with closed eyes, get to the point. Bai Yi rubbed his head in pain. In the morning, I took my girlfriend home, then since I still had plenty of time, I sneaked off to an internet cafe to go online. At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly froze. It seemed like he remembered something, immediately thinking, wait, let me think. I remember I went to that internet cafe to go online, played some games for a while and got tired, because I'd used up a lot of energy that night, so I thought I'd just browse some websites before logging off. Then I remember I clicked on a pop-up window. His breathing suddenly became rapid, I remember now. Lin narrowed his eyes, and then that pop-up window said, do you want to truly live? Yes or no? And you chose yes. Bai Yi said blankly, no, nothing like that popped up. It was a. He frowned in thought. A somewhat disturbing website. He explained in detail to Lin what he had seen on that website. It was a web page without a domain name or address, with the entire page being that kind of unsettling black color that makes people uncomfortable just looking at it. There was only one option on it. After clicking in, a photo would appear before you. The photo seemed to capture a page from some kind of book. The page didn't resemble paper, but rather seemed more like the skin of some creature, covered densely with many incomprehensible written characters. Lin asked doubtfully, you're saying you took a picture of that web page with your phone? Bai Yi grabbed his hair, struggling to recall as he frowned, seems like it, my state seemed a bit off at the time, but I don't know what was wrong. Maybe I was too sleepy, or maybe, anyway, I was just groggily. He suddenly paused, saying. I think. I entered my name on it. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately became serious. He promptly opened the main door, brought Bai Yi into the workshop, and turned on his phone. Let's take a look. If it really was because of that experience that he got pulled into this world, then perhaps they could find a way for him to return to his own world. But Lin was already certain. He had undoubtedly encountered a paranormal incident. Lights slowly brightened on the phone's cracked screen as Bai Yi watched with bated breath. Soon, the phone booted up. Bai Yi quickly opened the photo gallery, and as soon as he entered, Lin saw one after another very explicit, sexy pictures, with a very familiar male lead who was obviously Bai Yi himself. Mixed among them were a few photos of Bai Yi wearing what seemed to be his girlfriend's clothes, striking seductive poses. Eek! Bai Yi's eyes instantly widened. Wait! Wait! Personal privacy. Let me find it first. Big brother, don't look. Lin glanced at him and said, you play quite wild, huh? Cosplay or role reversal? Bai Yi's head turned red like a boiling teakettle. Wide-eyed with his heart pounding wildly, he quickly scrolled through the photo gallery and soon found that particular photo. Renault. Big brother, this is it. Lin looked toward the screen and immediately saw the photo he had taken in the image, along with that page densely covered with text within the photo. Lin narrowed his eyes. He didn't recognize these characters, but for some reason, just glancing at them gave you a strong sense of discomfort, as if something was pulling at your gaze, making you sink deep into it. Lin quickly composed himself. He carefully browsed through it, and then at the very bottom position of that contract, he saw several computer input Chinese characters. Bai Yi. Could this be the reason he fell into this world? Lin stared intently at that photo, trying hard to find details within it, and just then, he suddenly keenly noticed that in the reflection of the computer screen in the photo he took, he could vaguely see Bai Yi's face from that time. But that wasn't the main point. Lin immediately saw that right behind Bai Yi in the reflection, there seemed to be a black shadow standing. Who's behind you? Lin inquired seriously. Prompted by Lin's reminder, Bai Yi also immediately noticed the black shadow behind him in the reflection. His whole body shuddered instantly, a chilling sensation rising from within. I don't know either. Bai Yi trembled as he said. At that time I seemed very dazed. I didn't feel anything behind me. After I left the internet cafe, I seem to have forgotten about this matter. Lin fell into thought. If this was related to Bai Yi entering this world, then could the text on this photo also come from the dark world? He raised his head and said calmly. I'll ask my master, we might get some answers. Bloodsaw's bedroom. Bloodsaw put on his reading glasses and looked seriously at the content displayed on the object Lin handed over, saying. Disciple, how do you have something like this? Where did you get it from? Lin sat cross-legged on the chair, saying earnestly, this was taken by my human friend before he fell into this world. I always feel this is related to how he ended up here. Do you recognize the writing on it? Upon hearing this, Bloodsaw looked carefully for a while, took off his glasses, and said seriously. I've seen similar records in some documents. This seems to be incantation text from an ancient adherent race in the dark world. Let me see. He stood up. From his underground collection of books, he found a thick tome. He flipped through that ancient text, carefully identifying the content, then read aloud while cross-referencing. I shall serve the master of blood and flesh, I shall follow the call of the ancient gods, offering my flesh and blood as sacrifice to the grace of my deity, I shall abide by the codex, falling into the eternal silent night, I shall devote myself, awaiting my deity's summons and responding accordingly, signed by XX. Bloodsaw raised his head, looked at Lin, raised his eyebrows and said. This is a sacrificial contract from an evil god. Your friend didn't sign something like this, did he? Lin nodded upon hearing this, saying, he signed it, but he didn't know the content on it. Bloodsaw closed his eyes, handed the phone back to him, and said, then that makes sense. Many monarchs and root-level entities in this world proclaim themselves as evil gods, then spread calamities across various worlds to satisfy their evil purposes. It seems your friend's world has already been targeted by that evil god. Signing such a contract equals establishing a connection with the evil god. The signatory will inevitably be summoned by that evil god to the world where they reside. However, it appears your friend encountered some small accident during the process of being pulled into this world. He looked deeply at Lin, naturally seeing through Lin's thoughts at a glance. Lin pondered, so that means, he can't go back either. No. Bloodsaw gave a negative answer, looking up and saying. He might return very soon. Upon hearing this, Lin was instantly shocked, his face full of astonishment as he said. Teacher, what did you say? Bloodsaw shook his head and explained, because this is essentially still a summoning contract, just like in the site, where other worlds use special rituals to request a certain creature from the dark world to descend. They only briefly descend to this world, as short as a few hours, as long as a few days, but absolutely never exceeding 1 month. Unless they die, otherwise when the time comes, they will immediately be sent back to their original plane. This is also the most economical and efficient method used by evil gods in this world to pull creatures from other worlds in, since they won't let them live long anyway. Lin was utterly astonished, saying, "So that means, my fellow townsmen can still go back?" Bloodsaw said seriously, "Most likely yes. If nothing unexpected happens, he's basically equivalent to a summoned entity now. As long as he doesn't die, returning is just a matter of time." Lin walked out of his teacher's room with tightly knitted brows. He raised his head, looking gravely at Bai Yi who had been waiting anxiously in the main hall. Seeing him return, Bai Yi hurriedly rushed up to meet him, saying, "Big brother. How was it? Do you know what's written on it?" Lin let out a breath, a trace of a bitter smile appearing on his face. Then he extended his hand toward Bai Yi. "Congratulations, Bai Yi. You're much more fortunate than all the other creatures who have fallen into this world." Bai Yi was taken aback, opening his mouth but not understanding what Big Brother meant. Lin adjusted his monocle, smiling slightly as he said, "What I mean is, you should be able to return to your own world within the next few days." Creepy pharmacist, all my patients are SC. After hearing this news, Bai Yi's mind went completely blank, followed by unimaginable shock and ecstasy. He grabbed Lin's shoulders, trembling as he said, "Big brother. Is everything you're saying true? I really still have a chance?" Lin smiled and said, "Most likely yes." In that instant, Bai Yi was so excited he almost jumped up. His breathing became rapid, momentarily unable to process this sudden, enormous surprise. He paced back and forth continuously, trying hard to digest the wild joy in his heart. But then he froze. His gaze fell upon Lin's smiling expression. He immediately thought of something, asking in astonishment, "What about you, big brother? Can you come back with me too?" His breathing quickened. "Although we seem to come from 2 parallel Earths, even if it's a parallel Earth, it's definitely better than this dark world. Big brother, we..." Lin raised his hand, stopping him, shaking his head. "I can't go." Bai Yi was stunned. Lin smiled and explained, "Because you signed a summoning contract, you were lured into this world as a summoned entity by some existence. Although there might have been some accident that prevented you from being pulled into that evil god's domain, when the summoning time ends, you'll still be sent back. But I'm different, I still don't understand how I ended up here. I definitely can't follow you back." Bai Yi's mouth hung open, his mind blank. In other words, this was a round-trip ticket for only one person. But if he went back alone, leaving Big Brother here, that would be just. Although they had only known each other for 1 night, and this Big Brother was quite terrifying, being able to encounter a friendly, fellow countryman, in such a horrifying world was truly more grateful than anything. Because without Big Brother's help, he would have probably died long ago. He grabbed his head, frowning, pacing back and forth, the previous joy quickly washing away. Summoning. Was he summoned because of that contract? Then, suddenly, it was like enlightenment dawned on him. Overjoyed, he grabbed Lin's shoulders, saying, "Big brother. I have an idea, you said I was summoned to this world by some existence, so is there a possibility that I could also summon you to my world?" It must be said that in this critical moment, Bai Yi displayed an extremely quick-witted mind. Hearing this, Lin also froze, then raised an eyebrow. "I'm not too sure about that, this kind of mystical stuff is my first time encountering it, but many worlds indeed have certain cults that like to perform rituals summoning monsters from other worlds." Bai Yi said with extreme delight. "Then that's perfect, isn't it? Big brother. No matter what, we can try it. If it fails, there's no loss, but if it succeeds, then you can also come to my world and reminisce about home." Looking at Bai Yi's extremely excited expression, Lin's thoughts couldn't help but become somewhat active too. Yes. If this method could really be realized. Even if it wasn't his true hometown, he could still be summoned over to see that similar world. And if it really was a parallel world, Then perhaps, in the world where Bai Yi lived, there was another version of himself, and his own parents. Lin looked up, gazing seriously at Bai Yi, saying, "We can give it a try." A few minutes later, Lin quickly brought Bai Yi to his teacher's underground library, expression serious, rapidly searching through it. His teacher's knowledge was very eclectic. He was a true research scholar. In his library, you could always find many strange and unusual books. And there were definitely books related to summoning rituals. After Lin carefully searched for a while, he soon found a thick, deeply hidden ancient text in a corner. Found it. Lin narrowed his eyes. Opening it to look. Complete Guide to Summoning Catgirls from Other Worlds. Slap. He closed it with a dark expression. Lin searched again. Finally, he pulled out another book covered in dust from the corner. Contract, Dark World Evil God Summoning Rituals. Lin remained calm, quickly opening it to browse. It recorded many methods and rituals for summoning evil entities, including flesh sacrifices, soul offerings, evil spirit prayers, and so on. Without exception, these were all extremely forbidden knowledge. "Big brother, did you find a method?" Bai Yi asked urgently. Lin adjusted his monocle, calmly browsing. "I found some roughly, but to complete the summoning of a specific creature, it requires consuming many materials and offerings, as well as a special environment in darkness. The more powerful the target, the more materials needed." He quickly copied down that method and ritual magic circle using Chinese characters. Then he turned around, serious. "I'll go consult my teacher, he knows more than I do. With my teacher's help, we'll likely succeed." Bai Yi immediately nodded like pounding garlic, quickly about to follow. But just at that moment. Buzz. A sound like a string snapping came from within his mind. He immediately felt an indescribable sense of detachment, looking at his hand in shock, saying, "Big brother. I think, time might be running out." Lin instantly turned his head. Then he immediately saw Bai Yi's body gradually beginning to turn illusory. Could it be that the contract summoning time limit had arrived? Indeed. He had been in this world for at least 3 days, which wasn't a short time for contract summoning. Watching his body become more and more ethereal. At this moment, Lin couldn't care about anything else. Rip. He tore out the page from his notebook where he had just recorded the specific creature summoning ritual in Chinese characters, placing it in Bai Yi's pocket. Expression serious, he grabbed Bai Yi's shoulders. "Remember. Go back and try the method above, remember my name. I'm Lin. This is the dark world." Right. He suddenly remembered the instructions in that book. He immediately drew his night demon blade without hesitation, cutting off his little finger with one slash. Blood splattered. "Bai Yi, Omega Omega," said, "Big brother. What are you doing?" Lin seriously grabbed the little finger and stuffed it into Bai Yi's pocket. "This is my flesh and blood, if the summoning ritual can succeed, my flesh is the beacon, it can help you locate my position faster. Maybe it can increase the success rate of summoning me over." Right. Lin quickly paced, then immediately picked up paper and pen from the table, seriously writing a letter in Chinese with swift strokes. Quickly folding the letter, he seriously stuffed it into Bai Yi's hand. "I don't know if your world is really a parallel world, but if it is, remember the address on the letter, mail this letter there." "Did you remember?" Lin gritted his teeth. Bai Yi looked completely stunned, his body becoming more and more ethereal. Finally, he nodded forcefully, expression serious. Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, shaking his head. "Good that you remember." His body slowly became intangible, but just at the final moment before disappearing, he suddenly remembered something, shouting to Lin in terror. "Big brother." "Right. What about the stainless steel you said you'd install for me?" Buzz. A mysterious vibration. Bai Yi vanished into thin air on the spot, clearly, he had already been sent back to his own world. Lin took a deep breath, sitting somewhat weakly in the chair, controlling his flesh calamity ability to slowly heal his little finger. Speaking of feeling bad. There was some of that. Because he originally thought he finally had a fellow countryman in this other world. But who would have thought, after knowing each other for less than a day, he was alone again. He wasn't sure if Bai Yi could learn that summoning ritual. Most likely not. That's why he wrote that letter. Lin looked up. Because if it really was a parallel world, perhaps that world also had his parents, had another version of himself, had their own family. No special meaning, just wanting to place some longing from his heart. Even if after seeing the letter, it gets thrown in the trash as madman's ravings, it doesn't matter. Because. Lin stood up, revealing a smile, flicking away a trace of moisture from the corner of his eye, shouldering his night demon blade, striding outwards. That at least was some solace. These few chapters are transitional plot, might be a bit boring, but next will officially enter the Night Doctor main storyline. Friendly reminder, I buried a special female character, thinking about this makes me feel a bit perverted. Of course, it's not Bai Yi, this salted fish hasn't become that perverted yet. Earth, Zhuzhou, Shanghai. Outside a remote alley, police car after police car lined the roadside, blaring piercing sirens. Missing person, Bai Yi, age 17, second-year high school student at 5th National Middle School in Shanghai's XX district. Investigation shows the target left school 3 days ago and hasn't contacted anyone since. His parents searched for him unsuccessfully last night and reported him missing. According to surveillance records, Bai Yi's last known location after leaving school 3 days ago was here. However, investigation shows although this alley is remote, it's only 300 meters long with no side paths. The strange thing is, surveillance from the other end of the alley shows no trace of the target. At the alley entrance, several investigators frowned slightly as they organized case clues. Because recently, not just in Shanghai, but throughout Zhuzhou, numerous similar missing persons cases had occurred. Initially these cases didn't alarm higher authorities, as the average number of missing persons in Zhuzhou each year reached over 1 million. With such a large population base, they couldn't prioritize every case. But recently things were different. Because many similar bizarre cases had appeared. Among the cases they handled, the most peculiar one involved someone disappearing from a crowded public square in plain sight of many people. And they still hadn't been found. Clearly, this missing persons case they were handling now was definitely connected to the recent cases. File it in the records. An investigator closed his notebook and shook his head. Tell the student's family we'll do our best to find him, though the chances are slim. But if we find any clues, we'll notify them immediately. As he spoke, another investigator sighed. These strange incidents have been increasing lately. If they're really encountering supernatural events, then they're probably in grave danger. The investigator took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. The government has established a special investigation team for the frequent recent disappearances, but they probably won't find much. These cases are beyond our understanding. But if we could just find one person, it would reduce our burden significantly. He gave a bitter smile. The other investigator shook his head, don't think too much about it. Let's check other places. We can't expect the student to suddenly fall from the sky, things don't work that simply in this world. But the moment his words ended. Boom. With a loud crash, a teenager appearing out of thin air instantly landed right on top of him. The investigator. Chief. Chief. Omega Omega. On the ground, Bai Yi with swirling eyes pressed down on the convulsing, foaming at the mouth investigator, clutching a piece of paper and mumbling, clearly unconscious. RAB Epsilon. Hospital. Bai Yi lay on the hospital bed with his eyes closed, the terrifying suture line on his chest faintly visible. Horrifying, bizarre, spine-chilling. But strangely, below that suture line was a small tied bow, looking oddly somewhat cute, damn it. Initial diagnosis shows the patient's vital signs are normal, just slight concussion. He should wake up soon. In the ward. Several specialized doctors gathered around the gray-haired hospital director, examining Bai Yi on the bed like he was a lab rat. Behind them stood several serious-faced investigators. The director adjusted his reading glasses and frowned. But we need the scan results for further details. Judging by the chest suture, he clearly had a thoracotomy recently, and whoever stitched him up used extremely crude and violent methods. In all my years as a doctor, this is the first time I've seen someone suture a wound like it's hemorrhoid surgery and still have the patient survive. He was furious. The surrounding doctors stared wide-eyed at their foul-mouthed director, not daring to say a word. The old director took a deep breath, rubbed his temples, and said, "Sorry, got a bit emotional." Then he frowned, walked to Bai Yi's side, and carefully examined his condition. "Doctor." One of the investigators behind them stepped forward seriously. "He should be fine for now, right?" The old director still frowned deeply. "What aspect are you referring to?" The investigator paused, then asked, "You mean besides the concussion, he has other injuries?" "Yes, and significant ones." "What?" The old director took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "Come see for yourself. I think it's better not to notify the family for now." Then the old director lifted the blanket covering Bai Yi's lower body. The investigator curiously approached. Taking a close look. The investigator, Omega, exclaimed, "Holy shit." Even with years of investigative experience, seeing this scene still felt like a massive challenge and shock to his psyche. What the hell was this situation? Gone. That area was completely bare, nothing left. But being gone was one thing. Why did the wound surface make it look like whatever used to be there wasn't something used for peeing? The old director adjusted his reading glasses and frowned. Initial diagnosis suggests the target underwent physical castration. Judging by the technique, it was clean and precise, with a very smooth wound surface, one clean cut without endangering the patient's life. In all my medical years, this is my first time seeing this. Just then, knocking came from the door. It was Officer Liu from the recently established Special Investigation Team. After showing his credentials, he entered with several team members, expression serious. "I'm the investigator in charge of the missing persons case. How's the target's condition? Any life-threatening dangers?" After hearing the missing person had suddenly appeared, he came immediately with his team. The old director frowned. Temporarily no major issues, but there are some complicated circumstances that aren't easy to handle. "What circumstances?" Officer Liu, sensing the serious atmosphere, instinctively looked toward Bai Yi's exposed lower body on the hospital bed. Taking a close look. Officer Liu, Omega, exclaimed, "Holy shit." He shuddered, experiencing unprecedented shock. He instinctively stepped back, feeling the surrounding gazes, realizing he'd lost composure, quickly calmed himself, and turned away. "Sorry about that, my apologies." He turned back to face the director seriously and solemnly said, "Although I don't understand, I'm deeply shocked. Clearly this child suffered horrific torture during his disappearance. But now we must ensure his safety and guarantee he recovers as soon as possible." The hospital director nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, this is our duty as doctors." But just at that moment, pushing and crying suddenly came from outside the door. "What's going on out there?" Officer Liu frowned and asked. An investigator at the door looked somewhat worried, pushed the door open and came in, saying, reporting, "Sir, it's the patient's family. After learning their son was found, they came looking and are now outside insisting on coming in." Just as Officer Liu was about to speak, a middle-aged man and woman suddenly started crying and tried to push their way through the door. "Let us in. How is our son? Is he still alive?" Ear. Seeing this, Officer Liu also showed a troubled expression. Clearly, the investigation team had just been established and hadn't properly coordinated the work here yet. The relevant investigators had already informed the family about Bai Yi being found. "Let them come in." Bai Yi's father and mother immediately rushed in anxiously, spotting their son's delicate face lying on the hospital bed through the gaps in the crowd. Mother Bai cried loudly. But when they tried to rush over to get a proper look at their son, several doctors urgently stopped them. "What are you doing? My son is back, I want to see my son." Father Bai and Mother Bai cried bitterly. A doctor urgently said, "Family members, the situation is somewhat special. I think it would be best if you two don't look right now. Later you can speak with our director to understand the situation, because..." But hearing this kind of talk only made them more panicked. Could it be their child was in critical danger? No. Without another word, Father Bai and Mother Bai anxiously pushed aside the people blocking their way. The hospital director hurriedly tried to cover Bai Yi with a blanket, but it was already too late. Ab. Their anxious gazes immediately fell upon a certain area below the peaceful Bai Yi. The air suddenly went quiet. Father Bai, Omega Omega, said, "Holy shit." Mother Bai, said, "Holy shit." Gulp. Under the massive shock, the elderly couple's eyes rolled back, and under everyone's stunned gaze, they simultaneously fell backward. Everyone was horrified and quickly rushed to support them. The hospital director immediately reached out, feeling awkward and urgently saying, "I told you we shouldn't call the family. I said we couldn't. Quick. Quick, take the elderly couple to the emergency room." Half an hour later. In the neighboring radiology department, the hospital director and several professionals were solemnly waiting in front of the specialized X-ray imaging equipment, waiting for the machine to start. "How is the patient's condition?" "He's initially regained consciousness, but the patient's mental state seems somewhat poor." The hospital director nodded, sighed and said, "Normal, probably some post-traumatic stress disorder. After all, he's still a youth in his prime." Several doctors teared up, saying, "What a pitiful young man." The hospital director adjusted his reading glasses and said, "How are the patient's family members doing?" "They've woken up and are receiving psychological counseling. We've already informed them that the patient is not in critical condition." Just then, a doctor waiting for examination results looked at the X-ray film just taken of Bai Yi and frowned. He quickly walked over and said, "Director, I might have discovered some issues. That young man's internal organs are a bit..." The director with many years of film reading experience put on his reading glasses and said, "What is it? See for yourself." The director looked carefully, then also froze, exclaiming in astonishment, Why has the heart moved to the right side?" But he quickly calmed down, because as a director with decades of clinical experience, what medical case hadn't he seen? Although dextrocardia only occurs in 1 in a million people, it wasn't unheard of. Perhaps this young man was born special, exceptionally talented. As he spoke, he opened another X-ray film. Hospital director. He stared in shock at the image on the X-ray, saying, The heart has moved back to the left side. Are you sure you didn't mix up the films?" That doctor frowned and said, "They just came out, couldn't possibly be confused." I'm also very puzzled." The hospital director also frowned, quickly composing himself. Maybe the machine had some malfunction, otherwise how could the heart move left and right? That would be ridiculous. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip to calm his nerves. Then he opened the third X-ray film. Pfft. The hospital director spat out a mouthful of strong tea. He, Omega Omega, pointed at the image on the X-ray film, his hand shaking like a sieve. "It's drooping." "How did it droop? How has this heart freaking drooped all the way into the abdomen? Is it on vacation?" The surrounding doctors also all trembled, clearly badly frightened as well. They swore. They were seeing such an absurd X-ray film for the first time in their lives. That heart seems restless. The hospital director's teeth chattered clatteringly, as he hastily and tremblingly took a quick-acting heart relief pill. He knew something was wrong. Either something was wrong with him, or something was wrong with the machine. Anyway, something was seriously wrong somewhere. Because in all his years of medical practice, this was the first time he'd seen such a bizarre X-ray film. No good. He immediately stood up, adjusted his reading glasses, and shouted with a frown. "Give him a comprehensive X-ray imaging to see what's really going on." Several minutes later, in the radiology department X-ray room, dozens of the hospital's professional doctors followed behind the director, gazing solemnly at the full-body scan of the young man named Bai Yi slowly appearing on the screen. Working normally, everything good, the equipment isn't showing any malfunctions. The hospital director adjusted his reading glasses, carefully watching the image gradually appear. This time, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. The equipment must have had some strange malfunction earlier, and the malfunction was quite absurd, making people's hearts pound wildly. As the image displayed, the hospital director and those professional doctors all held their breath, staring intently at the content shown. Only when his entire chest cavity appeared in the image did they finally breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their heads. Although it's indeed a bit messy, it's clearly still normal. Right, aside from the kidneys being only half there, the rest doesn't seem to have major issues either. The hospital director smiled contentedly while stroking his beard, saying, "Earlier, it really gave me a fright. In all my years of practice, this is truly the first time I've seen a heart that could droop into the abdomen. If that situation were real, then it would really be like seeing a ghost." The surrounding doctors all burst into loud laughter, the air around them filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Indeed, that would definitely be like seeing a ghost. Ha 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 ha. Where would a heart go wandering around on its own? If a heart could wander around, wouldn't the other organs rebel against heaven? The hospital director closed his eyes, smiling as he stroked his beard. But just then, a cheerful doctor happened to glance and his gaze returned to the X-ray image. Omega. Wait. Director, did you see that just now? His heart just kicked his lung. Everyone. The surrounding doctors looked bewildered, staring strangely at that doctor. Don't make weird jokes, okay? A heart kicking a lung. Why don't you say they're fighting over territory? That doctor pointed tremblingly at the image in shock, saying, "Really? I'm not lying to you. That heart really did kick the lung beside it just now. It really stretched out a foot and kicked." Everyone looked at him disdainfully. Then they turned their heads, glancing at the X-ray image on the screen. Thump. A reddish fist extended from the edge of the heart and stealthily gave the neighboring lung a sneak punch. For a moment, the surroundings fell completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the doctors stood there with their mouths agape, as if petrified, frozen in place. Thump. Right before their stunned gazes, that heart extended a chubby red foot and kicked the lung beside it. Thump. The lung that was kicked instantly developed a symbol on its lobe. All the doctors around instantly, winky face. The hospital director sat there dazedly, trembling as he reached out, took off his reading glasses, and in the deathly silence, shakily pulled out eye drops and put 2 drops in his eyes. He tremblingly extended 2 fingers, stupefied, and said, "Is my eyesight failing?" But before he could finish his sentence, that heart suddenly shot out a chubby red fist, but this time before it could even act, the 2 lungs on either side instantly moved over, extended numerous tentacles, and with loud slapping sounds, pressed it down and started violently beating it. Slap 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 slap. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the gazes of all the doctors present went completely hollow. Meanwhile, on the other side, the female nurse monitoring Bai Yi's heart rhythm looked at the ECG readings and immediately panicked, urgently turning her head to say, "Director. This is bad. The patient's heart rhythm suddenly shows huge fluctuations, so fast. The speed is so fast. It's beating one after another, reaching the very top." But all the doctors frozen before the X-ray machine remained completely silent, dumbstruck like wooden chickens. One doctor murmured, "I see, it's getting beaten up." The nurse said blankly, "Huh." The next moment, there was only a thud sound. "This is bad. The director's heart condition has relapsed. Quick! Quick, take him to the emergency room." A doctor urgently shouted. Dark World, Wandering Souls Alley. Because the limited time curse removal ability effect hadn't expired yet, Lin finally had time to take the little girl Alice out for a walk. Although Wandering Souls Alley wasn't much better than Soul Severance Street. Whether day or night, there was the same thick black fog, the same suffocating oppressive atmosphere. But along the way, Alice, sitting in Lin's arms on his arm, still showed great curiosity, eagerly looking around, very curious about everything around her. A with Gravo Beta Epsilon. And the creatures occasionally passing through the black fog all went oh, then immediately turned around and fled at full speed. No other reason. Lin might be carefree, but other dark creatures could easily sense the vast ghost energy emanating from the little girl in Lin's arms. Do you want to get down and walk by yourself? Lin inquired. Alice vigorously shook her head, her long hair swinging along, brushing against Lin's nose. Obviously. She expressed refusal once again. Then with one hand hooked around Lin's neck, she curiously extended her other hand, pointing at a dark creature in the distance that was tiptoeing trying to quietly leave along the wall. Nah dash. She curiously made a sound. Lin facepalmed, shaking his head and saying, "Are you hungry?" "No, Alice, you can't just see any creature and think it's food. They haven't provoked us, so we can't just grab them and start chewing, right?" Perk. That dark creature's fur all stood on end. Winky face. Ding. Black fog lickers fear of you +10. Still not leaving quickly? Lin glared. That dark creature immediately jumped up in panic, scrambling and stumbling as it dashed into the black fog, fleeing Wandering Souls Alley overnight. In sight. Information sharing, warning. Warning. All beings in Wandering Souls Alley, please note, Death-Omentir Vengeful Ghost is on the streets, be sure to stay safe when going out. Why is it him again? Why is it that guy again? Omega. A few days ago he was riding around on a root-level girl's head everywhere, and now he's carrying a Death-Omentir Vengeful Ghost while shopping around. Isn't this human afraid? Why can he be so brave? The doors and windows on both sides of the street slammed shut with loud bangs, just like during a night parade of demons when everyone closes their doors tightly, not a single creature dared to open up. Lin gazed wistfully at the tightly closed doors around him, feeling a sense of loss. Over 10 days ago. He was still a shut-in apprentice who never stepped outside. He didn't even dare to venture 10 meters into the black fog. And now, he could actually go out and wander around freely, just like on Earth. Sigh. Life. Sometimes is just so unexpected. Lin shook his head wistfully, idly playing with his homemade lollipop in Alice's mouth, mischievously dodging her little tongue that wanted to lick it. Carrying Alice all the way back to the Bloodsaw potion shop. Ding. You took Alice shopping, Alice's hatred value -0.5%, affinity towards you +30. Ding. You fed Alice a lollipop, Alice's hatred value -0.1%, affinity towards you +10. Ding. Alice is in a happy mood, hatred value -0.2%. After walking around, he had successfully helped cleanse Alice's spirit a bit. Returning to the backyard. Lin placed Alice on his lap, letting her curiously swing her feet while examining the surroundings, while Lin took the opportunity to open his panel. After handling all matters today. Tomorrow he could officially trigger the Night Doctor job change quest and undergo his first job transition. Looking at his level 10 status, he thoughtfully asked in his mind. System, I want to ask, I now know that root level should be the power ceiling of this world, and below root level are monarchs, and below monarchs is Death-Omentir. So what tier am I actually at now? I feel that with my current bioarmor strength, there's no way I could be a weak level 10 chicken, right? And even with stored experience, I think I could easily defeat monsters in a 20 to 30 level range. Lin expressed doubt. Because his physique had already been increased to several hundred points. And he remembered that level 80 to 90 Black Moth Fairy before, could something that fragile really defeat other lower level races? Like that pork demon. Ding. The panel is only for visualizing your abilities and attributes, actual combat power should be based on reality. Tip, other creatures in the dark world do not have the various items and abilities granted to you by the system, nor the attribute point bonuses, and due to differences in target abilities and specializations, combat power can vary greatly. Lin pondered. He roughly understood some of it. Because this wasn't an online game after all, but a real world. Real worlds have too many uncertainties, which makes sense. Just like in games, a level 10 warrior, even with a full power strike, absolutely couldn't kill a level 100 mage. But in the real world, even a little girl, if given a gun, could easily take down a Tyson. Lin thought, so can I understand it this way, if I find the right method, with my current abilities, could I possibly kill a monarch? For example, while treating his illness, stab a knife into his vital parts. Brief silence. After a long while. No. The system gave its reply. Lin was startled, saying, didn't you say that in the real world, there's no absolute level suppression? Ding. This theory only applies to the vast majority of creatures below level 100, because creatures below level 100 don't possess absolute overwhelming power, they still belong to the natural category you can understand. Above level 100, one enters the true supernatural and transcendent realm, where each subsequent tier possesses extremely strong suppression, and the power gap increases exponentially. Lin pondered, saying, but it's still not impossible to kill them, right? Below Monarch, all possibilities exist. Lin's heart stirred slightly. He pondered. And obviously, every race had completely different methods for increasing their strength. For example, evil spirits. The ultimate hatred that erupted from Alice after learning the truth directly propelled her into the Death Omen tier. That is to say, even though Alice seemed harmless before him, if her hatred fully erupted, it would absolutely be an unimaginable, unprecedented disaster. As for Little One, she should have just reached the edge of root level, capable of rivaling peak monarchs, but if you add combat experience and various tools, peak monarchs should be able to overpower Little One. Big Brother Titan should be the strongest combat power among the ultimate horrors he had encountered so far, with Anti-Wushan coming second. But even so, his head had been severed. Clearly, beyond the dark world, at higher levels, there existed even more unimaginable statuses. For example, that supreme will in the sight. As for Teacher and Doll Mistress, as well as Blood-Robed Madam, they should be at roughly the same level, but definitely lower than Death Omen tier. But if they truly fought, wanting to exchange blows with Alice shouldn't be difficult. But Lin thought. Between above level 100 and below Blood-Robed Madam, there should be a gap. There should be one or several tiers. Because Blood-Robed Madam and Teacher could absolutely be considered elites among elites, so below them should be the true pillars of the entire dark world. The middle section of the pyramid. Lin raised his head and said, what tier do creatures below level 100 belong to? A brief silence. This time, the system gave him a reply. All living beings. Brother. Alice snapped him out of his thoughts. What's wrong? Lin returned to his senses and showed a faint smile. Alice lifted her hand covered in suture threads, hugged her body that had been stitched together crookedly, opened her mouth, and shook her head, saying, Arano Thailand bot. Uncomfortable. Then Lin immediately saw that the sutured area at her throat was slowly leaking the syrup she had just eaten. Lin. All right. After all, this was a horror world where anything could happen. Splash splash. In one of the rooms in the backyard. Lin poured hot water into a large wooden tub, then added lots of soapberries, immediately causing the tub to bubble with copious white foam. Lin waved toward Alice peeking at the door, curled his lips, raised his chin, and said. Come on. Last time I was too rushed, so I stitched you up roughly. First take a bath, then Big Brother will stitch you up again properly, guaranteeing no leaks this time. Alice slowly drifted inside. She looked at the tub full of foam, then lifted her head, opened her misty eyes, and stretched her hands toward Lin. The meaning was obviously clear. She wanted her brother to help bathe her. This immediately touched upon a blind spot in Lin's thinking. Lin froze in place for half a second. Then he seriously crouched down, looked at Alice and said, Alice, first you need to understand that you're a girl. Bathing is something you shouldn't let the opposite sex help with, even your real brother, let alone me who's just your adopted brother. Alice looked up and asked, why? Lin said seriously, because you're still young and don't understand. Alice was stunned for a moment, then said intermittently, brother, how old? Lin smiled slightly and said, 17, almost 18. Alice lowered her head, looked at her 10-stitched fingers, and said, "Alice." She lifted her head, misty-eyed, and said, 201 years old. Silence fell around them. The smile on Lin's face froze stiffly in place. She must be counting her age after death. Right. But that definitely shouldn't count. Because if age after death counted, then little one would be over 3,000 years old. Indeed, in this dark world, you really couldn't use human standards to distinguish things, otherwise you'd definitely encounter many bugs. Looking at Alice's hopeful gaze, Lin finally held his forehead and said seriously, "Just this once. Next time you have to do it yourself. Understand?" Alice blinked her eyes and didn't respond to him. Lin clenched his fists with cracking sounds, gritted his teeth, and washed Alice's hair with a towel while she was in the foam. He lifted his head and said, "Shut up. Always giving you a completely impure achievement in clearly pure situations was really too malicious. This was clearly just routine care and nurturing. How did it become twisted when coming from the system?" A few minutes later. Splash splash. Accompanied by the sound of water. Lin wrapped a large bath towel around Alice, picked her up and placed her on the table, then under Alice's curious gaze, took out a package of high-quality silk thread from the operating room. Lin sat seriously before her, looked into her curious, wet big eyes, pressed her feet against his leg to prevent her from moving around. Then he took out a needle and said seriously, "Alice, I'm going to start removing the stitches. If it hurts, endure it for now, or first transform into your ghost state and leave your body. After I stitch you up properly, you can possess it again." Alice hugged the bath towel, shook her head, blinked her eyes, and didn't reply. But the meaning was clear. She was an evil spirit. She didn't have the sensation of pain, unless holy attacks were used to burn her soul. Because for evil ghosts, the body was just a shell. Lin said seriously, "Good. Then I'm starting." Saying this, Lin adjusted his monocle, regained his composure, and quickly removed the suture threads from her ankles, then picked up the needle and thread, but as she forced herself to open her eyes a sliver and watched Lin stitch her wounds with such careful, deliberate movements, for no reason at all it felt like a warm current ran through her body. As if the pain eased considerably. Although he was a stranger of a brother. Yet unexpectedly Alice felt cared for and protected, just like long ago when her father, mother, and brother hadn't changed yet. It was reassuring. She gently closed her eyes again, and a small curve appeared at the corner of her mouth without her noticing. It hurt, but she was also very happy. Could this be what being loved felt like? Ding! Alice's affinity for you plus 40, trust for you plus 30, hatred value decreased by 3%. Ding! You hurt Alice, Alice hatred minus 0.2%, affinity toward you plus 10. Lin, Q said, "Shut up, stupid system." After spending several hours restitching Alice's body and thus massively boosting her affinity, Lin knew it was time to complete the night doctor job transfer task. He opened his panel immediately. His gaze fixed on the curse he carried. Crying clown. This was the curse he'd gotten after drinking the pig-headed butcher's bowl of soup. Displayed as a negative status. But like the other curses he had recorded, it came with no description. He still had no clue what negative effects it would cause. Based on his own speculation surrounding those 4 characters. A clown who smiles by day but cries alone backstage at night. Clowns bring smiles, but crying is the sorrow that contradicts a smile. If this were the dark world, you had to think in extremes. Madness. Lin narrowed his eyes and wrote those 2 words in his notebook. Then, hesitating for a moment, he wrote a second word. Out of control. Of course, this was only a guess. What the curse actually was would have to wait until it triggered. Once he understood how it affected him, he could temporarily remove it at critical moments to prevent it from causing major mistakes. He set down his pen. Lin sat on the counter and thought carefully. Just then, a loud knocking sounded at the door. "Welcome." Lin lifted his head instantly, a professional smile appearing on his face. This was something he hadn't expected. Wandering Souls Alley hadn't had a single customer for 2 whole days. How strange. Such a large area, not even a shadow of a ghost. For dozens of kilometers around, only your shop is open. A lizard man walked in, long neck, entirely red, wearing tattered travel clothes and carrying a bundle. His eyes were like an eagle's, while his voice chirped like a lesser demon. N. Combat Lizard, Red. Race, Lizard Man. Level, 49. Alignment, Neutral Evil. Combat Ability, Quick Movement and Crafty Attack Methods. Description, a humanoid race. In the dark world, lizard men are notorious for cunning, brutality, and greed. Although they sometimes trade with other races, if they think you are weak, no matter how you appear, they will not hesitate to kill you and loot your belongings. His gaze landed on the smiling Lin. His eyes spun as he quickly scanned the human before him and performed a basic assessment. Thin. Delicate-skinned. Easy to bully. Still human. Customer, how can I help you? Lin kept his professional smile and adjusted his monocle. The lizard man immediately bared sharp teeth in a sly grin, hooked his long nails on the daggers at his waist, and strode forward. He didn't speak. Almost the moment he took a step forward, he drew a sharp dagger and extended a greedy long tongue. Of course I want all your valuables. Bang. A gunshot. A bullet ripped past his forehead. The lizardman's expression froze. Bang 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 bang. 5 more bullets whizzed past his ears, the gaps between his fingers, the top of his head, and his groin. Ding. Combat Lizard SAN-20. Ding. Combat Lizard Fear of You +10. Ding. Combat Lizard Fear of You +20. He could clearly feel that each shot missed by a millimeter, every bullet only that close to hitting him. He had only seen such miraculous marksmanship from that demon hunter. This person's gun was so accurate. A drop of sweat. Plop, it fell to the floor. Combat Lizard Fear of You +30. Lin's face remained kind and smiling. The revolver spun once in his hand with a metallic sound, then he sheathed it at his waist. Customer, are you sure you want all my possessions? Lin's smile was so sincere and friendly. It felt warm. The combat lizard spread his 10 fingers, the 2 daggers in his hands clattered to the ground as he stammered. Just joking, it's obvious you're a very friendly shopkeeper, right? Lin smiled, I've met a kindred spirit. A few minutes later. Ding. You triggered the quest, Sniffling Lizard Man. Quest reward, 100 skeleton coins, 100 base experience. The combat lizard sat in front of the counter with his legs crossed like a civilized person. His long tail swung back and forth, showing none of the earlier ferocity, instead he looked more like a polite gentleman. The combat lizard reached out and rubbed his congested nose, politely saying. It's like this, respected doctor. My companions and I are traveling wanderers. We're not bandits and we don't go around killing and looting like the bad lizard men, you know that. Lin indicated he understood. The lizard man placed his hands crossed on the counter, sneezed, and continued. Because of travel fatigue, I think I might have symptoms of a cold. Could you diagnose me? And prescribe some cold medicine, whatever's cheapest. Lin remained calm, don't worry. Customers are our gods. With me here, I guarantee your medicine will cure you. He reached out and placed his hand on the lizardman's wrist. Right at the moment of diagnosis. Ding 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 ding. A dozen random diagnosis prompts rang in Lin's ears at once. He stiffened, and his brow immediately furrowed. The lizardman's heart dropped. This doctor's frown made his skin crawl. The furrow was really a furrow. He anxiously asked, Doctor, is my cold serious? Lin lifted his head and looked at him solemnly. No, the cold isn't serious. That's good. Eat whatever you want, have something nice, go wherever you want to go, don't skimp on yourself now. Thank you for the doctor's advice. Spend more time with your family. Leave memories for your loved ones. Do the things you were once too afraid to do, go do them now. Don't be sad, take care of yourself. The combat lizard was stunned. Why did this sound increasingly eerie the more he heard it? It's just a small cold, right? Why does it sound like I'm terminal and about to croak any second? Something's wrong. Doctor, the lizard man widened his eyes and slammed the table. Why are you saying it like I'm dying? Please don't scare me like this. Lin took a deep breath, adjusted his monocle, and looked away from the lizardman's face. Sorry, the cold really isn't serious. Of course it's not serious, the lizardman snapped. But the other diseases I diagnosed are one worse than the next. A brief silence. The combat lizard looked bewildered. Lin pushed up his glasses, his expression grave, and recited one after another, eyes lowered. Late-stage tuberculosis, chronic muscle atrophy, intermittent psychosis, hemorrhoids, coronary heart disease, cerebral vascular occlusion, osteoporosis, leukemia, cataracts, impotence. With each disease he named, the lizardman trembled violently. By the time Lin finished the last disease, the lizardman had become winky face. Doctor, please don't joke. I only have a cold. Hearing you like this, I feel like nothing in my body is okay anymore. Lin's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Yes, you truly are the first person I've ever seen who survives with more than a dozen illnesses. Lin's eyes reddened. The combat lizard, after hearing that, sprang to his feet in a fit of rage with a crash. He was red-faced and furious, his chest heaving up and down as he pointed at Lin, who was seated across the counter, and shouted, "What kind of joke is this? Doctor, even if I might not be able to beat you, a physician must have medical ethics. Do I not know my own body?" He looked around wildly in fury. Then his gaze immediately fell on the chair in front of him. I'm sick. You're saying I'm sick? In an instant. He took 2 steps back. Aimed at the chair. And with a huge leap easily cleared it. He landed perfectly, flung his arms open in anger and proclaimed, I'm so agile, do you think I look like a sick lizard? Do I look like one? I'll tell you, not only can I make a big jump, hey, I can do small jumps. Hey! I can hop, I can even jump sideways. As he spoke, he performed another small jump and hopped over the chair with ease. Pointing at Lin in fury, he shouted, do you think a lizard in the throes of illness could move this nimbly? Lin reached out, adjusted his monocle, and calmly said, Sir, please calm down. This alone doesn't prove anything. We can sit down and talk this through. Acting like this is very irresponsible toward your own body. No. I refuse. You quack. I normally eat 8 big bowls at every meal, I can run 2 kilometers easily, and I can punch apart a wooden post as thick as my thigh in one blow. He angrily rolled up his sleeve and pointed to a nearby doorpost, saying, believe it or not, I can break that pillar with one punch. Lin stood up and seriously extended a hand. Calm down, sir. Calm down first. I know you want to prove to me that you're not sick, but deliberately injuring your body like this is completely unacceptable. The combat lizard grew even more enraged, pointing at the pillar, just tell me whether you believe it or not. This isn't a matter of belief. Then answer me, do you believe it or not? Believe, happy now. Lin said helplessly. You're just lying. The combat lizard lost his temper. Without warning he rolled up his sleeve, revealing scales covering his arm, then raised his fist and swung violently at the post. I'll make you admit it. See what a lizard warrior can do. See what a healthy body looks like. Groaned. He roared. His fist shot forward. Lin was taken aback and reached out sharply, Sir, please show mercy. But it was too late. The fist the size of a sandbag smashed against the pillar. A vortex of wind whistled outward in all directions. Crack. A crisp snap sounded. The combat lizard froze instantly, winky face. Lin shook his head, adjusted his monocle, picked up the medical report and sighed, I already told you to hold back. Why didn't you listen? Last time someone damaged the shop, so I poured lead into all the pillars. Did you want to die with that punch? Anobi. Lin shook his head, picked up a quill, and added one more item to the list of a dozen or so ailments on the report. Fracture. A dozen minutes later. The combat lizard sat back down in front of the counter with red-rimmed eyes, his right hand in plaster and bandages and hung across his chest, looking as aggrieved as a wronged little wife. Lin glanced at him and said, "We've put your arm in a cast. Rest for 10 days to 2 weeks and you'll be fine. Don't be so reckless in the future, understood?" With bloodshot eyes, the combat lizard asked, "Doctor, I just want you to tell me honestly, do I really have that many illnesses?" Lin considered and said, "My diagnosis is accurate. If you don't trust it, we can run a few tests, one by one. Let's start with the last item," he said. Lin tore off a sheet of paper, glanced at him, then picked up his pen and started sketching something on the table with rapid strokes. The combat lizard watched, baffled. A few minutes later. Lin put down the pen, lifted the paper, adjusted his monocle, and said calmly, "Look at this drawing first. Do you have any reaction?" The combat lizard, confused, looked up, not sure what game Lin was playing. His eyes then landed on the impromptu sketch Lin held. Buzz. His eyes went blank. On that sheet was drawn a ravishingly hot, sultry, provocatively alluring female lizard with coquettish eyes so dazzling they made one flush and heart race. So lifelike and vivid it felt real, blood-pumping and intoxicating. The combat lizard muttered, No reaction." Lin hesitated. The combat lizard swallowed and, in a daze, said, "I don't know why you draw so well, but honestly, I'm not really into this kind of." Lin nodded. "Understood." Then, while the combat lizard stared blankly, Lin calmly picked up the quill again, tore off another sheet, and with unbelievable speed sketched once more. A few minutes later. Rustle. Lin held the paper up, adjusted his monocle, and said evenly, "How about this one?" The combat lizard stared. Pfft. His trembling heart felt like it would pound right out of his chest. On that page was a depiction of a muscular, powerfully built male lizard, every muscle bursting with explosive force, a resolute, philosophical gaze, and shining, chiseled muscles that showcased a perfect, ultimate jock physique. The combat lizard shook. He backed up on instinct, his heart pounded like war drums. His cheeks, trembling, flushed, even his fingers twitched and rattled. He pointed at the drawing, suddenly undone. "How is it?" Lin's monocle flashed in the light as he said mildly, "Any reaction now?" "How could I possibly have a reaction? If I did, that'd be ridiculous. Outrageous." The combat lizard, furious, pointed at Lin, "What do you mean by showing me those pictures? Are you questioning my sexual orientation? Duel me. Duel me right now." Lin adjusted his monocle, picked up the two drawings calmly, and said, "Please don't get upset. This is a test phase and it's for your own good. Look carefully at both pictures. Which one affects you more? Then I can make a proper diagnosis." The combat lizard angrily sat back down, his chest heaving. Yet he couldn't help sneaking glances with his peripheral vision at the muscular male lizard drawing on the left, angry, but unable to resist peeking. He absolutely would not admit it. "Any reaction?" Lin asked seriously, holding the two pictures. "Normally, either the left or right should cause a reaction in lizards. How about you, sir? Any heart rate increase?" The combat lizard ground his teeth, "Yes, so what? Any feeling of blood rushing?" He clenched his fist until it cracked and said through his teeth, "Yes, a little." "Which one gives you the stronger feeling?" "The left." Silence fell. The combat lizard moved his lips, panic flashing across his face. He suddenly stood up and, furious, shouted, "I do not. I am not. Don't lead me into this. I am a perfectly normal lizard who likes pretty lizard girls. I don't have strange tastes. I'm normal. I would never be attracted to those buff dash." Lin looked at him kindly. Everything was said without words. The combat lizard stiffened. A few seconds later, he slumped down dazed, like someone exposed for odd inclinations and suddenly lifeless, simply surrendering. Lin put away the sexy female sketch in his right hand, gripped the macho male sketch in his left, and asked seriously, back to the point, do you react to this picture? The combat lizard replied hollowly, my heart beats faster, but there's no real reaction. Have you had reactions before? Yes. Were they strong? Strong. The combat lizard trembled and felt as though he couldn't hold on much longer. Finally. After asking over a dozen maddening questions. Lin nodded, then that should be correct. If even such arousing images don't produce a proper response, it already indicates a lot. The combat lizard muttered in a daze, impotence. Lin calmly wrote in his notebook, other symptoms are more complicated, so first I'll test for some obvious manifestations. He then stood, and his large shadow made the combat lizard cower like a helpless little girl. With a snap, Lin put on leather gloves and looked down at him, saying calmly, turn your back to me, pull down your pants, bend over, and I'll take a look at your hemorrhoids. Combat lizard, Omega Omega. Combat lizard's fear of you +10. Combat lizard's fear of you +20. He fearfully hugged his own shoulders and trembled, saying, Can I look myself? Woo-woo. Seeing the patient's strong resistance, Lin didn't press him further, nodded, pointed to the side room, and handed him a mirror. Sure, but you'd better prepare yourself mentally, because if the condition is too severe, you might become even more indescribable than seeing some unnameable things. Combat lizard tremblingly took the mirror, saying, thank you. Combat lizard walked into the side room. Lin waited patiently. A dozen seconds later. Ah! An extremely terrified, sharp scream instantly came from the side room. Ding! Combat lizard SAN-10. Ding! Combat lizard's fear of his own XX +30. A few seconds later, combat lizard fearfully holding up his pants, crawled and scrambled out from the side room. Wah! My eyes! My eyes! Monster! Monster! Looking at the thoroughly frightened combat lizard. Lin crossed his hands calmly, saying, what did you see? Combat lizard trembled, demon's eye. Lin remained composed, saying, serious? How's the situation? Combat lizard tremblingly wiped the tears scared out of him, crying, so huge, so terrifying, like seeing an old god, but it wasn't there some time ago. Really? Doctor, I'm not lying, it really wasn't there some time ago. Rab. Too horrifying. He felt like he was about to crack open. Lin nodded, comforting him, don't be nervous, this isn't some fatal disease. What's truly dangerous are the other conditions inside your body, like your heart and brain, these are the most critical. Combat lizard O said, Doctor. Really? Really? Think with your conscience, if I really had so many fatal diseases, how could I possibly not feel anything at all? I just went for a long run a few days ago, how could I possibly have so many diseases? Lin looked up, saying. Some diseases have longer incubation periods, you might not feel anything normally, but once they flare up, the consequences are unimaginable. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but don't worry, I'll explain them to you one by one. With me here, you don't need to be afraid. Several hours later. Outside Wandering Souls Alley. A burly lizard man paced impatiently back and forth at the alley entrance, constantly cursing under his breath. This dawdling guy, taking forever just to grab some medicine. When he gets back, I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson. He was Combat Lizard's accomplice. They were passing through here, thinking they still had a long way to go, so they planned to resupply in this damned place. That's why they sent Combat Lizard in to scout. But who would have thought? This wait turned into several hours. He had long been impatient. After waiting a bit more, he impatiently wanted to go in and find him, but when he glanced toward Wandering Souls Alley, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Hey! You dawdling bastard, where the hell have you been, don't you know? He was about to curse, but the next moment, when he clearly saw the approaching figure, he froze. The entire body wrapped in thick bandages. An 4 bottle hanging from a pole. Using crutches, wearing a cast. Carrying a huge pack on the back, seemingly filled to the brim with various potions and pills. He was dumbfounded. Holy shit. Combat Lizard emptily carried that large pack of medicine, stopped in front of his accomplice. His companion murmured, "What kind of getup is this?" Combat Lizard said emptily, "I'm already at death's door, critically ill. The doctor is a good person, prescribed me many life-sustaining medicines. If not for that kind doctor, I wouldn't have known I was actually this sick." His accomplice murmured, "Sick, but weren't you just catching a cold?" Combat Lizard looked up, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, murmuring, "Yes, if not for this cold, I wouldn't have known I was already this sick. I feel, my entire being has been elevated." His companion said dazedly, "Then these medicines are." Combat Lizard looked up emptily, "Small change, 9,000 skeleton coins, take 5 kilograms daily. The doctor even gave me a 99% discount, gave me some small gifts, made me feel unprecedented warmth." A pink rabbit affection plushie on his chest swayed slightly. "So adorable." His companion swallowed hard, said in astonishment, "That." The doctor said, "When we encounter difficulties, don't be afraid. The best way to deal with fear is to face fear. Perseverance means victory." He murmured emptily, carrying the 4-bottle, using crutches, under his companion's dazed gaze, stumbling forward step by step with his crutches, his back looking so lonely and desolate. Medicine shop. Ding. Congratulations on exceeding task completion, the lizard man with a cold. You received additional rewards, 500 skeleton coins, 500 base experience. With the system prompt in his ears. Lin took a deep breath, sighed, and put the more than 8,000 skeleton coins from the table into his pocket. To be honest, this was his first time seeing a patient suffering from so many serious diseases who could still wander around outside. Have to say, this is indeed the dark world, always bringing people various unexpected discoveries. But even so, he still felt a bit puzzled. Because before the diagnosis, that patient's complexion didn't seem that bad, so how come so many diseases showed up during diagnosis? He thought about it, and could only attribute it to the patient's special constitution. Because his random diagnosis definitely couldn't be wrong, after all, this was system officially certified, and each disease also showed corresponding symptoms during follow-up diagnosis. Lin felt satisfied. As a doctor, being able to safely send off every patient was absolutely a very fulfilling thing for him. Soon, evening approached. Just as he was planning to close up and sleep, building up energy to prepare for starting his class change quest tomorrow, his teacher suddenly knocked on the door. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Lin opened the door, invited his teacher in, and thoughtfully offered him a cup of hot tea. Bloodsaw sat at the table, looking deeply at Lin, saying, "So you've really decided? Going out to find the night doctors tomorrow?" Lin smiled, "Of course, after all, as you said teacher, they're the most skilled medical organization. Since I'm determined to become a doctor who saves people from suffering, of course I should go to the best institution." Bloodsaw gazed at him deeply. He also knew that his disciple had a stubborn personality, and once he made a decision, it was highly unlikely to change his mind. Bloodsaw shook his head and said, "All right. I know I can't persuade you, but this journey is dangerous, and it's also your first time traveling alone far from home. Take these potions with you, they might save your life at a critical moment." As he spoke, Bloodsaw pulled several bottles of potions from his chest and placed them on the table. Lin was curious. "Teacher, these are..." Bloodsaw lifted his head and said gravely, "These are high-quality legendary potions your teacher accidentally obtained while traveling throughout the dark world in the past. They're extremely rare. Let me put it this way, with these potions, even if you were a pig, they could send you soaring to the heavens." Lin was astonished. He reached out and took those potions, and instantly a system prompt sounded in his ears. Mental Amplification Potion. Quality, Legendary. Effect, Mental Amplification. Introduction, a legendary potion painstakingly crafted by the Dark World's top potion experts. After use, it can greatly enhance your mental energy within 24 hours. The weaker the creature using it, the more intense the effect. However, precisely because the effect is outstanding, the quantity is extremely scarce. Constitution Amplification Potion. Quality, legendary. Effect, Constitution Amplification. Introduction, a legendary potion created by the Dark World's top potion experts. After use, it can greatly amplify your physical constitution within 24 hours. However, after the duration ends, you will suffer from a period of weakness. Ab. Lin stared in shock at the descriptions of those potions, unable to utter a single word. Bloodsaw said solemnly, "Night doctors aren't easy to approach, so you must have strong enough mental energy to resist their interference, and definitely need strong enough physical constitution to avoid dying under their scalpels, though they probably won't let people die anyway." Lin's eyes instantly reddened, saying, "Teacher. Bloodsaw said deeply, "Let's skip the sentimental stuff for now, it easily gives people goosebumps. Just remember your teacher's kindness in your heart." Lin said tearfully, "Nothing more needs to be said, teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. Please rest assured. Your disciple will definitely arrange your funeral in the future." Bloodsaw was extremely gratified. With such a disciple, the future troubles were endless. He patted Lin's shoulder. "Go to sleep early, you need to set off tomorrow. Make sure to get plenty of rest, understood?" Lin said tearfully, "Yes. Teacher." The night passed without incident. Early the next morning. Outside Bloodsaw Potion Shop, black mist surged. Lin was dressed in full military gear, carrying his chainsaw on his back, strapping the night demon blade at his side, wearing glasses and carrying a medical kit, his expression resolute, clearly looking like a very proper doctor. After bidding farewell to Bloodsaw, Lin didn't leave Wandering Souls Alley, but quickly turned left and right, arriving in a small alley. He took out the Night Doctor class change quest item from his system space. System. Use it. In an instant. The quest item in his hand immediately transformed into a halo of light that surged into his body. A system prompt instantly sounded in his ears. Ding. You used the class change item, you triggered the class change series quest, Night Doctor. Phase 1 quest introduction, find a Night Doctor in Silent Town. When your reputation in the Night Doctor faction reaches 100, you can trigger the next phase quest. Hint, killing is prohibited during the quest period, otherwise it will cause extreme aversion from the Night Doctor faction. Hint, high reputation has a probability of increasing your prestige in the Night Doctor faction, and has a probability of allowing you to obtain a higher level Night Doctor title and rewards after completing the class change quest. Just as the system prompt ended, a hexagonal teleportation magic circle instantly appeared beneath Lin's feet. The next moment, his body disappeared from the spot. Ding! You have entered the cursed territory, Silent Town. Accompanied by the prompt sounding in his ears, Lin opened his eyes and found himself appearing at a crossroads. The surroundings were completely silent, with black mist swirling. A red moon hung high in the sky. In front of him was a rotten, dilapidated road sign with several large characters written on it. Silent Town. In the distance, vaguely visible in the night and mist, a dark and mysterious town sat nestled in the forest. This really feels like we're filming a horror movie. Lin carefully surveyed the surrounding environment, his expression calm. This was his first time coming to such a completely unfamiliar environment, and it was sparsely populated, unlike Soul Severance Street, which was so close to Wandering Souls Alley. Swish swish swish. Something seemed to flash by in the dark forest, making an innocent youth like Lin feel waves of shivers. Gulp gulp. Without another word, Lin directly unscrewed the potion lids and took one bottle each of the 2 potions his teacher had given him. Ding! You used Mental Amplification Potion X1, your mental energy has increased. Ding! You used Constitution Amplification Potion X1, your constitution has increased. With a full 24-hour duration, Lin didn't hold back. After all, this was the Dark World. For safety's sake, any economizing was the greatest irresponsibility to oneself. After taking the potions, Lin immediately felt his five senses become exceptionally clear. He could precisely capture every movement in the forest. And the substantial increase in constitution made him feel his blood boiling, as if he had endless strength. Better go check out that town first. I have to admit, I'm actually feeling a bit nervous. Lin strode boldly along the road toward the town. What he didn't notice was, deep in the forest, shadow after shadow swished through the branches, jumping between trees. Pairs of bloodthirsty and savage red eyes reflected terrifying light. Meanwhile, in Silent Town, amidst the rolling black mist, torch after torch illuminated the surroundings brightly. Vaguely visible, dark-skinned humans crouched warily behind prepared defenses, aiming hunting rifles toward the mist-shrouded area outside town, their expressions grave. Not only humans, but also some dark elves, dark dwarves, and a few lone cyclopes. Without exception, their gazes were extremely vigilant. Mayor, with the red moon hanging high, those monsters will definitely attack our town. You should go back and take shelter, leave this place to us. A young, dark-skinned youth warily loaded silver ammunition into his hunting rifle, speaking to an elderly white-haired man behind him. The old man's expression was resolute as he said deeply, "This isn't our original world. The holy light cannot shine upon this hell, and although I'm old, I swear to protect my people." Gripping his staff, he lifted his head, his aged gaze fixed directly outside the town. "Stay alert, don't worry about me. Hold your hunting rifles steady. Absolutely cannot let a single monster inside." From the distant black mist came waves of wolf howls, making everyone's hearts turn cold.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.